We have two ceremonial presentations today. The second one is the Canadian Association of Certified Planning Technicians Award to the City of Hamilton. Initially, we were going to do this at Planning, but at the agenda review, we felt that this was very important, that it should be in front of the entire council. So I'd like to call upon Jason Thorne and Steve Robichaud to speak to the Canadian Association of Certified Planning Technicians Award to the City of Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Mayor and members of Council. I have Danielle Beck here with me this morning. Danielle Beck is both a member of the planning team as a planning technician as well as past president of the Canadian Association of Certified Planning Technicians. On October 21st of this year, the CACPT held their annual conference in the City of Hamilton. There was approximately 200 attendees at the conference, and during the conference, they announced that the City of Hamilton was receiving the Municipal Employer of the Year award based on the city's support for their memberships in terms of both mentoring programs, training programs, professional development programs, and recognizing the important work that the planning technicians do within the City of Hamilton. We currently have approximately 20 planning members who work for the City of Hamilton in both the Building Division, Planning Division, and Public Works Division. So I've asked all of the members of the CACPT to attend this morning for the recognition of the award. So Danielle, if you want to come down and share the award with myself and member of council. I don't know if you have any words you want to say.
Yeah, if you don't mind. As Mr. Robichaud said, I am the past president. I was the president for 6 years running. Currently took a bit of a leave for maternity leave, so I'm just sitting on the executive right now, still volunteering my time, but I've been a part of the CACPT for 10 years, including as a student. So this is a great honor for myself, working for the City of Hamilton for 9 years, being a Hamilton resident, and also coming before you today. So I just want to identify a few of my colleagues and the awesome people that I truly get to work with on a daily basis. There's two, unfortunately, that are not present today, Steve Boych and Shauna Evans. But we also have Kathy Jazvac, Joe Gravina, Paul Toffaletti, Lori McNair, Gregory Sargent, Emily Coe, Matthew Stavroff, Robin Reed, Jessica Shore, Kim Roberts, Kayla DiLorento, Ilya Stipik, Victoria Brito, Sonia Flynn, Maria Romano, and Sarah Richmond up there. So if everybody, would you mind just giving them a round of applause, please? And as Steve has said, we do hold an annual general meeting and development conference every year. So I would be pleased to present again the CACPT Employer of the Year for Municipal Employment Public Sector is the City of Hamilton.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, everyone. Okay, back to business, folks. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, may I please have a motion to approve the October 19th, 2016 meeting minutes as presented? Councillor Partridge, Councillor Farr, all those in favour? Carried, thank you. Delegation requests. It's before you today, and it's Michael Nabert from Environment Hamilton, respecting the Hamilton Home Energy Retrofit Opportunity Hamilton Hero Program for a future GIC, same date as the staff will be bringing this report. What is the wish of this committee? Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Mayor Eisenberger. All those in favour? Thank you. John Arians, Board Chair for Habitat for Humanity, respecting report PED 14002, C West Harbour Real Estate Solicitation Process for Pier 8 Lands. Item 7.1 on today's agenda. What is the committee's wish? Mayor Eisenberger, Councillor Collins, all those in favour? And 4.3 as well, Mayor Eisenberger and Councillor Whitehead, all those in favour for 4.3. So we're now on to public hearings, delegations. So I'm just going to ask the committee, I believe this is to speak to 7.1 presentations. right? So John Arians from the board chair, Habitat for Humanity, respecting report. That's before you. 7.1, West Harbour real estate solicitation process for Pier 8 lands. I'd like to call upon John Arians to speak to item 6 to 7.1.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. As the chair of Habitat for Humanity, this is a very important issue for us. In fact, Mr. Tom Vert is a VP at the FASCO, and he took time out this morning to be here. Tom is our vice chair, and as well, Sean Ferris, our executive director, is here for support as well. First of all, you know me as a planner most of the time with the IBI group. Let me wear my planner's hat and congratulate you on your vision and your design for the Pier 8 redevelopment plan. It truly is an exciting redevelopment opportunity that we're facing. We're actually creating a brand new neighborhood, a neighborhood that's water-oriented with the waterfront trail, the civic squares. It has a mixed-use development. There's commercial, there's shops, there's offices, there's community centers, pedestrian trails, bicycle-friendly. It truly is a wonderful opportunity. And I'm sure that the condominium apartments that are proposed within this development will be snapped up very quickly by those who can afford it. Wouldn't it be a great opportunity if those who cannot afford it were also able to live within this new community? And that's really what I'm here to discuss with you this morning. Section 6 of the report that staff have prepared speaks to the issue of affordability. Staff are recognizing the very strong policy direction, both in your official plan and in setting sail, that directs this municipality to seek and promote opportunities for affordable housing. So to seek and promote. Staff are recommending that a defined target of 5% of the units within the Pier 8 redevelopment become affordable home ownership units. And that the need for this 5% be included in the RFP process. They are suggesting to fine-tune the selection criteria and to bring back a report in April of this year with those selection criteria. Members of committee, we fully support this initiative and again compliment staff on this. We hope that committee and council will agree as well, because this approach will result in a truly diverse and integrated, inclusive neighborhood. We also hope that staff will consult with us during that criteria development process to ensure that affordable housing is in fact made available to those who need it most, rather than a builder simply discounting the price of units and saying these units are affordable because they met a certain price point. And that need speaks to the families that Habitat for Humanity serves. We serve families. Our mandate is the eradication of poverty through home ownership. These units should be intended for the hardworking Hamilton families that otherwise would not be able to afford to live within this community. And again, these are the families that we partner with. So for staff and council ultimately to build into the selection criteria from the onset, that will ensure a level playing field for all of the builders who are bidding on this process. And our hope that we can partner with potential builders and actually be that affordable housing provider. The Habitat model is ideal for this type of development. We deal with home ownership for families. We can seamlessly integrate our families into these apartment complexes without any adverse impact whatsoever. The density and the unit counts contained in the development concept range between 1,100 to 1,500 apartment units. Just imagine that 5% could result in 50 to 75 affordable home ownership units available for hardworking Hamilton families. And I think you'll agree with me that it makes more sense to disperse these units throughout the entire development rather than building one standalone 50-unit apartment building. I think it makes more sense to completely integrate it. That's what inclusionary zoning is about. That's what an integrated community is all about. So on behalf of Habitat for Humanity, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. We fully support this initiative. We hope that you will adopt the 5% affordable component and that you will also invite us to work with staff in coming up with those selection criteria so that it truly will result in an affordable home ownership opportunity for those that need it the most, and those are the hardworking Hamilton families. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for all your good work. I have a list of speakers here, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
Councillor Whitehead first, Councillor Farr, then Councillor Green. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, John, and thank you for your principled position. And I'm a big supporter. In fact, we just built a new nonprofit housing in my ward in the last 2 or 3 years, and I continue to support anything that facilitates and assists social services.
Yeah.
You would acknowledge, though, that on that front, the City of Hamilton has a limited capacity financially to meet the needs of this community when it comes to affordable housing.
Through the chair, I agree that there are issues, there are financial issues, there's legislative issues, all impact the ability to provide affordable housing. That's why doing it from day one, putting it into the RFP process, making it front and center, providing opportunities to partner is kind of a painless way of doing this.
So, through the chair, I also want to say the Habitat for Housing, or what's the terminology? Is that what it is?
Habitat for
Humanity.
Yes.
A huge supporter.
Thank you.
So the challenge for me, though, is I met a young couple that live in the Gilkson neighborhood. Mm-hmm. They bought their house. They would be in the 80,000 range total income.
Yes.
And they indicated to me, they love to live on the mountain brow,
Yes.
or they love to live on the waterfront.
Yes.
But they come to recognize that their financial capacity afforded them what they have, and they're satisfied with what they have. Right. What they have a problem with is if we're taking premium lands and not getting the highest, best use in regards to return, and then take those dollars that you get the highest and best return and reinvest it into social housing in the community. If you did the business case, you may argue that you can help a lot more people with the dollars you generate from that approach than the approach you're suggesting. What would you suggest to that young family who's middle class, who feel that they worked hard to get what they want or what they have, and they recognize that they could never afford to live on premium lands such as the waterfront or mountain brow, and yet you're suggesting we shift it to something different?
Thank you, John.
So in response to that, Councillor Whitehead, I can advise that there are many factors affecting affordable home ownership. And again, by starting from day one, building it into this concept, it is a painless way of doing it. Habitat for Humanity has a number of affiliates across Ontario. In the Halton region, one of my developer clients partnered with Habitat Halton and provided 10 affordable apartment units in a 104-unit complex. In the city of Toronto, Habitat is partnering with builders. So it's that integration. You want that full continuum of housing. You want housing in all the areas of the city. I think the primary focus that you're looking at when you talk about the city providing affordable housing, that's the rental accommodation. And City Housing Hamilton has got, 5,000-6,000 units. And you need to repair those units, and you need to build more. And that's one component. We're talking about the ownership component. And by building this into the RFP process, that opens up the door so that all the developers, all the builders are aiming at the same thing, a 5% affordability target. They can partner with us, they can partner with other organizations, and the revenue difference, I'm going to suggest, sir, is negligible. You're still going to get that big bang for this, selling these lands and taking that funds and investing it with City Housing Hamilton.
Thank you,
So,
Councillor.
through the chair, that's the analysis I like to see. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to actually see that business case. Because I've been told from real estate people that you're on premium lands, you can develop and receive significant amount of dollars, not only dollars in regards to the purchase of the lands and the development, but in the order of taxes, because what they would be able to charge for these premium lands in regards to units. And then you can transfer those dollars that you net back into affordable housing, social housing, all those things that we need to be doing. And I want to help as many people as practical.
Yep.
The principle that you suggest, I don't have a problem with. What I do have a concern about, what is the best way in our limited capacity financially to help as many people in this community? And I haven't seen the business case and what you're suggesting on premium lands versus the alternative and what that generates. If I can get more than 70 units in other neighborhoods throughout this community, or many more, based on the value that we receive, then I would suggest that we're helping more people by optimizing the values of those lands and the return on the taxes. So should we at least not do that type of assessment to determine how we best can meet the needs of this community?
So through the chair, I can certainly work with staff and provide you that business case model. I'm going to suggest to you that the addition of 5% affordable home ownership is not going to impact the revenue that this redevelopment is going to generate. In fact, in my opinion, I think it's revenue neutral. You will still have the same value of the land if all the builders are bidding the same, and you'll be able to take that and use it as you see fit. The other example I can give you, sir, is Section 37 under the Planning Act, which basically allows a builder to build the box higher or to put more people into that box if there is a net community benefit. I've approached numerous clients that I've presented before this committee who are seeking density increases. Why don't you partner with Habitat for Humanity? Why don't you partner with other organizations? Build that affordable component. And the standard answer is, I will as soon as I'm forced to do so. So without that incentive, you're creating 1,500 housing units without any affordability component whatsoever. And I think that's a shame. That's a lost opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor.
So I thank you for your comments. Again, I'm not sure if you feel we shouldn't do that analysis in regards to the financial capacity and how we can meet the needs of this community, or are you suggesting forgo that analysis and accept what you're putting forward here today?
Thank you, John.
I'm more than willing to work with staff and help provide that analysis to show you what is the revenue impact for the 5%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Farr.
I'm pretty sure on that last piece we could just manipulate the Deloitte report or at least read more carefully the Deloitte report and probably get our answer. Just do a little bit of math on what is already before us. Through you, Chair, to John. Thank you, John. I always like kicking off a day with a delegation that actually is supportive of a recommendation that's before us. Obviously, today's theme, if we were to pick one that really stands out with GIC, is West Harbour. Certainly a file I've been very closely working on with many staff and hundreds, if not thousands now in the community for many years. So when you, just in recent times, invite the public to meet and provide their input on such a massive undertaking on city lands, and hundreds of people show, and you were among them at our monthly conversations, conversation couches, the neighborhood meetings. It just went on and on and on and on. And when that prevailing message, and I know you'll agree, is city, you own the land, make sure you don't forget about that affordable option, affordable housing option. Literally the #1 message from the public over probably well over 25 meetings in the last year and a half, and definitely those monthly conversations at 291 James. So here it is. You're here to say thumbs up, good job. Through you, Chair. What you're not here to say, though, is let's work exclusively with Habitat for Humanity. I know you're one of the very few in this community that can actually accommodate affordable home ownership, which is, you know, on the spectrum, the 5% that we're looking at here for PRA. But you're not asking for an exclusive deal. Through you, Chair, so we're clear.
John?
Through the chair, absolutely not. We're not asking for exclusivity whatsoever. In fact, the reason we're involved in this process is so that when it's in the bidding process, that option to partner with us or with any other affordable housing provider is there. There are multiple providers available. We certainly have an ownership model that fits perfectly, but we're not saying let us in and close the door behind us.
Right.
Thank you.
And
Councillor?
You somewhat tackled, I've only one other question through you, and thanks for the license to editorialize just a little.
Yeah,
It was a
just a little.
setup.
Yes, we have a long day.
To you, John. You work, and you mentioned some of this, but didn't quite get to where I wanted to see you go. You work with, and when wearing your other hat as a planner and well-respected with IBI, you deal with the development industry all the time. You're a champion of inclusionary zoning, and you talk to the developers about it all the time.
Yes.
When they look at a plan like this, and you know how popular, you've mentioned already that that this is going to be for the development industry, not only locally, likely across the nation. People are going to be looking at this when the RFP gets out there.
Yes.
What's their reaction to what's before us? Percentage-wise, give us a ballpark of what you're hearing from the development industry when something like this comes forward.
So through the chair, what I've heard is that this is indeed a very exciting opportunity. There is significant interest in it. Again, as I described in my opening remarks, it's a waterfront neighborhood with transit, 2 blocks or 3 blocks away at a major GO terminal. So from that standpoint, it's a very desirable site. With respect to the affordable housing component, Habitat has already been approached by one consortium, and they asked us to partner exclusively with them. And we were honored that they did so, but why would I get married to one developer when they should all be providing that? And that's why, it's been recommended by staff. That's why I'm here. Put it in your RFP. We can partner with different developer groups, or other affordable housing providers can partner. And that call from that developers consortium was unsolicited on my part. They called me. So, they recognize the importance of affordable housing, and they've already started taking initiatives to implement it.
Thank you. Councillor?
So, John, then we know that there's no shortage of folks lining up that are eligible to be part of the Habitat for Humanity experience. You have the clients waiting in the wings, and you have developers with a willingness and a performer to make it so, then. Is what you're
Absolutely. There is no shortage of need.
Thank you.
Okay,
Councillor?
just a reminder, as we close my session here, when we began engaging about a
session?
year and a half ago, we made a pledge to the community that we would have a net gain once we're all through with the West Harbour area, which is Cannon to the Bay, York Bridge over there in Ward 1 to Victoria or Queen Street, of 100 to 200 units was what was the pledged in the first public meeting. This is just one piece of that. In the West Harbour area, we would have a net gain of affordable housing. That was what we announced to the public. I think it was covered in the media at the time. It's certainly been talked about in the neighborhood since. This is one element, and I commend staff, Jay Thorne, Edward John, and everyone else who have put this in the report. I certainly have to admit I wasn't on for it initially. I was quite publicly looking to get the most bang for the buck, going from the Deloitte report saying let's get as maximum value so we can take the profits from Pier 8, this desirable developable land, and put it towards deficits, as I mentioned publicly and others had, that we have to the tune of $8 million a year just on the social housing the City Housing Hamilton is trying to maintain, and we're not as successful as we would like to be. However, this is something that's going to work. It's obviously a need. There's nobody that can argue that. We are in control, and so I think most palatable of a resolution here before us today by including 5% affordable home ownership, up to 75 units of affordable home ownership in Pier 8, and ultimately tackling that commitment we made in a big way to 100 to 200 net gain within the West Harbour area when we're all said and done of affordable housing units. And I might also add 46 units are coming down the pike on the other end of the spectrum of affordable housing from Reverend Dwayne Klein and the Houston Baptist Church, Housing with Supports, right around the corner. Our president of City Housing Hamilton has also announced that there's...
Excuse me.
There's
point of order. I mean, we're going to be dealing, all due respect, we're going to be dealing with this issue on 7-1. We're getting into the meat of the presentation and the recommendations, and I think that's all great. But, I mean, this is intended to be a delegation to support today this particular issue. Can we not leave the rest of the issues to the actual item when it comes to us?
Thank you.
Just respectfully. I mean, we can all get into the debate today, and I have issues I want to raise as well, but I don't want to raise them when a delegate is standing here, ready to field specific questions on his presentation.
I am not the least offended. I appreciate the point of order. Through you, Chair, final question then to John. Having been part of the public information centers, understanding all that's going on, having heard the message that we have every intention to have a net gain of affordable housing, 100 to 200 units when all is said and done in the West Harbour, you feel this complements that commitment to the public well?
John?
Yes, I do. You're dealing with the affordable housing issue on multiple fronts. Ownership in Pier 8 is one, redevelopment of other properties is another, providing social housing or rent subsidized housing is another. You've got that 200-unit float, if I can call it that. This represents not even, perhaps a third of it. So they're all complementary.
Thank you. Questions finished? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Green, questions for the presenter?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Specifically, questions through you to the presenter. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm wondering if you could define for us the Habitat for Humanity's definition of affordable housing.
Thank you. John?
So families apply. We have certain criteria that they have to meet. There has to be a minimum income. There has to be a maximum income. The minimum income is $30,000. The maximum is $60,000. They have to have at least one child under the age of 13. These are the families who, they're hardworking, they have a good credit rating, they have jobs, but they just don't have that down payment ability. They won't be able to go to the TD bank and comply for a mortgage. So those are the families we partner with and we approve. We put them into a house at fair market value. The house is appraised, but we are able to keep the mortgage payment at 0% interest within 25% of their income. So from that standpoint, it now becomes an affordable product. We can amortize that mortgage over a long period of time, but their monthly payments are generally less, significantly less than what they're paying for rent. So that then gives them additional money for extracurricular activities, perhaps for car payments, for post-secondary education, for all the things you and I take for granted. There's no down payment involved. Instead, these families have to provide 500 hours of sweat equity. Now, you can imagine if you and I were able to volunteer 5 hours a day, that's 100 weeks that you're doing this. So it's a 2-year down payment most of them work towards. So it's a 0% down, 0% interest mortgage. It's a house at fair market value. They're not getting a free unit. It's a hand up. And the whole idea is to break that cycle of poverty with home ownership. So that's our model.
And I would certainly tend to agree, Madam Deputy Mayor, in the continuum, the ownership, being able to get equity, build equity, and value out of that transaction. For those that are cynical out there who might say, well, they might just turn around and flip this unit, is there a covenant on the deal that keeps them locked in for a specific time before they're able to turn this over? And is there a covenant on the title that keeps it in an affordability range, or do we see the 5% evaporate over, the 5 years?
Thank you, John.
Through the chair, Sean can probably provide more details of the fine minutiae of our mortgage, but generally speaking, there are restrictive covenants that require first right of refusal is still with Habitat over a certain period of time. There's no equity in the property until 5 or 7 years, and then the equity starts to build up. So there are controls to ensure that the house stays with Habitat. If that family suddenly gets a job in Winnipeg and they have to move, fine, Habitat takes the house back, we'll put another family into it, and that cycle continues. And we're a nonprofit organization, so the mortgage money we collect, it's called the Fund of Habitat or the Fund of Life, that goes back into acquiring more properties and more builds. So it's we're feeding ourselves. Unlike a builder, we don't sell it and put the cash in our back pockets. We don't have cash. It's a monthly payment that we obtain.
Thank you, Councillor.
So with that, could we be assured then, going forward in this model, that 5% of mixed integrated affordable housing stays for a 10-year horizon? Are you committed to staying for the long term there, or would Habitat for Humanity take the uplift, sell those properties after 10 years, and then take the equity out and go build somewhere else?
Thank you, John.
Through the chair, we would be committed to this project 100%. We're in it for the long run. We're not flippers. We're not developers. We're here to serve families.
And
Thank you,
I certainly
Councillor.
appreciate those comments, because this is, and hats off to both Councillors Farr and Collins and all of the hundreds of residents who went through this process. This is a form. This is our first form of inclusionary zoning, which I think is very progressive. And I'm sure there'll be lots of people who argue on the percentage, whether or not it's 5 or 10%, but this is a fantastic start. So my
Thank
last
you.
question is, are you familiar that yesterday Finance Minister Bill Moreau revealed that his government is going to expand phase 2 of the infrastructure plan from $48 billion over 8 years to $81 over 11 years, including social infrastructure, which under Yves Duclos would include our affordable housing. Has Habitat for Humanity looked at potential opportunities within the new federal budget to access some of those monies to be able to help bolster your work in this location and others?
Thank you, John.
I'm not particularly aware of those initiatives because they're fairly recent, but rest assured, we do liaise with our federal and provincial colleagues if there's grants, if there's funding available. Keep in mind, we are an affiliate of Habitat Canada. Habitat Canada has government liaison groups, working with the feds. Whatever programs are there, we can take advantage. We're in the process of applying for a CMHC grant. If we can build 5 houses next year, we would qualify for that grant. So we do take advantage of federal programs as they become available.
Thank you.
Well, in
Councillor?
close, I would say, Madam Deputy Mayor, that you look closely at the new budget expanded from 60,000, I think, over 8 years. First 12 billions already out the door. It's now 81 over 11 years. And my hope is that Hamilton can really jump that queue and get in line for some of those innovative programs and some of the things that we're doing here, including the work that you're doing at Habitat for Humanity. Thank you for the time, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And John, welcome. Thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. Actually, my questions were around title and sustainability and commitment
Yes.
to the long-term affordable housing initiative once you start building, and those questions have been answered. But I also wanted to reference that Habitat for Humanity is partnering with our community in Waterdown, and I'm looking forward to the build in the spring of 3 Habitat for Humanity homes, and I know that the community is quite excited, so I thank you very much for your work.
You're very
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
If I could
Councillor
add to
Skelly?
that,
Oh, sorry.
those 3 in Waterdown are part of Canada's 150th birthday. Habitat Canada is committed to sponsoring 150 homes across the country, and our 3 in Waterdown will be part of that. And it's also part of the Jimmy Carter Work Program. So it's a very exciting project, and the Waterdown community has really embraced it. So.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge. Thank you. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you and good morning, John.
Good morning.
Thank you for your presentation. I do have it's along the line of Councillor Green's questioning, and I'm, excuse me, I'm somewhat confused. The ownership model, through the chair, is the family then not, does the family not hold title to the property under your business model?
Through the chair, yes, they have the title to the property. Habitat Hamilton holds their mortgage.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if that family in 10 years chooses to move,
Yes.
who then owns the property?
So there are clauses in the mortgage that require Habitat to maintain a first right of refusal. So we would purchase that unit back from those residents.
Through the chair, at what market value? Is it market value? Is there a distinction again within the clause?
It
John?
would be at market value because everything that we sell it to them at market value. They're not getting a free house. They're not getting a subsidized house. If that house is worth $200 or $250, that's what they pay. And if in 10 years it's worth $300, that's what we would have to put back into that, to buy them out from their mortgage.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through the chair, having bought and sold a lot of homes in the city of Hamilton, the price of real estate is soaring.
Yes, it is.
So there could be in 10 years the potential, especially on a development that is
Yeah.
truly prime land. I don't think there will be another piece of property in the city that will be worth more than the land that we're discussing today. So is it through the chair, a family could potentially see a property that they purchased for, what would you suggest they would get? $250,000?
Sure. Yep.
be worth over $1 million.
That, through the chair, that's a potential that anyone faces in the real estate market. And again, our whole model is to break that cycle of poverty by providing these folks with equity. Right now, they don't have pensions, they don't have they don't have OMERs, they don't have securities, they don't have savings. If they get it through equity, that cycle of poverty is broken. We have a family in Councillor Collins' ward, a single mom with 2 kids. She was able to pay off a lot of her Habitat mortgage so that she now qualified for conventional financing. So she bought out the Habitat mortgage, took a line of credit, and put both of her daughters through college. That's what we want to happen. That's what we want to encourage. We want to break that cycle of poverty through equity.
Thank you,
Thank
Councillor.
you. Through the chair, I guess my question would be, what do you say to the family that's making $70,000 a year that bought a home, struggled to put 10% down, bought a home, and their property value increases $100,000 over that? Do you think that, I mean, how do you answer that? Because they'd still be paying taxes, and their property value wouldn't have increased. They wouldn't have had that opportunity.
Thank you, John.
Well, their property value would go up, as the market goes up, just like any other property. So in the market, it's the desirability, it's location that influence whether the properties go up. If property values could go down, they could go up. That's just the reality of the situation.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through the chair, at what point, or what does the family pay in taxes? Do they pay the same amount? Are they taxed at the same rate as the neighbor that's in a house or a property that could be worth $750,000?
Thank you, John.
The taxes are exactly as per every other housing unit within that apartment complex. So whatever the neighbors pay, that's what these folks pay. There's no subsidy involved whatsoever. They pay their own heat, their hydro, their taxes, their maintenance fees, everything.
Through the chair, could you potentially see, if these properties increase tremendously, and I really do believe that they will,
Yes.
that they couldn't afford the taxes?
Thank you, John.
We've never had a foreclosure, touch wood, in our affiliate. We screen our families. We have yearly income checks to make sure that, they are able to get by. In certain situations, we've had to reduce the mortgage when one of the family members became unemployed. That will get increased again. So, I mean, we don't just put them in the house and then abandon them. We're there for the long run with them, making sure that their equity is preserved and that they can stay in that house.
Through the chair, have you ever had a development on prime property?
John?
So, as you're aware, the north end of Hamilton, the price of real estate has gone up significantly. We have 8 townhouses on Niagara and Monroe Streets. Those values have gone up. We just completed 3 on Burton Street. Those values have gone up. We have a number of homes in the beach community. Those values have gone up significantly. So it's just a fact of reality. Hamilton is now discovered, and real estate values are climbing.
Through the chair, I would suggest to you that that's still not prime. I'm talking, this is going to be probably the most valuable piece of real estate in the city of Hamilton. The taxes are going to reflect that.
Yes.
We could see $8,000 a year in taxes easily. That's an awful big burden for a family on an income of $35,000 a year. Does that not concern you?
Thank you, John.
It does concern us, and again, we will model the repayment of the mortgage to suit that family's income, which will include the common element, the insurance, and the taxes. It's all factored in. So if the mortgage ends up being, $400 a month or $450 a month because of the other external costs, that's what it takes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Skelly. Councillor Collins?
And I'm prepared to move to receive John's presentation, and I wanted to take this opportunity to thank John, because John's here not advocating for Hamilton Habitat for Humanity. He's here to advocate for the model that's contained within the report.
Thank you.
So there's no guarantee, certainly, that Habitat is part of this, but the fact that he's here today supporting the initiative, I think, speaks volumes to the value of what's in the report. And I want to thank John, who is here in a volunteer capacity. So he, like hundreds of others of people in this community, have volunteered their time to try to make inroads with our affordable housing issue. And on that file, which is a very difficult one, he's been doing it for years. There are people from his board who are here. There have been others before us in the past. And so I just wanted to thank John. I'm not certain that, the grilling that you've been through this morning is warranted, but your passion on this issue speaks volumes. You've done it for years, and I just wanted to say thank you. I'd move the receipt of the presentation at the appropriate time.
Thank you, and I have Mayor Eisenberger.
And so in the same vein, I'll second that motion if somebody hasn't done that already. And John and Habitat for Humanity has been doing great work in our community for many decades to break the cycle of poverty and provide equity. It's really about equity at the end of the day, and giving people an opportunity to participate in the home ownership that leads them out of the poverty realm that they may be facing. So I really appreciate the fact that someone's speaking to this issue, and I think John here is representing the affordable housing pool out there, the private sector, version that we need, participation from. It's not all about what we provide; it's what the private sector can provide and other organizations. So, continued great work, great fundraiser at the Tim Hortons Field the other day to continue to drive more funds into the organization and continued success in the work that you're doing. I think the organization is absolutely fantastic, and fully support your work and appreciate your being here speaking to this issue.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger, and I've allowed some latitude of getting more information about Homes for Habitat for Humanity. But I would like to know, I believe we have one more speaker. Please, questions for 7.1 or the presenter. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've been working with, and not only the good work that John does, and I want to reiterate what Councillor Collins indicated, but these are questions that not only we need to be asking, but certainly the community expects us to ask. So I'm not sure how it was characterized, but I think they're fair questions to be asking. Secondly, I am working with Options for Home, which is another affordable model, again, to address the very things you talk about. So there are a number of organizations that are taking interest in the City of Hamilton to do the very same thing. So it's laudable what you're presenting. I really appreciate what you're presenting. The only question I have, because you had indicated, and I needed some clarity on it, that somebody can actually buy out the mortgage. So how can you further explain that? So in this model on the waterfront, somebody finds himself promoted and making $200,000 a year, and they're now living in an affordable mortgage situation. Are they now have the ability to buy out their mortgage from Habitat and still live in the same home?
Through the chair. So if their income goes up substantially, then we obviously have to revisit that family's needs and the desirability of keeping them in the Habitat family. So those are things we haven't experienced yet, but, Sean, I don't know if you can add to that at all. Any? But you mentioned the Options model, and Options is a good model, but Options deals with one building that they own and they develop. It's not dispersed throughout the community. And the Options model, there's no qualifications like minimum, maximum income like Habitat does. So you and I could buy an Options apartment unit.
Thank you for that, John. But just to be clear, this is regarding Habitat for Humanity's presentation about this staff report. And Sean, thank you very much for coming down. Maybe if any other councillors would like to take this offline to understand more about your organization, I think that would be a wonderful idea, because it does not, at this point in time, we're going to be looking at 7.1. We're going to be looking at a whole gamut of friends and partners. So with all due respect, I would appreciate it if we took this offline. I had a motion. Do you have any other questions?
Chair, I certainly accept that. I think it's just better understanding the model.
Okay.
And I'm quite prepared to take offline and have that discussion.
Thank you, and you're welcome for the half-hour commercial there for you, for advertising. So moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Mayor Eisenberger, that we receive John Arian's presentation, and thank Sean and Tom for coming out today. We really appreciate you being here as well. Okay. All those in favor? Thank you, John. Okay, now we're getting to 7.1. And he leaves. So, West Harbour real estate solicitation process for Pier 8 lands, PED 14002C, citywide. There are 3 presentations for item 7.1. So at this point, I'd like to call down on Chris Phillips to provide the first presentation for item 7.1, Transforming Hamilton's Waterfront.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has First of all, it kind of dawned on me last night as I was preparing for this that it's probably been about a year and a half since the last time that we as a team stood up in front of you, in front of GIC, to give you an update on the waterfront. And to some councillors around the table, this actually may be the first time that we've, as a team, really kind of come up and given an overview of it. We're going to kind of, as Deputy Mayor stated, we're going to treat today's presentation in kind of 3 different segments. I'm up here first. I'm going to do a bit of an overview. I'm going to kind of give us a bit of a history lesson as to how we came to this point where we are, an overview of the waterfront redevelopment plan itself, and then highlight a few of the real key issues that have come up. Affordable housing is actually one of those issues, and I certainly thank the group from Habitat for Humanity for their thorough presentation. We're then going to have our consultants, Deloitte, Sheila Botting and Mr. John Campbell will come up and do a presentation as it relates to their experience and their suggestions and their recommendations as to how we move forward. And finally, Philbert Kim, who many of you have met along the way, is handling the West Harbour disposition strategy, and Philbert will come up and speak directly to the recommendations that you have before you. With that said, the audience is actually full of many members of staff. As all of you are aware, there's an enormous team from the City of Hamilton from a staff level that's been put together, led certainly from City Manager Chris Murray, Mr. Thorne as the SLT sponsor, the senior leadership team. But there's also a tremendous interdepartmental team that's been put together over the years. They span planning and economic development, public works, community emergency services, City Manager's office, corporate services, as well as support services from real estate, legal services, finance, and procurement specifically on this issue. I just would be remiss if I didn't recognize the full team. This is a picture from our opening of the boardwalk projects down at Piers 7 earlier on this summer, and of course Sheila and John, who you will meet earlier on. But I would be, I just want to make sure that I thank all of the people who are both here today supporting us, as well as all those who aren't here in the audience today. So first of all, let's kind of get a feel for the West Harbour itself. And this, as all of you are aware, is an aerial of kind of what a gateway really is to the city from the water, and that kind of typical skyline that you can see from the water. A lot of times from the city we use that aerial view from Sam Lawrence Park, from the escarpment looking out and then towards the downtown and out to the water. But this view here kind of gives that idea of what you can actually see coming off the water. And I'm certainly it certainly strikes me, certainly watching sporting events, I think for most people, that when you see stadium around the country, around North America, Toronto in particular, a lot of times you do see that image coming off the water and onto the downtown. And so I think it's important for us to kind of get that idea of the picture from the waterfront itself. And as many of you know, the key for the waterfront is that today is just another step along the way of the redevelopment of the West Harbour. And that started a long time ago, certainly before this, but a key date that really comes to mind is the date line between 85 and 92, where a large concerned citizens, concerned civic leaders, federal, provincial governments, civil servants, politicians, senior staff at the city came together and decided that it was time to actually remediate the harbour. And the first remedial action plan was set up in 1985 and 1992 to say to citizens of all Hamilton and all the area that we need to do something about the harbour. We need to clean up the waterfront within the harbour, and we need to kind of bring people back to the water's edge. And so the remedial action plan was established, and then kind of we moved on from there. And the works of which are still going on to this day and to great success. In the year 2000, the city actually negotiated an agreement with the harbour commissioners at the time to bring back lands as part of a settlement. The Piers 6, 7, and 8 lands were actually given from the federal government and given to the city of Hamilton. And as part of that process, from a planning side of things, the city of Hamilton then took that ball and said, let's figure out what the vision is that we want to do for these lands. And so they established the setting sail secondary plan that was established, kind of negotiated through 2000, 2003. It was approved by council in 2003 and is now the secondary plan for this particular area. And then moving on from that, there was a moment in the, or there was a part of the secondary plan that talked about creating a master plan for the area, mainly around the recreational aspects. And so in 2008 to 2010 and 2010, council endorsed and approved and has recently reapproved the city moving forward with the West Harbour Waterfront Recreational Plan. And it's the secondary vision that really implements setting sail from the upper level and for the areas from Bayfront Park all the way over to Pier 8. It establishes what that vision will be kind of moving forward. Oh, and what did I hit? Oh, there we go. Kind of started to panic there for a second. In 2012, the city actually established its first strategic plan, and there's the new strategic plan that was just passed as well. But very fundamental in the strategic plan, very clearly written in the strat plan, was a commitment to move forward on redevelopment of both the downtown and also the city waterfronts. And that really was the moment in time that city staff was given direction by council to really move ahead full forward in trying to implement this plan. And in 2014, council actually approved the goal of establishing a date to actually say by 2018, we want the lands of Pier 6, 7, and 8 to be development ready in this area. And finally, earlier on this year, council approved the key vision for the Pier 8 lands, that being the Pier 8 urban design study. As you can see, there's all sorts of different points in between these, but the point of this is to show that this is gradual movement, and today's recommendations are just the next step along that movement. And so therefore, what is the movement towards? It really is towards this visual. And this is the first time that we can kind of say that we've put together a visual that really starts to illustrate what the entire West Harbour can look like as we kind of go forward over the next few years. You can see up at the top or on the right the Barton Tiffany lands, the Pier 8 urban design study, the marina, as well as the area around the GO station. So you can start to see how this plan will actually look as we kind of move forward with this transformational change. But it should be remembered that on the whole plan is actually built along, and has always been built along, the foundation of public parks and open spaces within this area. And this rendering kind of shows first the green space that exists today. Central Park on the west, Bayfront Park, Pier 4 Park, also the areas where the skating rink is, and Williams, but the new parks that can actually be and are really part of our plan as well. Pier 6 and 7, the Promenade Park that stretches all the way around Pier 8, as well as the Gateway Park. And let's not forget the other anchor, the eastern anchor of the West Harbour front, that being the Eastwood Park, that has been integral to the community in this area, but will become even more vital as development happens on Pier 8. The other kind of key aspect, going all the way back to the RAP, was actually connecting people, connecting Hamiltonians and others directly to the water's edge. This trail network, most of which exists today, but will actually be enhanced and expanded over time, that will take you all the way from the Haida on the one side in the east, all the way over to Princess Point. And this will be enhanced very critically in the Pier 6, 7, and 8 area. 6 and 7 in particular, where people will actually have direct access to the water's edge, of which they've never had actually up to this point. Recreational boating in the area is a real key piece of both the heritage of the West Harbour, but also of how it grows, and we want to continue on with that aspect. This goes back to the Rec Master Plan, in which all of the boating clubs down there in particular are really a part of it, that they will continue to operate within the area, within the main basin in particular. But the actual expansion of this marina for new boaters is part of our plan as well. The marina will actually go from 300 slips up to about 700 slips over time, and you see in the visual there the expanded marina over time. The city-owned West Harbour Marina will see significant improvements as we invest over the coming years, starting this spring, or starting later on this fall, with new infrastructure, new shoreline rehabilitation, and the new marina itself. And then Leander Boat Club, Macassa Bay Yacht Club, and the Hamilton Bay Sail Club will all continue on within this area as well. Not to be forgotten is that part of the plan isn't all about new development. It's actually about utilizing some of the existing spaces, existing buildings that exist down there as well. The buildings of Sarcoa, the Waterfront Trust operations with Williams, the skating rink, the promenade, the parks that exist there. The two marina buildings in Pier 6 and 7 will remain and be retrofit. The building over at Central Park, 125 Barton, is planned to be remained as a public space as part of the Central Park redevelopment. So it is the idea of new development is working within some of the existing buildings that exist down there already. And lastly, it's really about facilitating new development. New development was always part of the key part of this endeavor right from the beginning of the city bringing back the lands in the year 2000. Setting sail was predicated on new development. It was predicated on new development in significant ways at Barton Tiffany and on Pier 8 in particular. From a city staff perspective, when we established the movement to move towards being development ready by 2018, it really was to try to drive and enhance these development opportunities as they existed. But keep in mind, as I've just said as well, these are all elements that were already planned. The development in this area was what the vision was that the city laid out going all the way back to the early 2000s. In particular, Pier 8, this is straight from the urban design study. You can see that you're all familiar with this photo or this image. It shows what Pier 8 can certainly be from a redevelopment aspect. But what doesn't kind of get, what gets lost sometimes as we start talking about the redevelopment is the new public spaces, the parks, and the greenway that are also predicated on this plan. And I think this image looking from the Haida going west really kind of shows how that promenade that wraps all the way around Pier 8, as well as the pedestrian greenway in the middle, are two new open spaces that will actually not only enhance this development, but will be fantastic places for Hamiltonians and visitors alike. From this vantage point, you can actually see where you could have spaces where you could look at the sun rise in the morning on the east and set over on the western side. When you put it all together, this is really what the image is that we're looking to enhance, that today's presentation, the report before you today, really allows you to take, although a key part or a key milestone along the way, this really is part of the jumping off point to experiencing that development down on Pier 8. As you've already heard in some of the discussion earlier on, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about some of the key issues that have emerged throughout our entire journey down here. I'm going to kind of take you through a couple of the high-level issues. One, I'm going to kind of look at the straight numbers and specifically also highlighting some of the municipal tax benefits. I'm going to say a couple of things about our community engagement program. I'm going to talk about the fact that although this is a fantastic site, fantastic opportunity, the reality is there are some constraints on this site as well. And last but not least, we're going to talk about the issue that certainly has dominated much of the discussion within the community, that being affordable housing. So by the numbers, this slide is really kind of gives you a high-level overview of what some of the numbers are. I'm going to kind of, I want to make sure I temper this by saying These are a good illustration from what we know today of what the numbers are within this area. Although it's all obviously going to be predicated on market conditions at the time, it's also going to be predicated on exactly what is physically built. But what we're talking about here is about 12.5 hectares of land on Pier 8. 5.44 hectares of land is divided into 9 development blocks. When you take all that down and you use setting sail, the policy documents that are there, it comes to about 1.3 million square feet of total gross floor area within the entire development. It's anywhere between 1,260 and 1,600 residential units, depending on how the blocks are actually developed itself. It's about 140,000 square feet of leasable commercial and institutional space. And the plan from the urban design study also has about 1,422 parking spaces. From a quantum aspect, we would expect that the development of this would generate anywhere between $600 and $700 million worth of private sector sales revenue, about 15 to 22 million in private sector commercial revenue. From a municipal tax side of things, we've done a calculation both with Deloitte using the urban design study as well as our finance people. We've estimated that's about 8 to 9 million per year, and this is just the municipal portion at full build out. And over the course of 2020 to 2030, if we were to assume that the full build-out will take place over those 10 years, it's about $44 to $46 million in actual municipal tax that would be created from that. The other key piece to remember about this area, goes back to some of the slides previous, is that we are not selling all of Pier 8. We are only looking to sell, as part of the solicitation process, the development blocks. And that represents about 22.5% of the entire space. The open space actually represents 38.6% of the rest of it as well. So from an overall concept, I think setting sail, when it actually laid out the block pattern, when it laid out some of the things that it did, it actually really did strike a really good balance between development opportunity and the other aspects that Pier 8 can present itself to all Hamiltonians. Mr. Murray actually used this slide last week at a presentation. I thought that it was kind of a relevant slide to show that as we look at the municipal tax and we look at the municipal tax shift, this development down there will actually, of course, only enhance the shift that you do see in property assessment value throughout the city. And Mr. Murray's slide that he looked at this as well kind of does show that obviously the wards 1 and 2 area, when you include Barton Tiffany and Pier 8, will again start to show that shift happening as this development increases, give or take about $600 to $700 million worth of new assessment value over 10 years down here in the area. Community engagement. Community engagement is a key foundation to what we've done over the last year and a half. By the numbers, you can kind of see, I'm not going to spout all the numbers, but we have engaged a whole host of people over the past year and a half or so. But it would, and I do want to give credit to the entire team, but Deidre Beintma, who's in the audience here, has been the person who has led the community engagement initiative for the last 9 months and has done a fantastic job getting out and visiting every area of the city to engage people. But I do want to point out that although we do take pride in the engagement that we did take, there were some re-emerging themes that constantly come up that makes it really difficult, quite frankly, from the staff perspective when we go out to community engagement. And I'd be remiss if I didn't actually highlight these to kind of show the key element that there is no unanimity in the community on what to do in this area. There are people who like our plans. There are people who vehemently dislike our plans. There are people who think that we've been engaging well. There are people who believe that it's just a whitewash, that we already know what we're going to do. I'm not here to kind of try to say one side right or one side's not. or even to defend staff in our program that we put forward. But I would be remiss if I didn't kind of just be straight up and honest that our community engagement to date has had this balancing act that we as staff are really trying to figure out, and you see that kind of out in some of our recommendations. And it really is kind of these themes. We're trying to balance neighborhood-specific issues with city building issues. How does Pier 8 affect the local community, the local streets, the people who live a stone's throw away, versus how do we make it be much more than what it is today, and be a whole city building initiative? How do we stay consistent with past plans, setting sail, the rec master plan, all of the engagement that took place over decades to get us with today, with new people who come out from the community today and want to revisit those plans. Great example on Pier 8 is one of the first meetings we had was the idea, why don't we just turn it into a park? So again, it's trying to gain that kind of balance between that wasn't part of the plan that led us down this. The whole idea of broad community meetings versus small groups that can really kind of get to the heart of the matter. Public education versus engagement, and certainly a mix of the tools. I think when you build it all down, the bottom line there that I kind of wrote up on the screen is building trust between the city and the community is key. I think our progress on the community engagement has certainly built some of that trust. I'm not here today to say that the community in general would be totally trusting of us, but I do think we've moved the ball down the field, and I'm sure that Twitter will decide whether or not I have that right or wrong as we kind of move forward. I do want to kind of point out some of the constraints. So not only is this site a fantastic site, and we all know that, I do want to make mention, though, that history has also constrained this site. And I don't say this to mean that these are negatives per se. I want to make sure that we're all clear, however, that these constraints actually exist. This is not a greenfield site in the middle of somewhere that's never been touched, that doesn't have constraints to it. Let's start with setting sail. It's the policy plan. It actually lays some very significant limits on the site. It gives very prescriptive formulas to height and to density. It also gives a very specific layout to the open space and the land use. I'm not saying whether that's good or bad, and neither are any of the speakers that we're saying. It's just, it's the plan that we've predicated everything on, and it does give constraints to it. If you were to kind of look at other places that go through developments like this, a lot of times they will develop this type of plan in concert with when they're looking to develop it, as opposed to what we've done here, which is setting sail was determined back in the early 2000s, and now we're at 2016, and potentially the market has changed slightly. It's not to say that we're not recommending at all that we move away from setting sail, just that we recognize the constraints. From an engineering standpoint, if you remember back to 2012, I guess, when I stood up here on the servicing study, this site actually does have some engineering constraints. It's physically right on the water table. What that really means for practical sense is that you cannot put underground parking on the site. So you have no underground parking combined with an 8-story height limit is you have a constraint. Soil remediation, although we are looking at this and we don't believe it's an onerous amount, there definitely is a constraint. It's a site that was former landfill. And then there is a parking constraint. The fact that the development blocks are the way they are, the fact that you can't go underground for underground parking, it adds for a constraint as it relates to parking. The Hamilton condo market, and notwithstanding the slide that we showed earlier on of the fact that prices in the lower city are actually going, Hamilton's condo market is still developing. It's still fairly small. The condo, especially apartment condos, is still a fairly small portion of the overall housing starts that the city has. It's not to say that the sites that are out there today, both at building permit stage and at the planning stage, aren't viable. It's just to say that that market doesn't go from 300 a year absorption of units of that type of housing to 1,000 overnight just because you build them. So it is a market that has to evolve over time. And the phased-in site, on the revenue side, it's also important to remember that the per square foot on revenue is not the same here in Hamilton as it would be in other parts of the GTHA. Lastly, the fact that this is obviously a multiple stage project, multiple building blocks will require about a 10-year build out over time. So again, that adds a constraint to it as well. The blocks are defined and the fact that you will build this over time. Affordable housing. So you've actually already had much of this debate, and I certainly thank John, Sean, and Tom from Habitat for not just their support, but certainly their words in articulating affordable home ownership. As was discussed, affordable housing is certainly the issue that we heard over and over again. In the packages, in the appendices, you have reports from our community engagement that clearly talk about how affordable housing became kind of the predominant issue that we talked about over time. And so as we started to look at how we would take these lands to market and the solicitation process that we would kind of put forward to you today, we certainly had many discussions as to how affordable housing fits within that. I thought that it was critical, and for some of you realize that I actually started my career at the city with housing, and the housing continuum was something that was developed not back then, but was really kind of coming to the fore. And that affordable housing really kind of matters in this context to how you define it. And in this particular case, we're going all the way from absolute homelessness all the way to what we call private market affordable home ownership, in which Habitat for Humanity is just one model of it. Options for Homes certainly has been mentioned as another one. I'll give you a whole other one, which is actually the Daniels Group has their own self-funded program that they actually do in Toronto. I believe it's called First Stop or First Time or something along that lines. When we looked at the numbers, we looked at the site, we looked at the constraints, and we started to crunch numbers as to the impact that affordable housing could have on Pier 8. Staff landed on the fact that a 5% number was probably the percentage that makes the most sense on this site. And secondarily, the part that actually makes sense within the continuum to look at for this site is affordable home ownership. So not to steal the thunder of some of the questions that were asked earlier on, but I kind of developed this slide to kind of say, so what is affordable home ownership and what's it mean for this site? And what's it mean as it relates to this particular recommendation that's as part of it? And actually, it just so happens that our own housing people in their reports, both as part of the action plan, but I believe as part of the municipal services, does define affordable home ownership. We have a definition that says housing units with a sale price of at least 10% below the median resale value of a home. And every month, the Realtors Association comes out and produces a report that you see on your left, I guess, that kind of breaks down for Hamilton, Burlington, as well as the broader market that they serve, as to what the median sales price is within there. We looked at what we would mainly talk about. Obviously, these are going to be condominiums, so that we're trying to compare apples to apples. And so in September, it was 271.5. 10% below that's a unit, therefore, of about 244.3. If you use just any of those calculators that are online, mortgage kind of calculators, all things being equal, you would need about a $70,000 to $75,000 annual income or annual household income, if it was to be able to carry this particular mortgage using typical assumptions that you would use kind of going down there. The average, what kind of struck me by this was in the ward profiles based on the 2011 census, the average household income in Hamilton is $76,742. So all things being equal, I think what we're proposing here, what's slated here in the recommendation, or this idea of affordable home ownership, really allows for the idea of making Pier 8 affordable to some degree for the average Hamiltonian that's making an average income. This is not for deep discounted affordable housing. We are not proposing rent geared to income. On the same token, we're not advocating that we don't look at the affordable housing issue itself at all, but that we try to take a balanced approach and look to see that this could be an area that we would kind of land on this. With that said, I'm going to, I think what we'll do is we'll take questions if there are any for our presentation, realizing, however, that both representatives from Deloitte as well as Filbert will get into both the market dynamics as the case of Deloitte and where they see our recommendations, and Filbert will actually go to the recommendations.
We're going to wait till all the presentations are over, and then we'll ask them collectively, and that way if we have people who need to leave, they can leave.
Fair enough.
So thank you very much. So I would like to call on... So
I'm going to introduce Sheila Botting, which is Deloitte's National Real Estate Lead, and Mr. John Campbell. John's a consultant on to himself as well. But John is the former CEO and president for, give or take, about 11 years, I think, right? 13 years of Waterfront Toronto, who we reached out as part of the consulting team in order to help us with this assignment.
I'm sorry, Chris, can you just please reiterate? I have Sheila Botting as the first presenter, and John, what's your last name again?
Campbell.
Campbell, thank you.
It's good. It's just a PDF, so I think I just took page down. It's PDF. It's good. How am I going to push down here? Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, we're okay to start the presentation?
Voila.
Voila. Thank you so much. I can tell you that we're very thrilled to be taking, Pier 8 to the next level. Many of you have heard of us speaking over the last few years about the whole waterfront transformation and the opportunities here for Hamilton. And so we're very excited to be here to talk about what those opportunities can be. We've mentioned John Campbell, the former CEO of Waterfront Toronto, who I've worked with for over 20 years now, which is quite a while. So when it came to some of the tactical questions and things that we thought might be addressed today, that we're actually going to have John present kind of the art of the deal and various components as they would come forward. So, certainly Chris has presented a wonderful outline with respect to what Pier 8 is and what it represents. Let me just put on our lens for a little bit to be able to say, what does this mean? Obviously, for the City of Hamilton, it's a wonderful city building opportunity. It's a prime asset that'll be a catalyst for the entire waterfront transformation. Certainly, the parklands and the infrastructure that have been put into place are a wonderful opportunity. Then you say to the development community, what does that actually mean? The development community will look at these 9 parcels and they will say, how can we get this into production? How can we make this happen? How can we form a great partnership with the City of Hamilton? So when you look at 30 acres and 9 blocks and some 1.3 million square feet of development space and up to 1,600 units, that offers an opportunity for that community. So obviously over the next decade, there'll be a tremendous investment on behalf of the City of Hamilton and the development community that you ultimately choose for this project. In setting out the guiding principles for this whole development framework, given that it's a long-term opportunity, we've identified 4 key principles that will help you through your decision-making framework as you select a development partner, but also, whether to go left or go right as you're making various decisions through the piece. The key will be the partnership that you select right from the beginning. Identifying a viable and valuable partner that you can have trust in, that shares your vision for the long-term development. The vision that Chris set forth earlier with respect to the entire West Harbour and waterfront lands is outstanding, represents a great opportunity for this area. So having a partner that shares that commitment to that vision is very important. And setting sails is, of course, the guiding document. Secondly, the transparency through the process. You've had tremendous community meetings, tremendous engagement on behalf of council, through all of the committee structures, and certainly city staff. That engagement through to transparency is a very important element. So as you go forward into the marketplace to work with a partner, having that transparency as you make certain decisions, we believe is critical. And the next 2 pieces we believe are kind of taking you up over to the next step. The creativity of the development partners, and the innovation that you bring to that development. You could set up a box, a series of boxes with number of units in each box and say we're good to go. That's really not what we're looking for this development. It's about working with the community to say, how can we come up with incredible design intent to be able to bring to vision, or help us to bring our vision for setting sail and for the Piers overall development. And then city building. It would be wonderful if suddenly people realize that Hamilton is in business for waterfront development. Every developer across the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area loves waterfront. They think it's great. So this represents a real viable opportunity to engage in that city building for the overall decision. So now we land with key decisions, and this is, I'm going to start walking you through the process, and then turn it over to John to talk about the anatomy of a transaction. So how you go to market, how you approach the development community, it will very much kind of guide who you engage with and what it looks like. So you could right away say, here's our Pier 8, let's go straight to a request for proposal, get bids, we're good to go, done, and evaluate based on a number of criteria. That process would not allow you to engage input on behalf of the development community and allow you to gain further information. Through this whole process, you've been building upon information to guide where you're going. And so that process does not allow you to do that. The exact other extreme is to simply put the lands on the market for sale with a broker, maximize value, you're good to go. Other government agencies would do that. You've certainly seen Canada Lands and Infrastructure Ontario take that approach to some of their surplus assets. This is not about a surplus asset. This is about city building and building for the future of Hamilton. So therefore, we've recommended option number 2, which is really the request for qualifications, and I'll come back in a minute as to what would be included in that document, followed by the request for proposals. So it's a 2-tiered process. The first one is you're going to the development community, you're saying, would you like to come to the dance? We have a wonderful opportunity, and you'll get them to actually prepare some documentation about their capacity. Then once you've come forward with a shorter list of that, you actually go through the details with respect to the terms and conditions and the development parameters. So we like option 2, and it's that recommendation that we come forward with for the city overall, and also working with staff. The next question or decision you have to make is the offering strategy. How do you actually go to market? What is it that you offer? You could take each block out one at a time and go to market. And so there's smaller property bundles that would go to market. Or you could sell the entire parcel, offering 9 parcels to one developer. We prefer or recommend the first option, in that selling the entire parcel, engaging with one partner for the total vision, allows you to very clearly set your vision. You can say, here's what we would like to achieve for the City of Hamilton. Who's able to work with us through that process? Who has the financial capacity, the creativity, the innovation, the city building opportunity to be able to work with us through that entire development? By going on block by block, you could have many different visions and less control over the process, and many different financial constraints that may impede the overall vision for the development. Hence, at the end of the study, we've recommended selling the whole parcel to a developer, but selling it on a staged basis, or working with them through a staged program, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Setting sail is a wonderful vision, and Chris articulated the setting sail vision for this area. It's truly a great vision to bring together green spaces with, development of new opportunity. Chris also identified constraints to setting sail, and some of those constraints, just slightly tweaked, would offer potentially some opportunities for you through the development process. So as we work through the next phases with the specific developers and or the development community, if you have minor variations to that, it might provide a better opportunity for the City of Hamilton overall. So yes, we'll absolutely recommend setting sail as as part of the vision, part of the future. Everybody will respond based on that basis. But no, again, as Chris mentioned, some of those constraints may actually finesse some of the true development opportunity. So we suggest the slight variation might be something you would consider as you progress through the process itself. Affordable housing has been a wonderful conversation that we've engaged in for quite a while now with the city, and I'd like to compliment city staff. You know, being able to, certainly Deloitte is great at running the calculations, running the models, so every time we had a different question with respect to affordability, what does this scenario look like or that scenario look like, through that process, city staff has asked us to essentially run the calculator based on the various development options, development pro formas. And so as a result of that, we believe the city is very well armed with respect to making a decision for affordable housing. Whatever the choice is, whatever the policy decision is, in the RFQ document, as was mentioned earlier, you have to set forth that requirement in the RFQ document. Whenever the development community comes forward to respond to something like that, the no surprises approach is always the best approach. So whatever from a policy decision you choose to go down, whatever option that would be, no surprises, put it out there right through the RFQ process. And the 5% suggestion earlier is a solid recommendation for that. I'll turn it over to John Campbell now to talk about the anatomy of a deal.
Thanks, Sheila. Thank you, councillors. I think it's clear from what Sheila has told you, you're not really just looking for a buyer. It's not about real estate development. You're not just selling real estate on the waterfront. You're looking for a partner. You're looking to get the best value from the land, and that's not just about the monetary value. That's about the city building aspect. So that's really clear, and I think cities around the world, waterfronts around the world, are now cottoning on to this, whether it's Waterfront Toronto or Sydney Harbour, where I've also been involved, are thinking about how to create a waterfront that's part of a city building initiative, not just hawking real estate land. So that's really important to what you're doing, and we certainly support it. So, but with this stage process, you need some kind of mechanism to ensure that your objectives are maintained over that period of time. It could be 10 years or longer. So that's quite a period of time, and things can change. So you need some tool to do that, and the tool typically is called a development agreement. You know, looking at long-term revenue streams on a stage basis coming in, you're looking at expenses for infrastructure over time, and Chris has highlighted the cost of working down there in, you know, no geotechnical bearing capacity, water tables and so forth. So there's big items to worry about there. And you need to have a pricing relationship that really ensures that as you go along, you can also pick up the value that you're helping to create with a developer. So in fact, on the stage basis, you want some formulaic basis that says as land value increases over time, as it certainly will, then you get your share of that as well. So you're not sort of locking in 10-year land at today's price. Some of the key considerations, you know, providing that progressive takedown of land, but also making sure that developers just don't sit on it in a land bank. That's critical. Restricting access to zoning changes, A, O, and B. When you sell land to somebody, you don't want him taking you to the O and B right away. So the development agreement can constrain what they can do insofar as design changes and zoning changes and so forth. You want to ensure compliance with your own design review panel. That's key. You want to address the housing, affordable housing issues, because again, if you're city building, you need to think about how you create this community and not just build an enclave for the uber rich. How do you mix that in? And I think Chris's suggestion of 5% ownership is a good one. You also want to control waterfront animation issues. I mean, one of the quickest ways to sterilize waterfront is basically to allow residential at grade. You need public uses, community uses, you know, retail, that kind of thing on the water's edge to make sure you're building some there that makes others want to come down there. You can see cities around the world, and I've seen a lot of them where they've built residential at the water's edge, and it just absolutely sterilized the land. You want to define some asset management issues. You may want to make sure that the retail is clustered and not sold individually to individual shop owners. And you also have other city issues that you want to make sure they comply with over a 10-year time frame. You've got public realm down there, the marina, you have events. And lastly, of course, you want to determine what your termination rights are. If the developer doesn't work out, how do you basically disengage, take back the land, and start again with somebody else? So the development agreement becomes really the operating principle for your long-term relationship. It's like a marriage contract, effectively. You basically dictate on how you're going to run, both parties, how they're going to operate and develop that land. So with that, I'll turn it back to Sheila.
Thanks, John. I think one of the things that when we've done some work together, you've always talked about the pageantry of the waterfront and having all the many uses coming together across the waterfront to excite and delight people so that they want to use the waterfront frequently. And I think that that's been a really great guiding principle. But having the mechanics, having the development agreements in place to ensure that you're able to achieve that, along with the vision for the City of Hamilton, is really important. So then you look at the RFQ document and process itself, and then how you would actually evaluate that RFQ document. I'll quickly run through the 8 high-level topics that we would address for that. Obviously, having the teams that submit identify their corporate profile and the team. The individuals on the team, are they committed to the success of this project, and do they have previous experience like this? Not everybody has development experience of this size and magnitude along the waterfront. So that's a really important criteria. Vision alignment. The development community, there's different types of developers. There's the production developers, get in, get out as fast as possible, versus those that might say, we understand the vision for the City of Hamilton, we understand setting sails, we're absolutely aligned with what that looks like to the pageantry of the waterfront and city building. Having the project experience, projects that would combine all of the elements that we've been speaking about all morning is very important. And then financial capacity. The financial capacity is essentially a yes-no question, but do you have the depth of resources to be able to deliver against this project? Creativity, as we mentioned earlier, not just building a series of boxes, but actually building some things that are very, very exciting. And both John and I have been very active in multiple projects that have lots of creativity and will layer on innovation to those. The other piece is environmental sustainability, both for a community level and or for a building level. There'll be a number of factors that you'll look to evaluate through the process, the pros and cons of each of those factors that will need to be embedded. We've had the affordability discussion at great length, so I'll defer that one, but obviously putting it into the RFQ is really important to the no surprises solution. And then design excellence, being able to deliver exactly what you set forth at the beginning, making sure you've got the right architects and full service team available to be able to deliver against the project. So these would be the overall types of elements that you would include in the RFQ. You'd go to the development community and you'd hope to receive 10, 20, 30 responses to that. These elements are typically fairly straightforward for that community to be able to respond to in situations like this. The RFP, you'd shortlist some 3 to 5 from that and then proceed to the RFP. It's very expensive for developers to respond to the RFP, so that's why we'd prefer to have a much shorter list so that they can actually put everything to it and they know that there's a good groundwork in place toward that. So that would be it for our presentation, and I would like to have Philbert come up and share his piece as well before I guess we proceed with questions through to the chair.
Sorry. Thank you.
Good morning. Give me a second here and I'll just put up my presentation. Madam Chair, are we ready to go?
All right. Ready.
All right. Thank you. Firstly, thanks to esteemed members of this committee and welcoming fellow staff, members of the media and the public, and special thanks to Chris, Sheila, and John for setting the groundwork for my presentation. As they've alluded to, my portion of this morning's proceedings is to present the actual recommendations that come from report PED 14002C, which is our recommendations specific to the solicitation process and offering strategy for the West Harbour real estate solicitation process for Pier 8 lands. As you will see in the report and summarized here on the slide, basically what the reason we're here today this morning is to ask for this committee's approval to move forward with a process that I will further explain, but it's a multi-phase solicitation process. What we're asking for is approval in principle of the entire process, but really the go-ahead to actually start that ball rolling with the first phase. Part and parcel of that, we have made some recommendations in the staff report that refer to some of the sort of procedural or protocol pieces that include engaging a fairness monitor to preside and monitor over the proceedings of the entire solicitation process, the selection of an evaluation committee who will ultimately be tasked with the evaluation and final recommendation of who the shortlist and the ultimate finalists will be with whom we'll negotiate a deal. And as I said, the first stage really is, the formal stage is what we call a request for qualifications process. So it is a pre-qual process where we're inviting interested bidders from the private development community to come out and put their hat in the ring, so to speak, and let us know that they're interested. Also included in this approval would be approval to advance the RFQ process through to a shortlist phase that ultimately between staff and the evaluation committee would be authorized to be able to name the shortlist proponents. In addition to that, I'll be talking about what Sheila actually had referred to as the offering strategy. These are certain elements of the actual process or what are the opportunity that is being presented to the marketplace. These are early stage signals, so to speak, that we have to give to the market, or we feel we need to give to the market, to give them some idea as to how interested they are in the opportunity itself and whether or not they may actually self-select themselves out of the process if they feel that the conditions that we're putting out there just don't meet their needs or desires. Lastly, as you see in the staff report, we will be returning to this committee and to council with recommendations specific to the RFP evaluation criteria. So the RFP is the second phase that follows after the RFQ. So prior to actually releasing the RFP to the shortlist proponents, we will be coming back to this committee and to council for approval on what will be contained in the RFP. So many of you may have seen this slide previously. It was floated out to the West Harbour Development Subcommittee. It's a graphic that we've been using throughout the summer as we do engagements with the public as well. We want members of this committee to understand that what you see before you in the staff report is really the culmination of a lot of different avenues of research that we've engaged in over the last number of months, even going all the way back to when we talk about the public input and the public engagement as far back as mid-2015 when we were talking about the urban design study. What we wanted to do was be able to present a balanced recommendation to this committee and to council that incorporates the opinions from the public, opinions from industry as well as the technical input that comes from our own staff in different areas of expertise, our consultants who have done great work for us, as well as some other research that we've done talking with other municipalities and other public bodies who have been through something similar, and hearing what their experiences are and recognizing that we're not inventing the wheel. What we're doing is that we're taking the best parts of other wheels and hopefully building something that fits for this particular process and fits for the city of Hamilton. I'm going to go through fairly at a high level and fairly quickly through the three pieces because the appendices of the staff report have a lot of the detail specific to the three tranches of research, so I don't want to get too bogged down by that. But in terms of the best practices that we looked at, we talked to a number of different municipalities or other public or quasi-government bodies that have been through a similar type of process. Similarity basically means that they had a significant piece of land, that they wanted to engage with the private real estate development industry that would ultimately involve or result in a transaction where the city or public agency got some sort of benefits out of it, but ultimately it was in the end a private market deal. Also similar to our Pier 8 lands, a number of these are waterfront lands, they're brownfield sites, they're urban locations, and they're mixed use for the most part. So that's how they are comparable to our Pier 8. In talking with those municipalities and organizations, what we're ultimately heard from them are a number of different messages, but at a high level, really the three themes are: this is a relationship first and foremost, because of the long-term nature of how this entire development will phase out. So finding the right partner is really, and use of the word partner isn't necessarily to mean that it'll ultimately be a corporate partnership per se, a shareholder or a joint venture, but it really is a relationship, and we do think of it as a partnership, and making sure in that case that there's mutual interest in having, mutual vested interest in having each other's objectives being met and being fair and equal and balanced being an important piece of it. The other major theme was transparency. All being public bodies recognize that this is a process that we're going to be going through that is going to be in the public realm. It'll be in the public eye. It'll be not just the general public, but also to the private industry as well, as they want to know that this is a fair, transparent, and open process, and that this city ultimately, they get the sense that the city of Hamilton is a fair-dealing municipality in terms of how it runs these types of processes. Lastly, the piece of advice that we heard from just about everyone we talked to was make sure that you're clear about what your desired outcomes are. What we want to be sure through this process as we move down, especially to the RFP phase, is that we're being clear about our intentions, we're being clear about what our desired outcomes are, but we're not necessarily dictating what we think the tactics that we believe that should be used to reach those outcomes should be. We think that, so sort of tied to that is this idea of innovation, because ultimately, in the end, we're a municipality, we're not developers, so we should allow developers who do this day in and day out to come forward with their ideas and expertise as to how they can bring an innovative solution for our city that ultimately meets our objectives. So it's about being clear about and articulating what our desired outcomes are. Public consultation, Chris had previously mentioned and gave some stats about how much public engagement we've been doing, just in terms of touch points since May 2015, which was the sort of kickoff of the urban design study. There's been 46 touch points with the community. Those take the form of monthly meetings, conversation couches, PICs. As Chris had mentioned, my colleague Deidre, who's been out and about throughout the entire city, going to having engagement booths at different community events, and raising awareness that this project is coming in the pipeline. And specific to our solicitation strategies, so that actually informed this particular staff report, we did hold a series of workshops with the public that we invited members of the public who were willing to commit some more focused time and effort to give us their opinions as to what they felt were important in terms of some of the, as I said, the articulating what the desired outcomes and objectives are in terms of principles and things like that. So we did have a turnout of 37 participants from around the city who did participate in that. The results of that are, I believe, in Appendix D of the staff report, so you'll be able to see that there. But at a very high level, what came from that was actually not really much surprise. I think it's just a continuation of themes that we had heard previously, which is that the city should aim for a balance between a land sale price and community benefits. Chris has mentioned previously in his presentation, you know, when you talk about constraints and you talk about selling land and things like that, ultimately in the end, yes, there is an impact to what the price will be, the more constraints that you potentially put on it. Now, that's not to say, though, that the impact is a one-to-one dollar value. Therefore, you know, meaning that if a developer feels that they're going to fall short by $1 million on their potential revenues, that they're necessarily going to take $1 million off the price. An important piece of all of this is to recognize that competition ultimately what we're proposing through this process is a competitive process, and leveraging that competitive environment is going to result in the best outcomes for the city. Moving on, the priorities that we have previously heard: affordability, environmental sustainability, family-friendly options, and appropriate commercial uses for the local area, I think are all no surprise to us. And then with regards to actually helping us with the recommendation, or helping to inform the recommendation that is contained in the staff report with respect to affordable housing being of a home ownership nature, what we actually did here, those public consultations from that workshop specifically, is that there was a wide variety of people who said that different business models and tenures are actually possible, and in fact preferred if we could even provide a mix. So there was no unanimous feeling that it had to be of one particular form or style. Lastly, as I said, we did take the opportunity over the summer months to also talk with members of the development industry themselves, because we want to make sure that when we bring this process to market, that there's going to be interest. Ultimately, in the end, as I said, leveraging a competitive process is really the best way to get maximum benefits for the city. And so we want to ask the members of the industry themselves what they thought of our vision, what they thought of setting sail, what they thought of the urban design study, what they thought of some of the potential constraints that we might float out there as part of the process. And we were actually very lucky that we got a great selection of participants. I think you'll see them identified in Appendix E of the staff report. It's the full detail of the market soundings. But we had a group of 8 very qualified groups that come from the real estate community, whether they be REITs, real estate operating companies, investors like pension funds and other financial institutions, as well as private developers, who all gave their opinions. And I guess whether good or bad, there was actually quite a wide range of opinion on pretty much every topic. What that did tell us, though, is that really depending on who the group is, everyone has their own different tolerances for risk, their own objectives for returns, and what it does mean is that there's no specific one right way to bring this to market. But the thing that we did here, and you'll see here, there's on some of the issues, some of the opinion that came out, but the one common message we did here is that developers are most interested in participating in the process that they think is going to be fair, open, equitable, that as Sheila had said, no surprises is an important piece of that, and that we would be looking to them to share their expertise and bring their innovative ideas, because as developers, they are inventors. They're creatives who actually come up with ideas and solutions, and for them, that's where they've built their name and their reputation and their brand of being able to bring something that's new and exciting to the market. So they want to be able to participate in a process where they can be innovative. So bringing this all together and building off of what some of the work that Deloitte had done for us in their recommendations, we've established our guiding principles for developing the solicitation process specifically. Now, you may have heard in the past of guiding principles that are contained in setting sail. Those would be guiding principles that would ultimately be used to help evaluate a proposal that would come in to ensure that it adhered to setting sail. We're talking about guiding principles that informed and helped to shape, or was the framework for our solicitation process itself. So every time we thought about a recommendation or how the process might be set up, we asked ourselves these 4 questions. Does the process help us find the best fit partners? From a transparency standpoint, will the process be perceived as fair, open, and competitive by both the public and private industry? In terms of innovation, as we had previously heard, does the process promote creativity and innovation? And in terms of city building, the question we ask is, can we leverage lands for more than just sale price? You've heard my colleagues previously talk about, this is more than just putting up a for sale sign and looking for a check to be written. We have an opportunity here to use Pure 8 to do some real city building here, and pieces of that include community benefits. I think many of the ones that we've already been discussing, but also too, I want to point out two others. The other one is control over outcomes. I think that's probably going to be pretty important to all members of the committee and council who are sitting here today, because we need to recognize that, John had quite succinctly sort of explained that how you sort of begin to create a contractual relationship with a developer. A lot of that contractual all those clauses that will ultimately end up in that contract really speak to the idea of control. This isn't a one and done deal where, although we will be coming forth to the market to do a single deal with a single winning proponent, the idea ultimately is that it's a partnership, as we have previously said, and that means vested interests, that each other's vested interests are maintained. And I think for the city's perspective, maintaining a degree of control over the long-term vision, the long-term outcomes, is an important piece of that. The other piece to city building too is, and related to long-term, is this idea of value capture. And when we use the term value capture, we mean the fact that the first building to go to the ground is inevitably going to be one building amongst a sea of asphalt. Really, we know that's out there. But as the project develops out, the remaining pieces of land become increasingly more intrinsically valuable, and we want to, as a city, be able to participate in that value uplift. So when we say value capture, that's what we're referring to. So in terms of the actual process itself that we're recommending within the staff report, it's a multi-phase solicitation process, very much in line with what our peers, who we had looked at their best practices, had done, using a lot of the input that came from the work from Deloitte, as well as a lot of process that we actually already have here in the city. So just so you know, this process here is not dissimilar at all to the biosolids project. So that was a very large, complicated deal, a lot of sort of commercial pieces to it. So we very much have a set of protocols for how this type of process is done, and many of the pieces and the protocol pieces that are woven in here actually will follow those established protocols that already exist. So we are recommending a pre-qualification phase, or an RFQ, request for qualifications, which will ultimately end in a short list of bidders or shortlist proponents. At that stage, very much in line with what Deloitte was saying, we'll be asking a number of questions, asking the interested parties to really talk about who they are. This isn't about talking about the price or their concept at this phase. This is really about them being able to articulate why they think that they deserve to be our partner in this process. Following that, then, that short list of proponents would be invited to a request for proposals phase. That's where you really get into the meat of the what, and what your concept is, what the financial bid is, all the pieces with regards to whether they're meeting the requirements that we lay out for them in terms of response and submission requirements, whether they be related to specific policy directions like affordable housing, or also related to just their design and their concept and their vision alignment with us. And then the last stage would be negotiation, and that's very similar to the slide that John Campbell was speaking about, which is really the anatomy of the deal. And that's where a lot of the detail of how the relationship gets captured and the contractual rights and obligations. So that's, I'll go through it. I guess I kind of already talked about it, but this is the RFQ stage here. As I'll reiterate, we are seeking approval to start this phase, so that would be part of the approvals that are coming forth in this staff report. And as I said, it's focusing on the who, not the concept or price. The request for proposals, as previously mentioned. So our intent, we recognize that an RFP is quite a customized document. You can't just pull an RFP off a shelf. You can't just borrow someone else's RFP documents and just use them. The RFP really contains a lot of different pieces that will be customized to our particular project. They may require the proponents, as part of the submission, to actually carry out some exercises that help to illustrate how they align with what our requirements are. They'll be asked to present a financial bid, talk about what their financing, project delivery, proposals, and things like that, as well as, important to note, as John had been saying, a master development agreement, which is where the real detail of the contractual obligations are. Our intent would be at this stage to actually present all proponents with a draft master development agreement that would be in our form, which would basically outline in black and white what we feel as a city we would need and want, and then ask the proponents to actually comment back as to how they feel about a number of those clauses, which is actually a great way to do it because it puts them sort of in the position to react to us rather than us react to them. And we can get a good sense as to who will be most open to having amicable negotiations when we get to that stage. But as stated, we will be returning back to this committee and to council in April 2017 to talk more about the RFP, especially with regards to, or specifically with regards to the evaluation criteria itself. So what that scorecard would look like, and ultimately what the weightings of those criteria would be. And then as noted here, transaction negotiation, so these are all the pieces. And just as a reminder, I guess, that it's really only at this stage when you enter into these contracts, ultimately when the city is completely committed. And then as John had pointed out, within those contracts, there will be termination rights. So I know that there's always the question of where are the off-ramps going to be, and I'll get to that. And there are going to be checkpoints here with this committee and with council, so that you'll see where those checkpoints will be during the solicitation process. And then ultimately, when these contracts are entered into, they will contain termination rights as well. So other considerations that have been mentioned is the idea of a fairness monitor and an evaluation committee. As noted, these are two elements that, when talking with our peers, we had heard are quite important to be including as part of the transparency objective. And as I'd stated, these are evaluation committees we use all the time in our procurements, large and small. So there's no magic formula there. Fairness monitor, as noted in the biosolids P3 project, we did use a fairness monitor as well. So we do have some protocols as to how to go about doing that, and we would obviously engage through a typical RFP process to get that person in place. In terms of high-level timing, so all the pieces that I've sort of laid out, as I said, if given approval to move forward with this process, we would seek to launch the RFQ stage early in 2017. We're really saying January 2017 when we say Q1, because we would like to, we have been getting asked by many different people when this is coming, and of course developers themselves are also very eager to participate. We will be coming back to this committee and council in Q2, April 2017, to talk more about the evaluation criteria specific to the RFP. Shortly after that, then, we would be able to announce our shortlist and then release the RFP to that shortlist based on what it is that this committee and council ultimately approve. The idea being to have our finalists announced by Q1 2018 so that then we can start a negotiation process and hopefully enter those contracts shortly thereafter. All of this ultimately pointing towards the idea of being shovel ready for development in 2018. As I previously alluded to, when we talk about decision off-ramps and contractual termination rights, just want to make that distinction. There are contractual termination rights that would exist within the development agreement. Decision off-ramps are opportunities where we'll be checking back with council, like when we come back in April 2017, to talk a little bit more. Of course, it's still committee and council's prerogative to want to hold that decision or whatever that may be. But ultimately, one thing that we would say with regards to the eluding of using off-ramps or exercising those rights is ultimately reputational risk always has to be considered in this. Part of the objective or guiding principle of transparency is being able to lay out for the development industry, this is where, this is how the process is going to lay out, and they're going to want to feel some degree of confidence that it will continue to roll on that basis. Otherwise, if they feel there's some political risk that a process could get upended or delayed, that they may decide to self-select themselves out of this process. And that really speaks to what a message that I've been speaking to throughout, which is this idea of competition. More competition equals better outcomes from the city. For the city, ultimately, in the end, leveraging a competitive environment is the best way that we can maximize both financial outcomes, but also any city building outcomes, and in fact, both concurrently. I'm a true believer that if we can really maintain that balance of being forthcoming and transparent about how we're running this process and what we're expecting from the development industry, that we're going to get a lot of interested parties. And a lot of interested parties that want to stay competitive ultimately means that they themselves have to take a little bit of the hit and a little bit of the sharpening their pencils, so to speak, on their pro formas to ensure that they remain competitive in this process. So doing things that ultimately will tip the balance to them not wanting to participate, then ultimately does ourselves a disservice in the end. So with that, just want to talk a little bit about the offering strategy, because it speaks to that, because what we're really talking about are some of the constraints. Now, Chris had previously sort of brought light to some of the constraints. These are, when we talk about the offering strategy, at this point what we're talking about are early stage signals that we feel we need to give to the marketplace so that they understand what they're getting themselves into when they start this process. Because if they decide to participate in the RFQ and if they become shortlisted, then they're in the process. But at this early stage, they'll kind of want to know what they think they're signing themselves up for. So we did identify a number of elements that we thought is important that we reach an early decision on and be able to signal to the market. Some affect ultimately the bidding framework. Some actually are just specific constraints to the site attributes themselves. In terms of block offering, we did hear from Deloitte some of the rationale for bringing the entire site forward in a single process. That is our recommendation in the staff report. We believe that this is the best way to allow the city to leverage greater overall value from the site. In terms of phasing, we've opted to say that we're not going to actually mandate how the blocks will be phased in, especially since we're working towards a single offering with a single winning proponent. This idea of partnership is important because someone may bring a really innovative concept and they want different configurations in terms of bringing the sites on stream, and we don't feel that it's necessarily an important piece for us to be able to dictate how that will happen and to be able to work hand in hand with the selected winning proponent as a partner to figure out what the best phasing is, ultimately would result hopefully in better value for the city. In terms of policy integrity, we've had some discussion a little bit earlier from Chris talking about setting sail and that the nature of the policy framework does create some constraints. Notwithstanding, our recommendation is that all concept bids that come in that aren't conforming to setting sail be disqualified, and we want to be fairly firm on that. I mean, this is a policy framework that has been years, almost decades in the works now. A lot of input from councils past and present, the public, staff. So it's a lot of work, and we want to make sure that the industry understands that when they look at, ultimately, when they look at the urban design study, which council endorsed earlier in the spring, that they see that that's what the vision that we have as a city, and that's our vision. And it's up to them to decide whether or not they can make their pro formas work according to our vision. So when they come forward with a bid that conforms to our vision, it means then for us that we've basically now been able to identify those interested parties who are actually in alignment with us, and therefore hopefully the negotiation portions of going through the transaction itself is much smoother because we're already talking to someone who's generally aligned with us. Lastly, in terms of price discovery, we call, which is really this concept of how do you draw out the price. There are many different approaches that you can do. You can fix the price. You can have a sliding scale. In talking with some of our peers and in conferring with our consultants and talking and looking at past experience, we believe that just making price quite simply a part of the overall final score is the best, most straightforward way to do it, especially in this particular case, because what we're ultimately trying to do is we're ultimately trying to end up with a balance between price and community benefits. This isn't just about maximizing price, and it isn't just about maximizing community benefits at any given price for the lands. I think everyone on this committee and council would agree that ideal outcomes for the city would to have a balance of both. With regards to some of the physical attributes of the site that come up in the offering strategy, affordability, I won't get into it because I think we've already talked about it a fair bit, and we may talk about it more. Sustainability, this is one that a while back, or for quite a while now, we've been in discussions with Hamilton Community Energy, which is owned by the utilities, which is ultimately owned by the city, about rationalizing them tying in their loop to Pier 8. Now, HC right now is working on a concept and a proposal for a facility, a generating facility up in Ferguson North to serve some of the industry that's up there. And of course, they look at Pier 8 as sort of an opportunistic potential to be able to, while we as a city are laying in the roads and the servicing as well, and ultimately for them to be able to put their services in side by side with what's going in. We have had continued conversations with them, and in conjunction with them, we've actually have had conversations with members of the development industry. At this stage, and you'll see in the report, we feel that we as planning and economic development staff, we don't have it's not within our realm or jurisdiction to make a specific recommendation for district energy, so we would look to defer that item and suggest that HCE would come forth with their own rationalized strategy, engineering feasibility and financing plans for how it would potentially loop into Pier 8. And with regards to sustainability, other than district energy, we would likely focus more on things like performance standards. So these would be measurable targets for performance, whether they be things like energy efficiency, carbon footprint, things like that. But we'll get into further detail on that in April when we come back to talk about the RFP. Environmental condition, the Waterfront Development Office, I think, came to this committee a few weeks ago and provided an update on some of the goings-ons in terms of capital works at Piers 5 through 8. Included in that would have been an update to say that they are pursuing a record of site condition for all of the lands on Pier 8, so not just those that would be in the public realm, but those that are actually comprise part of the development blocks as well. So they will be, so that is forthcoming, and in discussions during our market soundings with private industry, it was suggested that that form of de-risking is quite acceptable. It puts a little bit of constraint on the developers in terms of sort of their approach to what they could potentially build on this site, but overall having the city pursue that, especially concurrently with the fact that we're already doing it for the public realm lands, makes a lot of sense. So in terms of how all of this lays out in terms of a sequence of events, you'll see up here a timeline, effectively 2016, 2017 through 2018. The very first star over on the left or the middle of 2016 was back in May when this committee and council adopted the urban design study. So the stars represent checkpoints that we come to committee and to council. These are effectively the off-ramps, so to speak. The circles are other milestones in the process, like the launching of the RFQ, the announcing of shortlists, so on and so forth. Where we currently, and the dark shaded areas are times where we as staff have been interacting with members of the public, subcommittee, even members of council in terms of one-on-ones, answering some questions and doing our market soundings as well. So where we are right now is this star right at near the point of 2017, where we're asking for approval of the solicitation process and approval to start the process, which, as I said, would then mean a kickoff in early 2017 of the RFQ call. Shortly thereafter, you see April 2017 is the next star when we would come back to this committee and to council to discuss the RFP evaluation criteria. Then once that RFP process opens to the shortlist, we're kind of in a holding pattern. We're waiting for responses to come back. We expect those responses to come back sometime in early 2018, at which point in 2018, you'll see Q1 2018, our intent would be to come back to committee and council once we've identified the finalists from the RFP process, and we'll discuss the negotiation strategy, get go-ahead to move forward and do the negotiations. And then the final star there, you see this committee and council ultimately has the right to approve the final deal that gets entered into. And so that final deal is sort of the last off-ramp, so to speak, in terms of the process. But remember, embedded in there is the termination rights within the contract itself, should the relationship somewhere down the line go sour. And then just a reminder, too, that this committee, planning committee, and others do have some say in other pieces that ultimately could have impact on our solicitation process itself. You see the solicitation process second from the bottom there, but site servicing continues at Pier 8, and there will be forthcoming discussions, I'm sure, to talk about what the envelope of funding for continued capital projects are beyond 2019, as well as the forthcoming application for rezoning and plan of subdivision for Pier 8 that we understand planning will be coming forward with their recommendation before the end of this year. So lastly, I just wanted to end with, when all of this is said and done and this process is complete, how are we going to measure our success? And ultimately, I think it really comes down to these four things. Firstly, as I think we all hope, the winning proponent, we'll have a winning proponent, and they will have brought a best-in-class concept plan that's innovative and reflects our values. Secondly, we're going to strike this balance between having some funds raised from the sale of the lands, but also retaining some control over the long-term development of the site and retention of the vision. Thirdly, sort of at a more sort of city building level, the waterfront would be further enhanced as a desirable place for visitors and local residents, and the profile of the city as a whole would be elevated. And I think lastly, and this is important, I think especially for us as staff who are intimately going to be involved in the execution of this, is that in the end, Hamilton will actually be regarded by both the development industry and the public sector, our public sector peers, as a leader in doing these types of procurements and doing partnered city building projects. And I think that's an important piece, because as we all know, that this isn't the only piece of land within the city's asset base that could be subject to a similar type of process. But my understanding is I think this is the first time we've kind of gone with something of this size, scale, and profile, going down a process of this style. What we ultimately would hope is that things go smoothly, that developers that are interested, that did participate or didn't participate, say, when's the next one coming, we want to participate. So lastly with that, we have one little sort of promotional video that we want to show. It's something that we've been working on. It would ultimately be part of our marketing push, but I think what it does is it kind of gives a nice sort of sense as to how we all view and want to view the potential of not just Pier 8, but everything that's going on at the waterfront. So.
Thank you. While you're setting that up, I have a list of speakers to ask questions about the last 3 presentations that we've had. We're going to go through that list, and then we'll go to 7.1 recommendations. If I can respectfully ask some of the staff up here to make room for Sheila and John and Chris and Philbert so that we ask questions so they're not standing up here for 2.5 hours. You can go now. And I have Councillor Skelly, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Farr, and myself.
Sounds good.
The water moves us. It draws us in. And it shapes every chapter of Hamilton's history. You could always find beauty within this city's boundaries, but the West Harbour was what attracted the world to our shores. It has been the gateway for newcomers, a playground for families, and a booming center of industry. We've come a long way since then. Introducing the next chapter of the West Harbour story, a destination at the foot of James Street North. Plazas, promenades, squares, trails, and parkettes will reconnect Hamiltonians to the water's edge, a new recreational and residential community filled with historical character. This $140 million redevelopment project creates more usable waterfront space, featuring a wide boardwalk that will wrap all sides of the pier and create the perfect vantage point for unparalleled views of our beautiful harbor. All this opportunity, and only a short walk away from the new GO Transit Terminal and the transforming downtown core. The water still moves us. Let it move you to your next chapter, right here in Hamilton's West Harbour.
Thank you. So if we can just go into questions, please, for the presenters. I have Councillor Skelly first, please.
Thank you, and I love the video. I think that this is going to be the single most important project that the city undertakes, or is currently undertaking. I think it's bigger than the LRT.
Can you go right into the microphone?
And I think that I do believe this is the most important project that we are currently undertaking. I think it's going to have more impact than the LRT. I think it's transformative in both our image. It will present enormous economic opportunities, and I think it truly is a community builder. I really do. I think this is huge, and I love what I've seen, but I do have a number of questions, beginning with, and I'm not sure who I should direct this to, but through the chair, maybe Chris, a little bit of meat on the bones in terms of what we can see. The video alluded to it, but yes, there will be residential development, and perhaps if we could go to 13, if that's possible. What do you envision in terms of opportunities for the public, retail, commercial, public space, beyond the green space? What are we talking about?
Through you, Madam Chair, and maybe what I'll do, just for lack of is I'll kind of quarterback and kind of be able to kind of put the questions off unless you've got it specific to one of the others. As it relates to the commercial, the buildings are really meant to be mixed use, so that it has commercial interspersed in with the residential. We don't have a grand scheme or vision as to what exactly those commercial opportunities would be. They would be everything from some local destination retail to potentially office buildings office uses or that type of thing. I think the key with it is that I think it was John who talked about animating the waterfront being really critical. And what it does is, instead of just having residential to where the lands are stagnant either during the day or at night, that commercial activity happens within there. But it'll be phased within the development blocks itself, so it'll come on stream as those development blocks are developed.
Thank you. Through the chair, are we leaning on the developer to guide us in terms of what type of usage is possible on this property?
Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, to some degree we are, and we will try to draw that out through some of the process that you have here as well. But I think John actually made a great point in his presentation, was the idea that we look at that and start to really see how the marketplace what are some of the uses that they are looking to. But also, let's not forget that from the city standpoint, especially when we're talking about commercial, it's the development industry that actually has the relationship with those commercial type tenants that in the end of the day will be drawn into. And so it's allowing us, putting a process like this together, which allows us to try to use the innovation and the context that the development industry has in drawing forward some of those uses.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the chair, how would you describe to date the interest by the developers in this project?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, from our standpoint, there isn't a week that doesn't go by that we don't have some interest from some sort of private sector developer on this. We've been at this, me personally, I've been at this, I guess, for close to 7 years on this file, and we've continued to cultivate relationships. Our economic development team fields calls every day as well, our urban renewal team, and notwithstanding both Sheila, Deloitte, and their network at Deloitte, and their contact list, and certainly bringing on John as well, that has only kind of flourished as we've gone through as well.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the chair, Stephanie, is it possible, I don't know if you can do this, but to bring up slide 13? Is that,
Madam Deputy Mayor, I have actually.
Oh, there.
Have it?
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. There we go. Thank you. No, obviously this is just a possible description or plan of what we could see, but I don't see parking other than to the very, bottom left corner. Where would the parking be?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I mean, this is a rendering actually from our urban design study. I don't have the rendering that shows all the parking. Basically, the parking is within the building blocks as you see it on there. So there's 1,452 parking spaces that are attributed in all 9 of those development blocks.
Through the chair, was there an issue though with parking because of the water table and the difficulty of building on the pier itself? Does that not restrict the amount of parking and the potential to build a parking garage below the building?
Thank you. Chris?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the parking is not necessarily below grade. It's contained within the building blocks. And again, sorry, the urban design study actually went into all the details technically on how that was. It also, in this particular rendering, it talked about a potential for the block in the middle of the whole rendering there, that would actually be a centralized garage for some of the different building blocks, but that's just a guideline. Ultimately, the developer that ends up taking over this site will look to how they would engineer it and figure out there. What we did, and we kind of showed on this, is that feasibly you could actually build 1,452 parking spots as it relates to this site, on site within the development blocks.
Through the chair, are you suggesting, and again, that there would be a centralized parking garage that would service the area surrounding it?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, not exactly. There's one centralized there's one centralized parking garage for 3 of the development blocks. The others would actually have their parking within the development block. So I would, and again, it's just a concept. It doesn't have to be that way. That's why I'm trying to kind of make sure that we're on the same line. The parking strategy itself was done by Brooke McElroy, who did this plan. They blocked and masked all the different blocks, and they kind of figured out the engineering on how you could actually do this. What it would do is it would take some of the parking on the 3 blocks, centralize it, then the other blocks would actually have parking right in their units. But it does not have to be that way. You could have parking in all 9 blocks if you wanted to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, does that impact the value or the cost to build? Again, how perhaps negatively does that impact the cost of building each unit?
Through Deputy Mayor, yes, it goes back to the constraints slide that I had. Parking and the water table both add to the cost of construction. So although in the slide that I had on the numbers, it equated to revenue, what the slide did not show was costs. And so I want to make sure that we're talking about revenue versus profitability is totally different. So yes, these will be some of the most expensive units to actually build in the city based on the land itself, the constraints and the configuration of the land. Albeit, obviously, it's also one of the more valuable pieces of real estate because of its location.
And we'll be going to that in a minute, but through the chair, you mentioned the trail, and I believe currently it's very difficult. There is an area along the trail where the private marinas are located that you cannot access as a resident. How do we
Councillor
work
Skelly, could you please talk into the mic? Sorry.
I'm sorry. How do we work around that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, our Waterfront Rec Master Plan access all the way. So ultimately, the city of Hamilton actually owns all the land that appears up there where the trail is. There is no private landowner. We own it all. And in fact, today, citizens actually do have access. The city does have access to all those lands on the water's edge. There has historically been workings with some of the clubs and the marine operators down there that has had some limited access. Going forward, our plan is to ensure that there's no limited access, that is full public access for the entire Waterfront Trail.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, and through the chair, you do not perceive any difficulties gaining that access, creating that full access?
Through your deputy mayor, no, it's in City of Hamilton owns it, and assuming that we're implementing the Rec Master Plan, that's what we will do.
Thank you. Through the chair, variations to setting sail. What does that mean?
Give or take the variations to setting sail, as we're doing this process, and we've got new zoning coming up in December for the lands as well. When we're talking about variations to setting sail, it would be small variations related to either things like setbacks, things like parking standards, items that may have a difference between the zoning that's in place and setting sail itself as a document when it comes forward. But what we are not talking about is the fundamental key elements of setting sail, the heights, the densities, the grid pattern, those types of things. We're talking about items that would potentially need a minor variance for along the way at the site plan approval stage.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the chair, off-ramps. Last week we heard that term used quite often, and I think, if I may, a lot of councillors were under the impression that when we were moving forward with the LRT, there were a number of off-ramps. Now we're understanding that these off-ramps come with conditions. I'm not sure who could speak to this, perhaps legal may have to, but if we are building in off-ramps, is it possible through the chair to have clear definitions of what those off-ramps, where they are, and what it would take to alter any part of this project moving forward? Would it require a 2/3 consensus on council? I think it's important that this be very, very, very clear. As I said, I believe this is a hugely important project for the city, and it would be wonderful if we're going to have off-ramps that we know what those off-ramps are today, and we have a clear understanding of all of the implications surrounding and what they really would require in order to modify or if we had to halt something in the process. Is that
so? Councillor, do you want us to treat that as a direction?
Perhaps I would treat that as a direction.
We'll treat it as a direction.
The next question would be around the whole issue of
if we're going to be approving the report today, it's one thing to give direction, but we don't have the answer, we may just be boxing ourselves in. So I think it's a legitimate question.
We'll get to that at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor. Can you repeat your question as you were interrupted?
Sorry, I think you wanted to say
Well, I can speak to off-ramps to some degree. Philbert actually, and I think before you today, you actually have all of the information in the report today to be able to clearly make the decision as to
the quote-unquote off-ramps. But I'm going to try to get off that terminology for a second. I'm going to phrase it, and Philbert actually did in his presentation. There's two elements that I think when we've talked to councillors and either senior staff on the idea of off-ramps, there's one aspect has to do with council's authority or council's decision-making points. The second piece of off-ramps is what John alluded to in his presentation, which is the development agreement. And that would be your contractual termination clauses that would be contained within the development agreement. As it relates to council and your approval process, you have today, which is the point that you're approving the entire process itself, and you're actually engaging the RFQ process. The second is we will come back with a report that outlines the RFP and the criteria weightings to how the RFP will be issued. Your approval then of that will then trigger the RFP process itself. Finally, we will come back to you with, after that process is done, who won the process, or who won the actual process that we go forward, and in that you will then have a final approval to actually sell the land. At that stage, it will then flip from a council approval mechanism to the development agreement, which would actually then have termination clauses presumably in. But at that stage, you would be in a contractual obligation. I'll leave my comments there, and I'll just wonder if maybe either legal or procurement has any other words that they wish to add to that.
Good morning. Through the chair, I think that what Chris has talked about is accurate. You have the procurement process that we're talking about first, where there may be opportunities, and they would have to be very clearly set out for all the proponents and all the developers so that they understand at what stages council approval may be required, so that there are no surprises with respect to that. And then since the development agreement is supposed to be part of that request for proposals process, the developers who will be submitting proposals will understand what the proposed termination conditions would be during if they put a successful proponent. So that would be clearly understood at that point too. And then once council has approved the entering into it or the successful proponent, then a successful developer, then the terms and conditions of that development agreement will apply.
Thank you, and again, I think we need this in writing, and I think we also need clarification of the 2/3 versus the majority. I don't know if we change something down the road, if it would require a 2/3 vote at all, and if not, let's know this up front. Okay, thank you. Perhaps the clerk could speak to this.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it would really depend on. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it would depend on what was approved in the council resolution. Anything that council does wish to change their mind on, if they change their mind in the same term, a complete shift, changing the intent, that is 2/3. If it's within a different term, it's not, and that's on the procedural part as far as our resolutions, not any contraction.
Okay, just included in the direction. Thank you. I loved what you said about the fact that the reality is you cannot get consensus on anything. You were very honest in terms of I think, describing the comments that we heard from the public when you did the public consultation. How broad was the public consultation? Did you go beyond the immediate area?
Through your Deputy Mayor, yes, we actually visited. We had various outreaches in a various program. It was the majority of that was actually done through monthly community engagement meetings, and sometimes they were actually a couple of months, depending on the issue itself. And they were mainly centered at the Evergreen storefront on James Street North. However, Deidre and mainly Deidre went through all wards this summer and went to events where people actually are already gathering, and we created a booth, created information, took Q&As, asked for input, showed the plans all over the city. So we certainly tried to raise awareness. We definitely did. We looked, as Phil kind of showed on his slide, we did see that at our solicitation process community outreach, we did have people who were from all parts of the city. However, I would be, the numbers of those 2,300 or so who were very active certainly skewed towards the immediate area, if not maybe the broader downtown.
Councillor? Thank you. If I may suggest that it isn't until you actually start to see development, or in my opinion, in the whole issue surrounding the LRT, it isn't until we see a lot of progress that people truly do get engaged and want to participate and have an opinion. And so you will probably see a lot more and hear a lot more responses as we move forward now that we're actually moving forward with the project. Affordable housing. And this is something I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around. So let me go to the slides. Affordable housing. Slide 16, I think. No. There we go.
I can't see the bars.
Okay, sorry. So, here, this is great, 22. Can you walk me through the chair, what we are looking at? What are we proposing? What are you suggesting in terms of a concept that would address the affordable housing component on this site?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, what our recommendation is that we dictate or mandate that the developer looks at 5% of affordable home ownership as part of their development in the area. So this chart here kind of shows, so what would, and it would only be 5% of the units, so I think let's kind of be clear on that. We're not talking about the entire development. We're talking about 5% of the units, which depending on which scale of units you are, is probably between 50 and 75 units over the full build-out of this, and that they would have to be priced at 10% below the median resale value of a condominium.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Through the chair, you have 244,000. So you're basing the median condo sale price at 271,500. I'm assuming you don't really believe that that's going to be the average price of a condominium.
Through your Deputy Mayor, it's not, the definition actually does not have to do with the median price on the lands themselves. It's the median price citywide as established by the Realtors Association on any given month. So the chart on the right-hand side is the Realtors Association chart from September 2016. I'm just using it as the baseline, and so using their numbers, the median condo price was 271,500, and therefore 10% below would be 244. So going back to the conversation with Habitat for Humanity earlier on, what this means is that 5% of those units, if they were all built in 1 year, 5% of those units would be offered at $244,000 beyond anything else. Now let's be clear, we're also talking about these are averages and medians, and we're just putting together, overall to kind of have an idea to illustrate what that could be. Will there be $800,000 units in this building? Of course there will. But there will also be small units that will not drive that kind of price either. So it depends on the size of the unit. A 1,200 square foot unit will be worth more, obviously, than a 600 square foot unit. This is just kind of showing that on the basis of the calculation under already city policy of what is the definition of affordable home ownership, this is what it would equate to.
Through the chair, what is this unit? Is it a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom townhome?
Through Deputy Mayor, it's a standard unit. It doesn't. Those aren't details that we have or are putting forward to you today. We're not dictating necessarily what those 5% would be or would have to be. We're just saying that 5% of the units should be affordable home ownership.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I'm asking you about this. I'm just trying, again, is this a two-bedroom apartment condo or a three-bedroom townhouse unit with median condo sale price? You know what that's based on? Probably a townhouse.
Through your Deputy Mayor, actually, they combine that the Realtors Association is the one who comes up with the figures. It's not city stats. It's the Realtors Association. Just going by the information that they have in their chart, I would assume they break it down on singles, freeholds, and condominiums. So I would assume that would be a combination of apartments and condo ground-related housing. If it's a freehold townhouse, that would probably be included in the freehold column. I think all things being equal, when you look at the number, though, it seems to make sense and kind of jive with the general market that Hamilton has within the area. Again, this is a one-month snapshot, though. I'm not saying that all units will be $244,000. I'm just kind of using it to illustrate what would 10% below the median value be.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, what do we believe? Do you, based on the information that you have in front of you, do you believe that this will be the most expensive real estate in the city county once the development proceeds?
Deputy Mayor, I'm certainly not a real estate expert. Maybe I'll lean on Sheila here to kind of answer. I think the answer really depends as to what it is that you're looking to put on it, but I'll let Sheila.
Thank you, Sheila.
So I would say in general, waterfront lands would be the highest value lands across certainly the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, and this is really the first time this substandard waterfront land will be coming forward to the Hamilton marketplace. So predicting the next decade is very difficult to do. So I wouldn't say that over the next decade it isn't probably the most desirable property, but it certainly is in a beautiful position to be able to capture value.
Councillor, thank you. Through the chair, I've had this discussion before, but who would qualify for the affordable home ownership? What criteria applies to the potential buyer?
If I may, Councillor, over at the bottom it says appropriate income range required to purchase is at the bottom, 70,000 to 75,000 yearly income.
Family income?
My understanding, but I'll defer to staff. Sorry for interrupting, but
Through you, Deputy Mayor, on this slide, we're not actually getting into things like the qualification. It's really meant to illustrate. But I am going to kind of ask Kristen Maxwell maybe to just answer that from housing.
I'm just going to reiterate what Chris said. We haven't determined what the criteria would be at this point.
sorry, and you haven't determined the criteria yet.
So if I may then, through the chair, where did you see that?
70,000 to 75,000. It's right.
That is not a criteria that will apply to this.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that figure there, that's purely just the math of a real estate transaction. Again, what I was trying to do is illustrate who would be somebody who would be on 5% below market value, and what kind of mortgage would they qualify. So that figure there is purely just through using any of the online calculators from any financial institution, trying to develop a profile of what this was going to be. And I raise this because I think it's really critical as far as a figure, because there are some who have wondered whether or not the city is looking to just have a gated community down there where it's only for millionaires. I think that the purpose of putting that figure in there was to show that average Hamiltonians, one of the key parts of this kind of recommendation of the 5%, it does allow an average Hamiltonian to purchase in this area if that recommendation was to go through.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Through the chair, my concern is if you're purchasing a piece of property that could be worth, it could very well be worth $500,000, and you're purchasing it for $244,000, you, in essence,
won the lottery. And I was hoping that we could take advantage of the opportunity and perhaps use the funds that we generate through the construction of these properties to really tackle our dire affordable housing issue in the city of Hamilton. And I don't see that with this proposal, and that's why I'm struggling with this. We don't know who would qualify. We don't have those that criteria. I would not want to see it going to somebody who's just starting out and while another family that's been on a waiting list for 4 or 5 years trying to get into affordable housing being overlooked. So this is my concern. I think that there's a huge potential here to really deal with our affordable housing unit. I do not believe that this is the route to go. It's just my point. The last point I'd like to make is I think this presentation is incredibly valuable. It's thorough, and my request would be to hear from you more often, more frequently. I think it's really informative. As I mentioned off the top, I believe this is perhaps the most important project that we're undertaking, and I'd love to see you at the table a little bit more often. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skilly, I will be coming back to you when we discuss 7.1 so that you can make the motion about your off-ramps, and if you want to work on the wording in the meantime. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to congratulate all those that worked on this file. Incredible amount of work. Chris, I met with you. You've helped keep me apprised. This presentation is absolutely outstanding, and I want to put that right at the forefront. Doesn't mean it doesn't come with some questions, without questions. So 99.9% of what I've heard, I'm very comfortable with. So the good news is that I think we are going in the right direction. I am concerned, however, and I guess it's a question to the chair to the consultant. My understanding in the original consultant report, they didn't even touch on affordable housing on those premium lands. So it was silent. So what changed? And this is a question directly to the consultant now. What changed from the original report to where we are today?
So Sheila or John or Chris?
During the research period, we worked extensively with the city staff and provided some input to council with respect to the calculations. There was a question around affordability and how could it be embedded within the project or within the development. So in true financial fashion, we ran a bunch of numbers to demonstrate the level of affordability that could be included within the development and what the financial implications of that were. And at the end of the day, the recommendation was to come forward in the 5% range.
So am I wrong then that in your, because I remember reading some of the original stuff that you produced. I remember the first pick and some of the controversy around the first pick. It was pretty clear, it's Deloitte, right? Am I correct?
Correct.
It was pretty clear that what you were originally proposing did not contemplate affordable housing on within the footprint of those premium lands.
So when we first started the project, it was about the overall development vision, what that would look like. And then as we started at the direction of staff and council to look at the affordability component and what that would mean to the development overall. So it would have been additional layers of research that would have shown the impact on the development from a financial perspective. We did not recommend any policy choices. It was really to provide a framework for decisions for the city.
So I'm trying to understand.
Excuse me a minute. Sheila, can you really speak into the microphone because you have a very nice quiet voice, but we would love to hear what you're having to say. Excuse me, but we're trying to hear what you're having to say. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Respectfully, I'm trying to find out who's leading and who's following. I would expect the consultants come in and look at the highest, best use and how we can generate revenue. So in this journey in regards to developing a report, was it influenced any way through broader consultations with staff and the general public that started having you look at the including the affordability pieces?
So I'll talk about the technical analysis in terms of how you go about this process. It's totally about the development feasibility, and that would have been the original reports and documentation that you would have seen. We have pro forma, and we said based on the setting sale guidelines, what would that look like in terms of development feasibility? How profitable could it be for a developer? What would that look like? And then we were asked some questions regarding the affordability opportunity. If the city would like to include affordability into the project, what would the implications of that be on the decision-making criteria toward affordability? So we layered that in on top of it. So base case was a development pro forma, and then the affordability scenarios were layered on top. So there was no direction with respect to what it should be or policy decisions. It was largely around the calculations and what would they spit out at the end of the day.
So,
Thank you, Councillor.
I think that provides absolute clarity now on how we got to where we are. I just need to understand, because I remember the original discussions. I remember the heat that the community was providing based on the fact that there was no contemplation of affordable housing within the original report. I'm just trying to understand how we went from that point to the point we're at now, and I think you've clarified that wonderfully. So help me understand then, because I've had a number of real estate people that I've talked to directly, and just like Chris said earlier, it's doubtful that we're going to have these kind of opportunities too often, although we may have one later in this meeting in regards to brown lands. But you don't have premium lands come up that are within city ownership all that often, and it's how you use those lands and how you perceive using those lands to benefit the most people in your community, I think, and I believe is the key. So when I look at that, and clearly we have 6,000 people on a waiting list for affordable housing, and these are people not making $70,000 a year. These are people that don't have houses. So to me, my priority would be making sure, from a triage point of view, that we generate as much revenue as practical so we can put it into the people most in need in our community, and that is the people that do not have housing. So then maybe I'm wrong, but I know there's a continuum here. I need to understand, and that's why I asked about this analysis. So if a developer comes in and says, look, if we can sell these units at a premium cost, we can generate X, and it's better for, obviously, their bottom line, and certainly better for the city's bottom line in regards to ongoing tax infusion to the city through those increased assessments, as well as the purchases of the land. So highest, best use, it'll generate X, Model 1. Model 2, with this policy incorporated, what would the cost differential and the optimizing the value that the city would get, both the purchase and the annualized taxes, if I took the one model versus the other model?
So I'll talk about the general process and how we would view it, and then defer to Chris with respect to the specific issues related to the city. When you do a development pro forma, you have average sale prices, average expenses, and you run that over the time frame of the development, being 10, 15 years, whatever that is. Then you think about the units, in this case, the some 1,600 units. Not all of those units will have the same value. Those with waterfront access or visibility will have a higher value, and those, say, looking back toward the city or to some of the adjacent uses would not have the same higher values. So within the limitations and the constraints that Chris identified earlier, some of those other units will have lower values and hence hit your affordability threshold. Hence, at the end of the day, the 5% in terms of calculations that we ran seemed to be a very reasonable threshold from which you could capture this within the development timeframe.
Councillor, can you put your, sorry.
That has raised my comfort level significantly. So what I'm hearing then is you are always going to have lower cost units based on whether you're looking over a dumpster or whether you're looking in a non-view, non-premium unit within a building. So you're always going to have a number of those that are always discounted. And the market value here that we're talking about is a 10% virtually a 10% differential, which wouldn't have a significant impact on the overall condo complex. So the other thing I was taught was, I bought a house in a high-end neighborhood, a low-cost house, and obviously I've been riding the wave, which a lot of people, when they purchase homes, it's not just about a home, but it's about a lifetime investment. So if I take that analogy and apply it here, by looking at buying $800,000 or $1 million condo, or whatever that market will justify, as an investor, would I have any concern on my return on that value of that home as a result of this particular model that you're suggesting we adopt?
Within this model, we've actually captured that within the typical development with some of the views that would not be the same as water views. So the development would actually accommodate that. If you were to push that to a much higher level, it would affect potentially the absorption and the demand for the overall development. But at these levels, we don't view any challenge with that.
Great. Man, I'm just getting more and more comfortable as we move along.
So if I could just add in through you, Deputy Mayor, as it relates to what Sheila just said there, that is the reason why we moved to the home ownership side of the affordability continuum, was that working with Deloitte and working with staff and remembering that we were looking for a balanced approach. For us to stay silent on the issue of affordable housing when it was a constant issue that we were hearing, not just from the community, but from the media and also even your council colleagues, that it really, the onus was on us to see and evaluate how affordable housing could be blended into here. So therefore, what we did is we started to look at the continuum. We worked with Deloitte and to try to see financially how would affordable housing could be incorporated in here in a way that certainly would help Hamiltonians themselves, but also in a way that wouldn't significantly impact the pro forma of the development itself, and therefore Sheila's outcomes that she just said.
So through I was going to say, Madam Chair, through the chair, I was somewhat concerned. The answers I just received has raised my comfort level tenfold. So I want to make that clear. It helps to ask the questions because you get clear answers and you can make an informed decision. So I find that very helpful. I look at F in the recommendation, be directed to include as part of the request of proposals, RP, evaluation criteria, recommendations that will be brought forward for consideration on April 19, 2017, proposed requirements and or evaluation criteria that will ensure a diversity of market rate housing options on Pier 8 that may include defined target of not less than 5% of affordable home ownership units as described. I don't know if that's a prescriptive clause or a non-prescriptive clause, i.e. if a developer comes in and says, look, I can raise, and I've looked and did the market studies, and I can generate X, which is significant dollars in regard to a unit price and annualized taxes paid to the city, and this may cause harm. What does this clause mean in that situation?
Chris or Sheila? Or Jason, please. So through the chair, if I can answer that question, because it's a good and it's an important point. The way the recommendation is worded is that what we'd be looking for prescriptively, to use the councillor's word, is that responses do show a diversity of housing options. What is being suggested that we put out, just to send a signal to the market, what we want to put out in the RFQ is that it may, and it does say may, include a target of not less than 5%. So there would be the discretion to council if, when we see the responses back through the RFQ, if that somehow becomes problematic. At the RFP stage, we could modify that, but the advice of Deloitte and of John was that if the intention is to possibly go down this path, you need to signal it now at the RFQ stage, not surprise anybody at the RFP stage. So
the reason I highlighted that, because it didn't seem to be prescriptive when I read it. Certainly when you see, instead of shall, you see may. So I'm comfortable with that. I'm also comfortable, obviously, with the explanation on the market side. But I just don't want to be locked into something that find something different compared to the market down the road as we go through this process. The way F is worded does that. So I suspect that in the RFQ process, this is more about weighting those objectives of the city regards to roll forward basis our RFP process. Is that correct?
Chris? Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes.
So they need weighted with points. If they're being, we set out a number of objectives and more objectives to meet the associated points that would help them get to the next part of the process.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes. I mean, the intent of this, Jason, as he's just said, is really about indicating up front that this is something that we're certainly looking at, and thus the idea of May. But conversely, the recommendation, what it also does is says that those weightings, we're coming back to you in April or before, but prior to the RFP, we're coming back to you for approval on what those weightings are.
So I appreciate that, and just a quick thing, what's happening in San Francisco when I was there, is that they are, this is a year ago now, they were looking at providing a $250,000 grant to first responders, because what they discovered is that the median house price in San Francisco proper, I believe, was hovering around $1.5 million. Unaffordable for first responders, and they were concerned that if they ever had a crisis, that they would have to travel great distances, and they may not even be able to support the city. So it's clear that affordability is an issue not just in Hamilton. This is a higher end, but certainly when your first responders can't live in your own community, you know you got a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list, Councillor Farr.
Through you, Chair, to staff. Page 18, fifth bullet of the report, it says that one of the steps, it's the fifth bullet down in the process, would be to, quote, execute RFP process to procure a transaction legal consultant, end quote. Is there potential to do this work in-house versus the consultant as referenced?
So, through the chair, yes, there certainly is. That clause is included in the report, just so that if it is deemed in consultation with legal that we do need some outside assistance for the entirety of that work, or even for a portion of that work, that we would have that ability to do so. But certainly the preference would be to look in-house first if we could do that work in-house.
Excellent. Well, if that's the preference, we can assume then, I know it's hard to predict, but hypothetically then, that most of the work will be in-house. Jay, through you, Chair.
Through the chair, I couldn't say at this point whether most of the work would be in-house. That's why we have the clause in there, so it gives the option of going out to the market to have assistance. We would have to determine that in sitting down with legal in terms of what they have the capacity and the expertise to do versus what we would have to procure externally.
Have you already had questions
Councillor?
with in-house legal? Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
So through the chair, we haven't got into that sort of level of detail yet. So this puts the option out there that we can go to market.
Thank you, Councillor.
I think somebody else is looking to comment.
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor.
Is that you with the glass?
No, well, I hit it accidentally.
Okay.
I would just want to make sure that we preface that type of legal work is actually what we're talking about here is in relation to building the development agreement itself. So this is the document that actually would form the basis of the agreement between the City of Hamilton and the final proponent. It's not the legal work as it relates to the process of procurement at all. Yep. So it would be that aspect there that that certainly our consultants have a preference on, and it would certainly kind of make sense for us to look to see if the skill set matched both. So there's multiple aspects of legal advice on this file. I just want to make sure that we're not covering it all off under one kind of blanket.
Yep. As Jay said 3 times, you're leaving your options open. That's great. And I appreciate the answers. I had a few other questions with regards to timelines answered in the very fulsome report and on the slide deck and in the report. I just want to be clear through you, Chair, to Chris. See the recommendation, the offering strategy. If it's, and I read with interest the Appendix F, the market sounding report for disposition. In the event one developer, and we spoke to, and in this report, I think 8 are identified that went through the whole consultation phase and survey with the consultant of this particular appendix. In the event we come out of this with one developer or a consortium interested in all 9 at the same time, all 9 parcels of Pier 8 at the same time, what does that do to the phasing plan and even the timelines? Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the recommendation is that the phasing plan is actually left up to the proponents through the RFP process. So ultimately, the phasing plan will be part of the development agreement when the final proponents kind of come forward.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. I should have figured that out. Finally, on the affordable housing piece, through you, Chair, to Jason Thorne. He's been at many of the engagement sessions, and so too have many of the staff behind me, whether they be the monthly meetings on James or otherwise. You saw here today that there's been well over 26, I think, in the last year of efforts to get out engaged. I don't recall, at least in my 6 years, us ever engaging to the extent we have publicly on any other city project as it relates to development. LRT certainly is rivaling the public engagement to this point, and likely will surpass. I just went to 2 BIA events yesterday, annual general meetings with the Downtown BIA, the International Village BIA, and LRT engagement was a big part of those. Very positive engagement, I might add. But 500 McNabb, Chair, Jamesville. 500 James, and the 46 units of housing with supports done privately with partnership with Indwell and Houston Baptist Church. A recent unanimously approved motion by Council with respect to investigating the feasibility of 20 stories at York for housing purposes, seniors housing. Now the 5% in the recommendation today. When we started engaging on James, a little over about a year and a half ago, Paul Johnson was the spokesperson on the engagement file prior to Deidre coming on board. And he told the crowd, and it was a good crowd, probably a little over 100 people there, that we would have a net gain of affordable housing in the West Harbor area when all is said and done. So these aforementioned addresses, 500 McNabb, Jamesville, 500 James, York, now this 5%, that more than covers what was announced by Paul publicly that night, that we would have a net gain of 100 to 200 new affordable housing opportunities, does it not?
So through the chair, I think as all those come to fruition, it would certainly satisfy that commitment to a net increase in affordable housing units. Absolutely.
Wonderful. And I don't think we're finished yet, Madam Chair, but I am pleased to see where we're at with not only the conversations, but actual actions as it relates to particularly the good work of our President of City Housing Hamilton and the board with Jamesville and the mixed income community. We're working towards now there. And revitalizing the entire 500 McNabb and a commitment of a $6-something million effort to do so right at the foot, right on the harbor of McNabb. So thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate the answers. Terrific presentation. Really looking forward to working further on this file as we go forward.
Thank you. I have Councillor Jackson next.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Chris, thank you very much. Sheila and John and Philbert for the very comprehensive, right up-to-date presentation on this most valuable asset and continued momentum of the future image-changing transformation going on in our city, which is being, in large part, being done at the waterfront. Just a couple of, I've had the benefit, Madam Deputy Mayor, of being at other board tables to hear this presentation leading up to today, and I've had the opportunity to meet with the staff and the consultants as well. So I won't have as many questions. I just have 2 or 3. So through you, Sheila, can you put up, please? Can Deloitte put up their presentation possibly? Is that possible from whoever's got control?
So presentation 2 or 3? Which slide would you like?
That was the Deloitte presentation. Stephanie, please. Sheila, that was when Sheila followed Chris. That would be, I guess, number 2, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you. And page 7, please. Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. Thanks, Stephanie, and thanks, Chris. So I guess primarily through you to Sheila. Sheila, my only concern has consistently been on your recommendation of option 1. Now, can you just again go through the upside and downside of option 1? I can understand just quickly, I guess in my own layman's opinion, that I guess given the magnitude of this potential development, Madam Deputy Mayor, there's possibly only very few players in the province, in the country, in the world that can have the collateral, that can have the wherewithal financially to take on the enormity of this potential development all at once. My layman's downside is I always am concerned about being potentially held hostage to just one proponent who ultimately, if things go awry during the relationship that's been developed and finalized legally, that if things go awry, then we're absolutely beholden and held hostage, if you will, by this one large developer. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Sheila or John for a comment, please.
Sheila or John?
Thank you. Through to you, Deputy Mayor. There's a number of issues with respect to why you would sell it in whole. 1,500 units, yes, seems like a lot, but when you do it over the time frame, it's actually not that substantial in terms of the number of units that will be built every single year. So, in fact, there is a fairly wide pool of developers, both from the Hamilton and Greater Toronto and Hamilton community, that would be very interested in this project. So that's kind of, in general, it's of the size and magnitude that would gain quite a bit of interest from a wide variety of proponents within the marketplace. I have about 8 items on the pros and 3 on the cons, so I'll run you through those very quickly, and then I'm going to turn to John because he too has had much experience with respect to this type of development.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, so working with one developer, it speaks to the partnership discussion that we've had multiple times throughout this conversation today, and that allows the city to work in partnership with that developer for greater alignment of vision and to ensure a cohesive design to the entire project. These people are very good at what they do. They know how to build great projects with great opportunity, so you would like to use the best of their talents and capability to align with the city's vision. That is really a very powerful equation. Secondly, it's easier to coordinate with a single party rather than working with 9 developers doing different things at different times. Being able to coordinate with a highly qualified, talented developer would be very important to allow you control toward the overall long-term vision. It also gives you the ability to go to a broader community. By going to a broader community with a development of this size, suddenly you get a different pool of developers than you might have if you just went out with one block. One block would capture a very limited marketplace. This allows you to solicit the best of the best to come forward to Hamilton, which we think is a really huge opportunity. Land value capture. So land value capture is when we run all the calculations and the math to sort through over time how can the City of Hamilton benefit from that opportunity. Land value capture, by as John will speak to in a minute, through the development agreement will allow you the ability to take advantage of the value appreciation, and so the one developer arrangement allows you control and partnership toward that land value capture, and so that speaks to the upside potential. In terms of the cons, you might say to yourself, it limits the pool to be able to respond to this. So instead of having, I'll make up the numbers, but 50 to 100 respondents, you may have 20 or 30, something of that magnitude, but there's still a sufficient pool out there from which to be able to respond to. And then, some of the developers may or may not have experience directly here in the Hamilton marketplace, and so that would be something we'd have to consider through the RFP process. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Campbell to talk about practical experience on some of the projects he's also worked on.
Thanks, Sheila. I would echo some of the comments that Sheila made. You want a larger developer who can take the whole project on because, in fact, you want to create some there, not somebody who's just going to build one block and walk away. So you're really going to have to probably have somebody who's got the vision for the long term to say, I'm going to invest in the first couple of buildings to make sure that I get the animation right, I get interest right to get the value later on. With respect to your comment on wherewithal, I mean, it's quite common these days for developers to create consortiums to get the financial backing. You're quite correct. I mean, it's a substantial investment that people are going to put forward. I understand the concern about, signing up for a 10-year term with somebody or thereabouts, but I think the development agreement can control that. I mean, one of the options, and just an option, one of many, is you can have them compete on the basis of percentage of sales of gross sales. So, they don't give you a fixed price for land, they give you a percentage of gross, but they also put in some equity up front so there's some skin in the game so they don't walk away. You also have tools like letters of credit. What I've done in the past for sustainability purposes said if you don't meet the sustainability criteria, you got $1 million on line with the Bank of Montreal, which I can take if they don't meet it, because you want your threat to be bigger than the cost of them not doing it. So there's tools you can use to basically ensure that they play the game well. And of course, part of the exercise is to choose your partner well.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, Madam Deputy Mayor, I appreciate the sincerity and the thoroughness of the response from Sheila and John, raising my comfort level to some degree there regarding the single developer option. My other main question, and I've asked this before of staff, I've asked this before of the consultants, and to paraphrase the answer I've been given in the past to this next question is, Councillor, don't worry about it, we'll deal with that through site plan and other measures down the road. That's quite not good enough for me in light of what our neighbors at Toronto and Burlington are currently going through. And so that segues to this next question. How do we, through this development, avoid what the City of Burlington and the City of Toronto have gone through, where, along the way, another development has come along, superseding the previous development, causing angst amongst those that were promised views of the waterfront. And the latest greatest has come along, and we've got to accommodate that. That's more revenue for the city. Council has said that's way too intense, way too dense a project. It's gone against everything we were envisioning for the waterfront. We know Toronto has 20, 30-story condos, one after another, blocking each other. Burlington, we've read the paper regularly to see exactly what they're going through. How do we avoid this, Madam Deputy Mayor? Through to whoever wants to tackle it, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and then I'm going to ask maybe Mr. Campbell to chime in, and maybe even Mr. Thorne as well. I think the first piece is the fact that the recommendations that are before you are predicated on setting sail. So the first part is we control, or you as council controls the process because we own the land. So every one of the proposals must meet setting sail as it kind of comes in, both at the RFQ stage, which isn't necessarily specific to the development, but definitely at the RFP stage. Philbert, in his presentation, made it very clear that any proposal that does not fit setting sail or work within the setting sail secondary plan will not be actually judged. It will be voided. So that's the first piece, that the proposals themselves, when they come forward, have to be on the basis of setting sail. We're not just selling the piece of land to the developer and then they are dictating what's going to be built on it. We're actually doing it in reverse. So that's the first thing to kind of keep in mind. The second thing is that, as Sheila mentioned, as it relates to the one developer versus the other, is that aspect of control, that the city still has an opportunity to control elements as it goes through the phases. And that's one of the key reasons why, and one of the key advantages to the notion of why one developer. But then secondarily, it's the control process through the development agreement that allows you to do that as well. So Mr. Campbell, maybe what he could do is explain within the development agreement the idea that you can actually build within it the provisions that would allow somebody not to be able to come forward with, let's say, an OPA.
Yeah, I think the councillor's observations about the waterfront Toronto are valid for some parts of it, where the property is owned by an owner who's bought it from Toronto Star or other properties, even some government agencies recently. There's been no controls. However, if you look to the East Bayfront, the lands from probably Sherbourne over to Parliament, they're covered by a development agreement and they are mid-rise. And in that development agreement, we expressly precluded the developers from going back to City Hall or going to the OMB to ask for changes. They came to the corporation and we said no if it did not meet the design criteria that we bid it out on. So while we talked earlier on about some design variations, you might get an elevator penthouse pop up through the height ceiling and minor things like that that are design related, but the development agreement really protects you from the condition that you're concerned about.
Councillor?
Okay, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's a greater assurance than I interpreted before from both our staff and the consultants, and trusting Debbie Edwards and legal are all listening to that and accommodating that as well as we move forward, because whoever's here around this table a few years from now, as the development's unfolding and we enter into that partnership with hopefully that one prominent developer that's going to do everything in implementing our vision, I don't want anybody to say last minute, oh, Councillor, that developer, he needs to go to committee of adjustment. He really, instead of the 8 stories, he needs 10 to make it all viable, because a number of us have been through that before, and let's avoid and prevent that now legally and in every way possible. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Green?
Thank you very much, and I also appreciate the presentation by Sheila and John. And just wanted to state that, I don't view this project as being a standalone project, that in fact, much of the social considerations, particularly around the inclusionary zoning, the affordable housing, we know that we kept 500 McNabb online, and of course Sheila and Deloitte were part of that process as well. So my question through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, viewing this as being a preeminent development, in your comparators, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to Sheila or John, how would you recognize kind of the benefits and the potential pitfalls in comparison to projects like, say, which has a very private sector heavy development along the river, Buffalo, New York, which is essentially an economically gated community, versus things like Columbus, Ohio, which really invested in their riverfront, very generous public space, or Baltimore. Like, what are your comparators when you look at this type of design process and you do this type of background research?
Thank you. John or Sheila?
Thank you. So it's not our job to really set out design policy. I think that, throughout the projects, we've been talking about city building and all the various elements of city building and how that could unfold with respect to this project. Council and the city team has been very specific with respect to the elements that should be included in this development versus should not. So my first condo was in New Westminster, BC, so I understand that development, a very different picture and vision than what is imagined here within the city of Hamilton's project overall. So I think long-term vision, you've set it out there, and the development agreement will help to guide that and bring that to fruition over time.
So,
Councillor Green?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Sheila. And John, obviously, your extensive work with Waterfront Toronto. I did have the opportunity to attend a Pan Am unveiling of the West Don lands. And you have listed kind of extensive sustainability, LEED generated buildings, trees planted, aquatic habitat created, waste diversion. When you're looking at a project like this, aside from the market soundings, which typically tend to skew heavily in favor of developers, how do we go about gaining the best value out of the actual total development based on your experience in Toronto?
Thank you, Sheila or John.
Through the chair, good question. I think actually in this project, you're sort of out there in the lead. I've looked at waterfronts around the world as part of my work at Waterfront Toronto. And I think just now, municipal authorities are starting to think about city building in a broader sense, because there's so many waterfronts that are just about selling real estate. And they become almost enclaves of the uber rich, and half of them are empty half the time. So I think what you're doing here is basically directing the procurement to include both monetary and also social values is very important, and it's leading edge. Waterfront Toronto is doing it. I have done some work recently with the Urban Growth New South Wales and Sydney Harbour. They're looking at it the same way. People are thinking about it differently. It's not just about the money. I mean, that's an important element because it's a public asset, but it's all about how do you build a better city, because you really want to build a city that attracts a talent that's going to make you competitive for the next century. That's what it's all about, not just about pretty parks. It's about building a lifestyle that allows you to be competitive. So I would say that this project is very much in keeping with that kind of thinking.
And I certainly appreciate staff's comments that this is not the sale of surplus lands, that this is a city building opportunity. But you know, in the West Don project, they have institutional support. I believe the YMCA is there. I think they have the maybe Ryerson or one of the universities are down in that. And yet I haven't heard too much about the potential for institutional inclusion in this project. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to staff, has that been a consideration, or did I miss it?
Through your Deputy Mayor, setting sail secondary plan actually lays out the high-level land use. In setting sail, it actually does call for one of the blocks of the 9 to be institutional use. It also clearly states that the other 8 blocks are mixed-use residential with commercial. Again, going back to the originality of this, setting sail is the basis for everything that we've done moving forward. It wasn't necessarily to create a new vision, it was to implement setting sail. And so therefore, that's how we've put together the process as it goes right now.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's fantastic. And I do apologize because I did step out for a minute, but has that been covered in this presentation? Have we been in early talks with the institutions for one of these blocks?
Chris?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I want to make sure it's clear. It's institutional land use. It doesn't mean that it's institutions as in a university or as in, the college or anything like that. Setting sail in the urban design guidelines talks about 6,800 square meters of institutional space on the block, on the 9th block. That would be the block that's closest to the Sarcola building right at the moment. We haven't had any discussions as to who the end user of that would be. That would certainly come out through the RFP process as we go through it here.
Sure, and I'm glad, because I didn't think I missed it. I thought it was left unsaid. But I think it is an important piece because in comparison with the West Don lands, that added, for me at least, in the experience, a very rich diversity of opportunities, age, gender, all these different types of inclusion pieces that we talk about. So just to end on this last question, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to Mr. Thorne, can you, for the purpose of today's public meeting, state which could be possible institutional uses that might end up at that land so we don't pigeonhole any of the future talks, and just broadly?
So just to be clear, you're asking for the definition of institution. It could be from ballet school to a regular public school.
I'm
correct?
asking the Chief Planner what would be, sorry, not the Chief Planner, the General Manager, what would be some possible opportunities. I jumped, Madam Deputy Mayor, to universities because you can see our growing presence downtown with McMaster and others. So I'm just wondering, for the sake of the viewers, what some of those institutions might be.
Thank you. Definitions, please.
So through the chair, if I may, I'm going to ask Ed John to answer. He's actually the one who's writing the zoning bylaw amendment at the moment, and he can give a very detailed and precise answer to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Johns.
Through the chair to the councillor, so I'm currently working on the zoning bylaw. We are looking at those range of uses for that institutional block. At this point, they will be your typical institutional uses, so your daycares, your community uses, religious practices, commercial schools, those types of things which could be in there. The secondary plan does include within the designation the opportunity for hospitals and larger institutional uses, but understanding that this subdivision and the block in question is smaller than what you would normally house a hospital, it's more than likely going to be those community-related uses that would obviously create that sustainable community that we're all after in the Pure 8 lands.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, and just as it relates to public access, I'm noticing in some of the design elements they're being kind of U-shaped or horseshoe-shaped buildings just for the public's interest. Will those public spaces, will they be public or will they be private? Will people be able to access those little, I don't know what to call them. I don't want to say piazza. That might be overly generous, but enclaves. Enclaves. That's a fantastic word. Thank you. Or the nooks and crannies.
Okay, through the chair, folks. Thank you.
Through the chair, Madam Deputy Mayor, the question is around nooks and crannies, enclaves, and or piazzas if we're shooting really high.
Thank you.
Prestige.
Through the chair to the councillor, the plan itself is very much predicated on integration. So we understand that there's going to be some private spaces, but through the land use configuration, ground floor uses are going to be commercial, so they're going to introduce that walking public down the main artery of the roadway network. We also have the greenway, which on this plan, on the slide in front of you, is kind of a combined functional system which will convey water, but it will also be a path in which people will not only walk to the water's edge in the large open space block that we have surrounding the lands, but also through the development. So you get that feel of a piazza, so to speak. That's certainly the vision, because what you have is people who live in the buildings, people who are publicly walking through the courtyards and aspects such as that. So you get a community feel. Once again, we don't want people to be pushed to the periphery of this development. We want them walking through and around and enjoying as much as the people who reside there. So it's been a very strong focus, both from a design perspective, from a land use orientation and land use configuration, and certainly will be delivered through the zoning and subdivision process.
Thank you for that answer. And with an indulgence, and I don't like to do the last question on the last question, but there was a very specific concern around the community as it relates to the scale of the public walkway at the waterfront. And myself, I had to actually go down there and walk it off. So currently, currently the walkway that we have along the trail system, and I don't know if it can be forwarded, maybe not, that's okay. The trail system that we have currently, what's the dimension and depth of that trail? And what are we requiring for this new design? Because I understood it to be like 30 feet, and now we're looking at 100 feet. And I'm just wondering how accurate that is in terms of the design of the new trail system.
100 feet wide is what you're saying?
I just like clarity. I seem to remember that.
So some clarity on the trail, please.
So through the chair to the councillor, the subdivision plan, which will locate all the roads and the open space areas, has that open space, which is the promenade next to the water's edge, is at 30 meters, so 30 meters, just over 100 feet. And once again, there will be public spaces, including a gateway park, the existing kind of Sarkoa area, which all will be open public access, as well as the greenway area throughout it. And once again, it shouldn't go without notice that there are going to be a number of commercial uses at grade, so people are going to be interacting along the sidewalks, in and out of buildings. So there will be a lot of integration throughout.
So
Thank you, Councillor.
The green area that is directly in fronting onto the water, is that quasi-public private space with commercial access, or it's all public?
Thank you.
Through the chair to the council, so that area directly adjoining the water is all public. It will be city-owned lands at 30 meters wide, as will be that greenway through the center of that development will be public-owned lands with public open access. And you can't see through this slide, but on the other side next to Sarkoa will be the Gateway Park, and we're starting to see some of the development already occurring at that location. And once again, that will be public access.
Okay. Oh, that's great. And again, you can see the enclaves as presented onto the waterfront, which will probably have the retail at grade. And I just have to say, like, those, for me, Madam Deputy Mayor, were the major issues presented on top of the affordable housing and social housing component, which I think a lot of people were concerned about, but they were concerned about it assuming that we wouldn't be keeping 500 McNabb and that Jamesville was a done deal and so on and so forth. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing that evolve, and I appreciate Sheila's work through Deloitte on both the City Housing Hamilton and this. Although we're seeing this snapshot in a very kind of narrow way, this is really the setting sales plan, and that whole north end is transformative, and I believe that it keeps place and space, and now I'm hearing net gains in affordability and social housing down there. So I appreciate that, and John, certainly with the work that was done down at Waterfront Toronto and the West Don lands, I'm very interested in and appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can turn the chair over to the past Deputy Mayor Skelly, please. I have some questions.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Last week, we were looking at our capital budget, and we were looking at a list of huge pressures on that capital budget. One of the items that was listed was this harborfront development, $27 million. I was really looking forward to this presentation today to find out what that $27 million represented. And it was not mentioned It's in page 5 of 30 of the staff report that talks about the capital budget process, but doesn't say what the money is going to be used for and why do we need to do the $27 million right off the bat. So my question is, through you, Councillor Skelly, to whoever can answer this, what's the $27 million for?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, what if I start, and I may ask Finance to want to make sure that there's a distinction between elements here. This is about Pier 8 as it relates to the selling of the solicitation process for the lands. The capital budget numbers that will be done through the capital budget process is actually give or take a 5-year program that started 3 years ago. So the program that you see in the 2017 and 2018 was part of the commitment that Council made to bring the lands of Piers 7 and 8 to development ready. Part of that was certainly elements to service this land, the sewer, the water, the roads, those things. But the large and vast majority of that $80 million, if I've got it correct, Brian, give or take, $84 million over 5 years, was in improving public space, including the shoreline protection and the shoreline enhancements that you see down there in order to provide that city-wide asset that you see there in the different renderings. So a very small percentage of that is equated directly to the private sector development. What the figures are that in the investments of this project, one of the whole ideas or notions around the Pier 8 development was that it does generate assessment growth, and it certainly generates taxes going forward. And lastly, it also generates funds that would come from the actual sale of the lands themselves.
Okay.
I can ask Brian to kind of speak to the direct.
If you don't mind, thanks. Through you, Councillor Skelly, to Brian Mullen. The $27 million pressure that we heard through the capital project was related to the harbour front. Right or wrong, that's what I heard. So I was waiting for this presentation. So can you let me know what that $27 million was for?
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor. So yeah, there's a series of projects for the $27.235 million that was in the 2017 budget within last year's budget. So as Chris mentioned, there are some specific projects related to servicing construction, and we have a specific list. I think I said there's probably 10 or 12 projects here. So that one in particular was $9 million. There's other projects for the shore wall, $7 million, a commercial village. It might be easier if we end up sending a list after the meeting.
That would be terrific. And through you, Donna, or Councillor Skelly, to Brian, how much of this is going to be covered by development charges? Because it's my understanding that this does not fall under the exemption, correct?
Correct.
So this would be development charges. So shoreline protection is to protect the development. Sewers and water to come in for the development. So how much of this will be put into development charges? Or should be?
Yeah, so through the chair, as the building permits come on stream, we'll be collecting development charges. I don't have that number with me.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'll have to leave the rest of my questions for that particular to the budget process, because that was the part I thought we were going to be discussing today as well. Okay, so if I can please go to, sorry, Chris and John. Okay, so the last slide that Councillor Jackson asked you to put up, and it was to look at the two different options, one developer versus many, and you gave your answers as to the pros and cons for both. Because we've heard that there is some constrictions to this site, because we've heard, it's okay, you don't have to put it up, because we've heard there's constrictions on this site, it's in the water tables, the whole bit, and it is reclaimed land. So there are some challenges with that as well. Is there and maybe Edward Johns could probably comment, is there going to be a block service strategy put in place so that one development doesn't have a negative impact on the other development. It should be looked at collectively, very similar to the one we did in the Scooby Lands, because we knew that there was drainage issues. We knew that there were going to be constrictions. So would there be a block servicing strategy so that every developer in there is working collectively rather than isolated?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and maybe if I need, I'll ask for help. The quick answer is yes. In fact, the city is the current landowner and the landowner itself. We're actually going through the entire subdivision approval process just like any other developer would. So included in that subdivision application is servicing, is all the other reports that would normally come out of that process. And the application is actually already in. A report to Planning Committee, I guess, would come in early December. So it will include all of those elements, just like any other subdivision.
So what I'm hearing through you, Chair, is there will be some sort of a block service strategy so that the developers are basically forced to work together rather than butting against each other, correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, correct. Remembering all things being equal, if we proceed with this process, there would actually be one developer, though, in this particular case, making it even easier. If you were to divide it into 9 different blocks, sell all 9 differently, the same would still apply.
Okay.
Because we're actually the ones, not only are we approving the subdivision, the city is actually the ones partaking the work. So we're actually the ones putting the sewer in, putting the water in, putting the drainage elements in.
Okay, thank you for that. And Chris, you're the one that mentioned it. It's on your 10th slide, and you pointed to 2 different harborfront buildings that needed to be retrofitted. So that started to spur some questions in my head, and I guess I was still wrapped around the 27 million. When we talk about retrofit, first of all, we own the buildings. What is the purpose to retrofitting these? Are they going to be museums? Are they going to be community centers? Are they going to be rec centers? What's the purpose of this?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it actually, the foundation of that all goes to the Rec Master Plan. So again, we're not actually revisiting any of the plans that are in place. The Rec Master, we're just implementing. The Rec Master Plan calls for those 2 buildings, which are not actually, let me see if I can kind of, they're the 2 buildings right at the foot of James Street. If you went all the way down to James, there's a large building where the marine operation runs right now, and there's a secondary building called the Varnish Shed. As part of the Rec Master Plan process, the community, the stakeholders, and council ultimately decided that those buildings would actually be retrofitted as opposed to demolished and doing something different with them, as opposed to the buildings on Pier 8, which the plan would call for actually demolition of. As far as uses go, the Rec Master Plan does call for things like some potential public spaces, multi-use space in between both, as well as potential commercial. But at this stage, we would be looking to design those elements in 2017 and then come back with the final use.
Okay, thank you. So right now we're just looking at retrofitting them as for what they're going to be retrofitted for, because that makes a big difference as to the costs and what you're aiming at. So we really don't know what the final use is going to be for these. It's just on the books to be retrofitted for whatever it is determined we're going to use them for.
Yes, the design elements to look into what those uses can be and what the retrofit will be is actually in our work plan for the latter part of this year and into 2017, and it'll be at that stage that then what we would determine to be the final use.
Okay, thank you. And one last question to Mr. Mullen. If we were to approve this or receive this 7.1 today, and with the approval of the recommendations, are we now tied into that 27 million at our budget process? Are we committed? We have to, we can't, we have to do reconsideration.
So through the chair, in principle, the 27 million was approved through the 2016 budget, and we'll be bringing, and we've built both of the capital financing plan. And sorry, through the chair as well. So a lot of those projects are related to, as Chris, servicing construction, some of our own city assets related to the shoreline and the shore wall.
Okay, so the 27 million is basically almost separate from this. It doesn't hinge on this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I need to. And I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Skelly. And I know that Councillor Skelly has a motion, an amendment coming forward. So if you want to wait to hear the amendment first and then we can do the whole report, or do you want to just go through on the main recommendations? Thank you. So Mayor Eisenberger on the 7.1, Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you. And thank you for all of the presenters and all the eloquent, I think, presentations made by both John Campbell and Sheila and Chris and Philbert. I think they were precise and concise and very clear in terms of where we're going. And, you know, in real terms, we have been heading down this path for the better part of 20 years. Through setting sail, through OMB challenges, through, you know, this whole ongoing vision to redevelop our waterfront, and certainly even more specifically once we got full and complete ownership of those lands in 2000. So great that we're here, that we can actually choose a direction, and I fully agree with the direction that's been defined here in terms of finding one provider, which does not necessarily mean it's only one developer. It could be a consortium of developers, quite frankly, but you're looking at least someone that has the ability, that has demonstrated that they've done these kinds of projects in other places, they've demonstrated success, and they demonstrate their adaptability and creativity in terms of how we make this the iconic development that it needs to be. You know, this is really Hamilton's opportunity to do the creative, innovative, urban innovative design and landmark development that really speaks to what we want to be as a city going forward. So it's truly a city building opportunity that can incorporate, you know, all the hallmarks of what we want to be. We want to be socially responsible, we want to be sustainable, we want to be clear about how we're going to accommodate, you know, affordable housing. And you know, make this the kind of the hallmark signature development that speaks to who we are and something that we can advertise and promote around the world in terms of iconic developments that are attractive not only here but elsewhere. So I'm really delighted we're here. I would like to move the recommendation at the appropriate time, but I also have a couple of requests for a couple of additions, minor amendments, and one of them is on the recommendation E. I would like to have included urban innovation as part of one of the criteria that we consider as we look at requests for proposals. And one of those issues was mentioned in the four kind of pillars of how we come to a decision, and innovation was part of that, but we really have kind of defined it in this process. So, you know, urban innovation really speaks to, you know, how do you blend that artistic creativity and urban design into the infrastructure that you're actually building there. So I think urban innovation is going to be a very key factor in terms of how that is done to make this an iconic development. So at the appropriate time, I'll ask for you to come to me to include urban innovation as one of the criteria in terms of that assessment process. And then lastly, in item F, it says, and this is to the issue of affordable housing options on Pier 8, that 5% target may be included as a defined target of not less than 5%. And you know, and I'm sensing around the room here that it's actually we're beyond may. I think it shall be is what I would like to have changed, so that we are clear to potential bidders out there that this is not a what if. This is a requirement in terms of our moving forward. I think that'll make it more clear. So it's may denotes that you know, you have some flexibility. In my mind, I think we ought to be clear that it's a locked-in number. We want to see what 5% affordable housing looks like, and we want to see it included, shall be included as part of this development process. And you know what, so when we talk about, you know, this entirety of this issue, if it's all about maximum value, we would do what Toronto initially did, was do the tallest buildings we can find there and maximize the value. The developer will have, will find much more value in a 20 and 30-story building than they would in a mid-rise complex. But it isn't about maximizing value totally. It is about maximizing not only the sustainability, but the affordability, as well as the design excellence that we can build into this. That really talks about a dynamic place to live with, and in partnership with, ample public space. And that has always been the issue that we've grappled with for Pier 7 and 8 and waterfront development. How do we balance between the local neighborhood that wants it to be a local asset and the broader community? And I can tell you, as I travel around the community, I get asked every day, how's that waterfront development coming along? They can't wait to see this waterfront development actually evolve and develop into an actual on-the-ground, shovels-in-the-ground development. So how to balance and an interest in participating in the kind of broader waterfront activity that comes with people wanting to be at the waterfront. So that 30-meter, which is about 100 feet, 30-meter green space along the front end should be and will be totally accessible to the public, as well as that inner band of green space that connects both sides of the pier that I think will become an iconic public space that many people throughout our entire community would want to have access to. So I think we're doing this exactly the right way. I think picking a single proponent that has the experience, the talent, the know-how, and the demonstrated work history to indicate that they know how to do this and have done this before and are properly financed and ready to take this on, whether it's a consortium or otherwise, I think is exactly what we need to do to develop that long-term relationship under our control. So just to speak to the control issue, this is the most controlled City of Hamilton project we have ever done. We have never had an opportunity to totally own, totally manage, totally set out the criteria, totally set out the planning regime, totally set out the kind of design structure that we'd want to have, and define the open space and green space on that site. So all the way through, we are going to have total control. So I'm a little leery of motions that want to reinforce that. I mean, I understand that there's some nervousness on the part of some. I don't have that nervousness. I think we are in the driver's seat, full stop. And until such time as we sign an agreement with a proponent, so we've gone through the RFP process and we've actually signed on with a proponent, then there's some potential harm to be had in terms of our potentially pulling out of this. But I cannot imagine what the rationale would be for pulling out. Having said that, there is certainly going to be investment on this site, as the questions that you raised at the very end of this pointed out. We are going to be putting $27 and up to $80 million of infrastructure investment into this site to get it ready for development. That is not a small amount of money. So if there's some cost to be had here, that's it. We're making the investment to get this ready to go out to market, and preparing all of that open space and underground space to ensure that we have development-ready land here that a proponent can bid on and actually put into effect sooner rather than later on a phased process. So I think this is exciting. I think it's rather redundant to look at off-ramps, quite frankly. I think we spend too much time talking about off-ramps, not talking about on-ramps and getting on with these projects. And I would think if I were a proponent out there, if we spent all of our time talking about off-ramps, I'd be a little nervous about partnering with the City of Hamilton on a major project if our mantra is, tell me where I can get off. Tell me where I can get on. I want to get on with this project. I don't want to get off. I want to get on. I want to be careful. I want to have control. And I want to be sure that the taxpayers of this city are not disadvantaged. But at the same time, I don't want to portray out in the broader community some nervousness that we're not committed to this project. I think we're committed to this project. We have been for the better part of 20 or 25 years. We're now at the final stage of getting on to the RFQ and RFP process. So I'm ready to move forward, and I'm not the least bit nervous in terms of how we kind of proceed from this. So if you will come back to me a little later, Madam Chair, I've got a couple of amendments that I mentioned to you earlier that I'd like to make. Once we've heard all the speakers, come back to me and I'll move the main motion and propose a couple of amendments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Madam Chair, I first of all want to congratulate staff for a job well done, and thank you for providing absolute clarity to the issues and questions that I asked in respect to the affordability point. I get it now, and that's why these questions and these venues and these opportunities need to provide that opportunity to get that clarity. I'm a bit concerned with the mayor's suggestion on changing may to shall, and here's why. First of all, I think staff brought the report, and I think it's a well thought out report.
Okay, just to be point of order, I'm going to call this. That motion hasn't come forward yet, so when that motion comes forward, you can speak to it at that time, please.
Madam Chair, it was suggested to change something in the motion.
And he's going to do that.
We're talking about a report. I am now putting my concern about the change in language, because what's before us is the report, and in the report it says may, so I'm going to speak to may.
Okay, thank you.
Right?
Just speak to may then.
Well, I am speaking to
thank
may.
you.
Do I got any more comments before I go on, Madam Chair? Because I certainly wouldn't want to upset you.
You're right, you wouldn't.
Okay, well, is there any more?
No, I just
Thank
don't want
you.
you speaking to
No,
a
I just
motion
want to make
that's
sure
not
I'm
on the
okay.
table yet.
I want to be sure we're okay. So I am speaking to the language as proposed. And in that language it says may include. Now let's be clear that staff have indicated this is not the traditional development on waterfronts, because the location of this creates its own challenges financially. So even the parking, I can't go under because the water table, there's a lot more expenses. So the cost per unit is going to be higher relative to those incurred costs. I would suggest, and unless staff tell me wrong, you're more likely going to have to put pylons in there because it's landfill that you're building on, reclaimed land on the water, and more likely you'll have to put drive pylons, or I think that's the terminology, to pilings to sustain the buildings, which is a very expensive proposition. So when you take a look at traditional development on waterfronts versus this particular location, there's greater expenses in the development for some of those reasons. So understanding that, and understanding we're going with an RFQ process first. So I support the 5%, let's be clear. I have no problem with 5%. But I want to ensure that through the RFQ process, that we have a robust number of developers coming forward with all the proposals, understanding the criteria and understanding the weighting of these processes, so that as a staffing group, you can measure those things and then move them off to the next stage, which would be RFQ. Now, if in that process you find a constant theme in regards to the pricing of per unit based on those costs, some of those costs I've identified, then you'll clearly take that under consideration in the development of the RFQ. And that's why the wording of this proposal is as such here. So can I ask, through the chair to staff, when I say see may and not shall, why did you put may?
Mr. Thorne?
So through the chair, we had quite a bit of conversation about this particular recommendation and where we'd go with the recommendation. I can tell you that we do have confidence, and I think Sheila already spoke to it, about the 5%, and that the development can absorb that 5%. The reason for the may is, as confident as we may be, you never really know with absolute 100% certainty until you've gone to market, until you see what comes back. So the may would give council that discretion if council wants to have that ability to have discretion when you actually see the RFQ bids come in. So that was the basis for the may. We do have confidence that this is something that can be absorbed, but like I said, you never really truly know until you've gone to market and you see what bids come back.
So,
thank you.
So I guess my point, based on that answer, is I would hope that it is and can be absorbed. I hope that the staff is right, And I think the wording is purposeful for that reason. And if we find ourselves at the point that there's a number of developers coming in saying, hey, this is doable, we now are in the position in the RFP process to make it prescriptive. Is that correct, through the chair? In the RFQ process, we will have that shot in making the 5% affordable home ownership prescriptive.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Oh, whoa. Through the chair, please. Thank you, but through the chair, please. No more chatter. So, Mr. Thorne, are you aware of, you know the question?
Yes,
Thank
yes. So through the chair, so certainly at the RFP process is when there will have to be certainty in terms of not just this point, but many other criteria and issues in terms of what council expects to see come back in the bids.
So
thank you. And keep in mind, we were going to talk about this when the motion comes forward. So if you want to reserve your comments for that, please keep that in mind.
With that, I think that's why I really congratulate staff on the way the report came forward. I certainly support what's suggested in the amendment for E, but in F, I like it the way it is because it really is about testing the market, understanding the challenges, looking at the themes as they come in, and optimizing the development on behalf of taxpayers, and making the appropriate adjustments, which may be prescribing the 5% in the RP, which I'd be fine with at that point, but I want to test the market, understand, because those that are applying for the RFQ will know that if they subscribe to this piece, it'll be weighted. It'll be weighted, meaning that they got a better chance of getting to the next stage of the RFP process. So I had some reservations in changing that at this point. I understand where the mayor is going, and I think it's laudable.
Okay, you're talking to the motion again, please. Let's reserve it to the motion, please.
Fair enough. But I really believe that there is a process in place that will allow us to get to where we need to get in optimizing the value of these lands. So the question I have to the staff is, because I think it was raised through a delegation, and I think it's through the Municipal Act or Zoning and Planning Act. My understanding is that when we incorporate the 5%, there is some leniency in allowing maybe more units or higher elevations. Is that correct?
Through the chair, so no, not the way this is being structured. The way this is being structured is that at the time of the RFP, not this RFQ, but the time of the RFP, council would have to spell out very clearly what your criteria and conditions and weighting are, and that's where council would have to be fairly definitive in terms of what your expectations are in terms of affordable housing. It would not be tied in terms of what's being structured here right now. Council would have the option of going there prior to the RFP if you wish, but the way this is structured right now is it's not tied to other sorts of density bonusing, those sorts of considerations. Not at this stage. At the RFQ stage, we're really just trying to make sure that the potential bidders have the financial capacity, the experience, the skill set to actually deliver on this scope of work.
So we're casting the net, hoping on the RFQ that we get as many very competitive bids, meeting as much of the weighted criteria as possible, and depending on that process, we readjust the RFP accordingly and make the final value statements or certainly criteria incorporated in the RFP at that point in time. I'm very comfortable with that. And again, I want to congratulate staff on an excellent report, and thank you for clarifying those questions.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you. And I think we're making this a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. For the last 10, 15, 20 years, whatever time frame you want to use, we've had hiccups and hurdles thrown in front of us on this file ad nauseum. And so even to implement, many of the things that are on the front page of our website, that are on the brochures that we advertise, they're in our ECDEV reports, many of the smallest initiatives on the waterfront that all add up to a tremendous success story. The trolley, as a for instance. We built the trolley, we put it on the trail, and we had complaints. We designed the trail to be on the water rather than on the road, and we had a protest down there. When we built the beach trail in my area, we had a portion of the neighborhood who came out and said, we're going to have people breaking into our backyards and using the trail as a getaway. We're going to have people driving on it. It's going to lower property values. And so we've seen through the very smallest of initiatives with trail enhancements and trolleys and other recreation public realm improvements to very large projects like the setting sail planning process itself, which was appealed successive times to the OMB. We've seen hiccups and hurdles thrown in front of us to delay and in some cases to try to stop the progress we're making, not just in this area of the city on the waterfront, but in the East End as well. And so we don't need any other hiccups and hurdles politically thrown in our way. So I'm just hoping that today we're all moving forward in the same direction. I think we all know what this means globally, whether you represent Glanbrook, whether you represent far reaches of Stony Creek, Flamborough, and everywhere in between. I mean, this file, and it's a big one, and there are a lot of moving parts to it, means a lot of things to people, whether they live in the West Harbour and walking distance to this area, or whether they live outside of our boundaries and borders and visit this area as someone who is a tourist or wants to take part in many of the recreational amenities that we have here. For us, this is the poster child of sustainability. It is a brownfield site, as was referenced through the presentation and in past discussions. It is an infill site. It's an industrial site that 20 years ago was an asphalt pad. And so it's something that now presents to us opportunity with new tax assessment, opportunity with infill residential, opportunities with commercial, opportunities with image in terms of what it means to the city as it relates to we build this. This is the impression that people have when they come to Hamilton. It's not that static view of the industry that's been almost representative of Hamilton for the last 100 years. This is kind of the new face, although industry is still important in our community. I think it's important to emphasize that the harbour offers a lot more to people than just the employment opportunities it has in the last 100 years. So for me, this is a milestone for us. There will be other hiccups and hurdles in our way. I'm positive that the first developer that comes in and says, I'm going to now build one of those nice buildings that was shown on the screen, I'm almost certain there will be pushback from a small portion of the community who says we're not happy with how it looks, how high it is, the type of materials that are used, and so that's part of our process, and I've come to accept that over the years, especially on this file. But this is a milestone. Getting us through today and getting us into the RFQ and then the RFP process helps us move this file forward. And the fact that it's now part of our strategic plan and part of our budget process is something that makes this process a whole lot easier to facilitate, because at one point in time, those projects that I referenced were one-offs in the budget process. They were one-offs as part of the setting sail OMB appeal process, as part of the rec master plan process, as part of the Safe Streets initiative that was part of the OMB process. I mean, this is a very tangled web in terms of where we've been with the West Harbour file, and the fact that we are where we're at now today, and we have the money and resources set aside to do this without increasing taxes, the fact that it's going to generate new tax assessment and employment, I think is a tremendous thing. There are a lot of people to thank, too many to name individually, but the team that we have here behind us, as well as the consultants that we've hired with Sheila and others, have done a tremendous job. And to be quite honest and frank, there are a lot of people who on past councils who worked very hard on this file, as well as staff who've subsequently retired since we started this process, who are no longer with us, and should be thanked as well. So this has been a real community initiative. My residents support it by and large. I'm certainly supportive of it 100%. It isn't perfect. There are parts of it I would like to see changed over time, but I know that this has been a collective effort that many have worked hard on, including the ward councillor. And so I want to today say thank you, and I'm hoping that with the little motions and things that are to come, that we'll find common ground and be able to move this forward past today without delay.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Murillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start off by saying that this process through the setting sail process started in 2003. I don't think there is a single project that that describes truly where Hamilton was and where Hamilton is and heading than what's before us here today. I lived in West Harbour as a kid. My dad's first house he bought on Gregg Street, and 2 Gregg Street to be exact, and I can recall that neighborhood with the with the activity at Stelco, with the industrial prowess of the area and the dump that existed, and really an area that people worked to move out, which my dad did, is now an area where people are working to move in. And that could be extended clear across wards 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's what's that is part of what we're experiencing right now, part of that renaissance that a number of us are continually reference. And there's been a lot of work that's been put into this. I can recall Councillor Horvath at the time, who's now a member of provincial parliament, as everyone knows, and the leader of the NDP, was the ward councillor at the time. And I can recall at that time there being unanimous support recognizing that that was pre-Renaissance. That was a time when everybody was still asking us, what are you going to do about the decline in downtown? What are you going to do about the growing decline in your ward and the industrial core and the lower city? When millions of dollars were being expended to expand urban boundaries, questions arose that this urban sprawl is what contributed to the decline of the core, which is obviously evident and true. So the focus of that era was, what are you as a candidate when I ran for office? And I remember across the street at the board in 1997 when I first ran, that was the actual entire theme of that debate. Was what exactly are all of these candidates from all over the region at that time going to do to revitalize downtown Hamilton, recognizing that it's the center and the core of this entire region? And that was pre-amalgamation even. So you had support from all of the outlying areas. So this is born from that era. This is born from that time when people were clamoring and demanding action from council. And this is the fruit of that work, of many councils, of many staff members. So at the 11th hour now, I think we need to focus in on trying to land this particular project and not blindly try to create obstacles. So we've come a long way. It's been literally almost a quarter of a century since this process started. So let's just keep that in mind and go into this with our eyes wide open, recognizing the work that has been done, and understanding that the only, I think, component to this project that could have any concern attached to it would be the exploitation of the city by developers. I think there's probably clear consensus that this development is going to generate a significant amount of revenue. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So the question becomes, how do we as a municipality ensure that our fair share is returned to us and that we mitigate what is spent in order to receive that fair share? So in looking at this, I personally believe, with all of the thousands of hours that have gone into this, this really is a scale at which it's minimum, if not low. I think personally the risk that we're facing is associated with future councils and trying to amend the project to increase the intensification in order to increase their revenue and by extension their profits. So as I mentioned to staff, that's going to be ultimately our biggest challenge. But there is nothing else about this that can even remotely be considered negative. Absolutely nothing. And we need to focus in on what the presenting problem might be, and that is the only presenting problem. Now, from an actual education perspective, I think that neighborhood, especially the public board, has dropped the ball to some extent. They're seriously lacking resources to accommodate the future growth in that area and the children that will be living in that neighborhood. They've closed down a number of schools, including high schools, that John A. McDonald being one of them. And they're going to be faced with the reality that once the population density increases, that they're going to have to reopen a lot of these schools that they closed. The Catholic Board, I think they had some vision, and they've kept St. Mary's open. They have St. Lawrence, I believe, still that's open. And they've, even though they're not, St. Mary's not being used for education purposes, they're using it for administrative purposes, understanding that they may need it in the future. So one thing that we should perhaps include in all of this, and as I mentioned to staff and they concurred with it, is that we should be communicating with both school boards to ensure that this plan and the projected growth ties into whatever demands might exist in the future, and to ensure that the public board and the Catholic board do their due diligence in preparation for that growth. So, in conclusion, I think those are the only two issues that I would say are presenting problems. One we can control, I believe, to some degree, and that is to ensure our fair share is received throughout this process, and also to communicate with both school boards to ensure that there's not a gap in service in the future as it pertains to providing that community with schools. So lastly, I can't overstate the importance of what's before us. I can't overstate the importance of ensuring that we stay the course, and commend all that have been involved. And as Councillor Collins alluded to, we're going to have a number of challenges that we're going to be faced with as this develops down the road. But the key is to ensure that we have an understanding of where we stand unanimously in order to combat whatever challenges we're faced with that will in any way try to derail this. So the assessment growth itself is going to be astronomical, ties into the assessment growth we're already seeing, which then ties into the decrease in tax impacts in a suburban area. That type of shift is something you should be applauding, not criticizing. The more those property values increase in the core, wards 1, 2, 3, and 4, as it was outlined in the report, the more the taxes, that reversal of fortune occurs in those areas, but so does the reversal of tax impacts. And one thing I've heard for the last nearly 20 years is that why is it that our taxes are going up so much more than that of the old city of Hamilton? Well, that's changing, folks, and this type of project will tie into those types of changes and be a catalyst to more assessment growth, which will decrease taxes. And I'm willing, and I've communicated to my community, that with that assessment growth will come, obviously, an increase in equity and wealth, but with that also comes taxes, and people are aware of it, but they also appreciate the trade-off. The real challenge will be how do our children and grandchildren purchase homes in this city in the future, and that's the other challenge, the challenge that we're faced with. But you look at where we started and where we are today, it is astronomical, the success that this city has been able to develop and bring to fruition, and we should be applauding it, not trying to derail it. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker so far is Councillor Farr.
Thanks to the previous speakers who are alluding to what I wanted to mention. However, Madam Chair, my experience only comes over the last 6 years, but one of the first big documents I ever read upon getting elected, I thought it was important, was the setting sail secondary plan. There was a lot more people living in Ward 2 and in the North End that knew that document inside out before I did, and clearly those around the table who have been here for some time. But for the 6 years that I've been honoring the decades of council approvals based on council mandates, strategic plans that have been approved over the years, I've defended, I've respected the planning policies that we've worked very, very hard to build, and we've done it together in most cases, if not all, near unanimity or unanimous decisions on the setting sail secondary plan, on the West Harbour Waterfront Recreational Master Plan, on the urban design studies, on the North End Traffic Management Plan. I just had another meeting, many meetings in the last 6 years with respect to that approach to getting ahead of this development. And there in the North End, there were some great opinions and great conversations that we continue to offer, and we're entering year 4 of a 5-year pilot, all associated, and just one of the many plans that we've approved to the West Harbour development. So all of us have respected, it's clear in my time, this waterfront objective to date. There's evidence in how we support our OMB appeals. The defense on appeals that we've been successful in, each and every one to date, is well north of $500,000. It's probably approaching $750,000 or more than that. We have had countless hours of public engagement. Just in the last year alone, it's been extremely impressive, as I noted before. We've had consultant report after consultant report, expert opinion that we voted on and requested and asked for, that all reaffirms where we're at today. That there is still very much great interest in achieving our goals, our objectives, our strategic plans that we voted on in the past. Today, there's a real solid prevailing theme for me, and one we've talked about for some time, but one we've shared now around this horseshoe, and that's the partnership aspect moving forward with the RFI to the RFP in the timelines that were presented. And these partnerships are built on trust. They are not built on suspicion. And when you invest the kind of capital we've invested in more ways than one around this table for a couple of decades now, and that all point to and prove that we are very much seeking partnerships built on trust, I don't think at this stage in the game we want to enter into any idea that may suggest to those potential partners who we'll all look forward to meeting someday and cutting ribbons with, that there's any suspicion. So this is key for me, and this is what I've learned in just a short time, in 6 years. What's before us today continues to be smart, progressive, and most of all, very important for the economic well-being of our city as a whole, development. We've never wavered to date from proving to Ontario, to Canada, and even the rest of the world with this particular project that we are the ambitious city. We do bleed ambition. We are building on momentum. All catchphrases that we've heard a lot lately, and if you haven't seen the latest Ambitious City video, you got to watch it, because maybe it'll inspire anybody that may be around this horseshoe right now thinking about ways to undermine or get out of this plan that have been so well respected and supported to date. So I'm still there, quite obviously, and I can reiterate what the first speaker said. There is a community out there that is very bullish and very much looking forward to us staying the course and that final product that really is going to be a benchmark for development to come in this great city. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as promised, and I'm going in order because Councillor Skelly has a motion, and then I have one coming from Mayor Eisenberger. So, Councillor Skelly, you want to introduce your sorry?
My understanding is first we deal with this main motion. I sense that
I apologize.
This is a separate motion.
I apologize. You're right. So, can I have a motion, please, to put the staff report on the floor? So, we'll do that first. Councillor or Mayor Eisenberger and Councillor Conley would like to put it on the floor for approval. So now we have some motions for amendments. So I've asked Councillor Skelly, because at the beginning of the conversation and the presentations, I told her I was going to come back to her. And then I'll come to you, Mayor Eisenberger, because you came afterwards with more amendments.
No. So, Madam Clerk.
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, I believe Councillor Skelly's is a separate motion.
I apologize. I thought it was part and parcel with us.
Unless it's her intent to add it as a G, it really is a separate motion.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go to Councillor Skelly. Is this as separate? I apologize. So we'll go with the amendments first. Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger.
Okay, so moved by myself, second by Councillor Green, that we amend item E to include urban innovation as one of the evaluation criteria. And then secondly, amend item F.
Point of order, could we deal with them separately? So I wouldn't mind dealing with that one now, and then he could put the second amendment forward, because to tie them to, then we're going to have two different debates.
Oh, wait a minute. This is an amendment on one, so you're going to do one amendment first, sir. So what was your first amendment?
I just did the first amendment.
Okay, so
item E, add urban innovation to the evaluation criteria in item E.
And that's seconded by Councillor Green. All those in favor? Oh, quick question.
I just want to ask Jason through you if urban innovation falls under design excellence, which is already presented here in item E. or is it a completely separate thing? The mayor pitches it as a completely separate thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I've never heard of urban. I should probably have, but I haven't. So I'm wondering if it's relevant under design excellence.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I think there may be some elements in some of those other areas, but certainly pulling them out as a separate area around looking for some of the innovative solutions, I think would have some merit, and I think the development industry would understand what was intended by that.
Okay, thank you. Wait a minute. So, Mayor Eisenberger has the motion on the floor, and Councillor Green's got a question.
Thank you. I just wanted to, in support of this motion, recognize the climate change initiative that the mayor has, the opportunity to have sustainability built in. My understanding, Madam Deputy Mayor, to members of this committee, that when you talk about design, those are the aesthetic features that are, setback, shading,
right,
all the different things that we talk about at planning. Whereas the innovation piece, I think, will potentially unfold and unpack our obligations around climate change, around efficiency, and around all the other things. Climate change is real, and so is the science, and so I'm very supportive of this.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. The speakers list is finished with that amendment. All those in favor?
Carried.
Thank you. So your next amendment, sir.
The next amendment is in item F, to replace the word may after Pier 8, that, and replace may to include shall as an amendment. And that, again, is seconded by Councillor Green. And if I could speak to that.
Yes, sir.
So I did hear the good councillor speak to that in terms of the RFQ process, and he did say that through the RFP process he thought it would be most appropriate. So it is that's in fact what it is. So if you look at item F, it's all about the RFP process. So we have two streams going on here. We have RFQ at the beginning of the recommendations, and our staff are asking us to approve the RFQ process and a fairness monitor and evaluation committee and all of the rest of that. And then through items E and F, it talks about the RFP process. Actually, the items D, E, and F talk about the specific RFP process, which they're also asking us to approve today, which will come back to us at a later date in terms of details. But I think I did hear the councillor speak to that and said that he thought it was appropriate under the RFP process. So I'm introducing this now so that it's not unclear, that we're clear about our direction in terms of affordable housing at a 5% number. I heard staff say earlier that they had complete confidence that that is a sustainable, doable standard that they could uphold and don't really have any difficulty. And so I want to be clear in our RFP process that we're not wishy-washy, that we're 100% focused on what the City of Hamilton wants. And I think shall covers it a lot better than may, which leaves it relatively wide open in my view. And some have spoken to doing that, but I'm not in that camp. I want to be clear that we spell out exactly what the City of Hamilton wants, and it's one of those measures of control that we can put into effect that actually talks about some of the very issues that we have as an organization in terms of dealing with affordable housing. So we're not talking about city affordable housing here, we're talking about the private sector participating in our affordable housing stock through this process. So that's the amendment, Madam Chair, seconded by Councillor Green.
Yeah. And I'm going to the seconder, please, because I got a list here of people who want to speak all at once.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I really appreciate the Mayor for catching this, because this is one of those places that can potentially create confusion. We heard around the table the reluctance to have to open this up in future councils to get amendments, and I can see this if I'm a developer. We talked about people saying they want to come back with 22 stories. Well, if a developer came back on this parcel after going down this line of negotiation and came back and said, well, 5% really means 3% to us, we need to be unequivocal. We need to stop talking about affordable housing and start implementing it. We need to stop talking about inclusionary zoning and start implementing it. So I applaud staff who in their presentation stated that a 5% mix will not materially impact the cost of this or the potential return. When you hear Deloitte come in and say that, I'm fully supportive, and in fact, if anything, I think the debate is, could we push for more? But given that this is our first toe in the water, I think that change is essential. It sends a signal not just to the development community, but for those that are on the wait list, for those that are trying to find the money to put a down payment on their first home. So I'm a little bit confused when we have John come here, do a fantastic presentation on Habitat, hear everybody talk about how great it is, and then leave an opening for that window to close. So I would hope that everybody around this table support this step towards inclusionary zoning, which it's not perfect, it's not as far as I would want it to go, but it's a great first step, and I really appreciate both Councillor Collins and Farr for working with the community to hash this stuff out, because this is the result. I don't know what it said, 2,500 community contacts, multiple dozens of meetings, hours invested with staff. So this is it, and here we are. So let's remove any type of doubt from people's minds. Let's put shall, just like the commandments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it's important that we recognize that 5% might actually be too low, and I'll explain why. I know in speaking to developers, particularly surrounding the Roxville development, as an example, they're looking at providing more than 5%, and there are a lot of subsidies available through the federal and provincial government as well as municipal that didn't exist in the past. People are getting it that we're not going to solve the affordable housing crisis, but with public money, it's going to have to be private money, and they have to bring them to the table. So, in essence, I see this more as an incentive for a developer than not. And there are other variables as well. There are other variables that need to be taken into account. It's not necessarily the most vulnerable. We're talking about urban professionals who can't afford a down payment. So that variable of affordable housing for that young couple that just got married with the increase of property values that can't get a down payment, that is considered an affordable housing program. For some reason, there is this misconception that affordable housing means institutionalized housing or social housing or what have you. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but the reality is there are multiple variables related to what affordable actually means, and every neighborhood that has incorporated affordable housing has only benefited from it. And I don't think anybody around the table would ever want to in any way suggest we create a gated community and that only those that can afford to be there be there. That affordable housing mixed use is what makes this city, this province, this country as superior as it is when it comes to planning. So as a result, I think 5% is too low, but at least it's a start, and we can say the minimum will be 5%. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. We will have an opportunity. I'm going to get the timelines. The RFQ goes out first, which is the request for proposals, and then we'll shortlist that. Is that correct, through the chair to staff?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, it's correct, other than the timing actually dovetails into each other. The recommendation here is to come back just prior to the RFP with this criteria for your approval. The RFQ will already have been open at that moment in time and potentially even closed by that moment in time.
So it's walking and running and so forth. So it's about going out to the market, understanding what the market's saying in regards to the proposals and whether they meet the financial obligations. And for the good reasons the previous speaker spoke to, when we confirm the RFP and the criteria in the RFP, it would be a learned process from the trends that we find through the RFQ process. So can I ask the staff, is it possible that through the RFQ you might learn things through that process that you may want to implement into the RFP?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's a difficult question. It's not a black and white answer to it. Could we learn things through the process? Yes. At the same time, we're obviously on a fixed period of time in which the ability to kind of maneuver around that is small as well. As it relates to this issue, though, it's really the key is whether or not the reason why it's even before you here, as opposed to waiting until April, like the other issues, is because we've felt that it's material enough
to the RFQ stage, that if we are going to impose an actual amount and a definition to that, that it needs to come prior to the RFQ stage. So that's the reason why it's here prior to you with a very specific threshold, as opposed to the other criteria, which are a little bit more broad.
So help me understand this to the chair then. On an RFQ, you would be proposing, well, I guess the wording here, because the mayor is saying this applies to the RP, but I guess you are now suggesting by doing this we would have to now not put may in the RFQ, but it have to be shall in the RFQ. Is that correct?
Chris?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, if you change the wording to shall, it just gives a much clearer definition for the RFQ. For those who are bidding in the RFQ, it's a question of whether or not we want to be transparent for them to know what are the criteria we are likely to measure an RFP for, realizing that the RFQ is then shortlisted, and only those who are shortlisted from the RFQ proponents are able to actually respond to the RFP.
So
Thank you, Councillor.
Can I ask to the chair then?
Thank you.
Is there any advantage or disadvantage in leaving it the way it is through the RFQ process so that we can refine the RFP process?
Chris or Sheila?
What's the disadvantage of making it more prescriptive in the RFQ process?
Thank you. Mr. Thorne?
So through the chair, I guess I would suggest that we're talking very minor differences either way here. So the only advantage to having it left as a may is that it is possible that as we go out for RFQ, potentially we may not get a lot of bids, and we may then go back out to market and say what went wrong, and maybe we do learn from something bad. I think these are remote possibilities, but the reason for having the may in there in terms of the staff recommendation is it does provide a little bit of flexibility when we stand in front of you with the RFP that council may want to vary from what's written here now. As I said to the previous question, we have a lot of confidence that this will not be an issue, that this will be absorbable within development. The may is there because as I said earlier, you never know with absolute 100% certainty. So the may provides a bit of flexibility. We have confidence that you're not going to need that flexibility, but it is in there as a just in case.
Thank you, Councillor.
So hearing the answers to the questions, certainly the principles I agree with. But I want to ensure, and I think what we heard is no one has a crystal ball when they put the RFQ out. And so they cast that net, and these thresholds will be there and weighted, and they will be in a better position at that point to make an informed decision as we go forward on an RFP process. By not casting that net wide, we could be limiting the opportunity. We will never know. We will never know that we're limiting the opportunity by making it more prescriptive, because I think we just heard from Mr. Thorne that you may have less people bidding on it as a result of that. So I like casting that wide and then refining it to those principles on the RFP process as we learn from that RFQ process, again, to meet as many of those values and pieces that this report has done such a great job in doing. So that's why I'm primarily concerned about changing that wording now. I think my councillor colleagues, especially the lower city colleagues, have been working in earnest to come up with a compromise and looking at something that makes sense, have done an incredible job in doing so. And I don't want to undermine the good work and the recommendations of staff, taking all things in consideration in respect to let's move cautiously forward, understanding these are the objectives, and it doesn't prevent us meeting those objectives, but it really gives us that contrast on the bids coming in to have a better understanding by not limiting or excluding developers that may be bidding in this process and identify issues and provide opportunity. We will forego that right from the get-go. And I think that as a council, we have an obligation to cast that net wide and then narrow it to those key principles we talked about at the point we have a better understanding where, in fact, the development community is. So for those reasons, I have real trouble. The principle I support, but I think we need to have that due diligence process, the RFQ process. So therefore, I could not support shall at this time. I think we need to stick with the staff recommendation of may.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Well, I think we're spending a lot of time and energy discussing something that in the grand scheme of things is, I think in my mind, is more symbolic than anything else. I mean, we're talking about condos that are maybe originally we're going to sell for $350 or now going to sell for $310, $315. So in the grand scheme of things, the development portion of this development will go forward. They will be expensive units, even on the low end. It'll be hard for some people to buy units in this area because it's on the waterfront. It's the most valuable land in every community, not just in Ontario and Canada, around the world. So we can try what we want to do in terms of limit that increase and make it more accessible to a select group of people. And I've said this through the community meetings that I attended on James Street North, the bigger bang for our buck in terms of solving or trying to solve our affordable housing crisis is to use the revenues from this that will go so much further, whether it's in our existing units that are in a deplorable condition, whether it's city housing or otherwise, or using the resources from the sale of these lands to build new units in other parts of the city outside of the West Harbour where we're seeing record gentrification issues. So I'll support certainly what's on the table. I will move forward. We'll see what the development community says. But as I said, I think I certainly agree with staff. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Someone's going to bid on this, someone's going to build, and we're going to have expensive units here, whether we like it or not, because of where it is. So, anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Skelly.
I think that we're missing a huge opportunity to redirect the funds that we could generate from this property to really address our crisis in affordable housing. And I think that it's unwise to move forward with supporting 5% of the units going to affordable housing or ownership, but we haven't even established the criteria of who would be eligible for those. So for that reason, mimicking what Councillor Collins just said, I think that there's so much more opportunity to have funds provide homes immediately, build affordable units elsewhere in the city, and it would be much wiser and much more responsible to progress in that fashion than what's before us today. So for that reason, I'm not going to be supporting it.
Thank you. And if you can take the chair, I'd like to just make one comment. I was actually very hesitant to put anything in stone about and what type of housing. But I think the presenter that was at the very beginning of this whole thing said he went to the development community and asked them, why are you not building more units for affordable housing? And the response back was, we don't have to. If this is something that needs to go in, so they have to. And I agree with Councillor Collins. Throw it, see what sticks to the wall. Put it in, see what happens, and see if the development community will respond. And chances are they could be way too expensive to accomplish this, but we've got to give it a shot. So I'm going to support the wording as it stands right now, and look forward to what happens in the future for the RFQ and the RFP and the ABC. Anyway, so I'm on board to support it, and I'm going to take the chair back, please. And Councillor Green, second time, final speaker.
Thank you. Well, again, my support of this particular project was contingent on a shift towards affordability and a shift towards inclusionary zoning. The only reason why I'm supporting this project is because we saved the units, 100 plus units at 500 McNabb. Those units still need to have substantial investment to bring back online. And so when we hear people around the table talking about using this project to be able to have a community good, when they talk about the term, land value capture, and when they talk about the uplift, when we talk about the tax that's coming, the tax assessment growth that's going to come out of these projects, we have an opportunity, an obligation, and a responsibility and a duty around this table to put those units online. I don't understand how we can, in one breath, talk about our support for affordability and then in the next one, have any kind of reluctance to implement it at this particular stage right now. Accounting for everything that Councillor Collins just said, that even if it is just symbolic at this particular point in time, let's send a message that we are serious about going down this path. So this idea of, you know, going down this road with one major developer, and Madam Deputy Mayor, you heard them talk about Daniels. You know, I had the opportunity to meet Mitch Cohen at the long-term affordable housing strategy. He's the only developer I've ever met of that size, and these are big developers, serious developers. Support inclusionary zoning. Support it. Along with Ted McMeekin, the minister, at that particular time, he stood up in front of the entire development community and said, we have a responsibility. And you know what Minister McMeekin's comments were at the time? Exactly what was just repeated by the previous speaker, that if it's not put into the language, developers won't do it. We can't expect the private market to be altruistic, but we have an ability as a government to actually legislate change. We heard Councillor Marula talk about the fact that the public sector can't do it alone. You heard me speak earlier about infrastructure development bank that's just been put online by the federal government in the second phase of this social infrastructure spending that's going to happen. $83 million over 11 years. They will be deeply incentivized to do this because it's not an altruistic model. But yet, the one opportunity we have to symbolically support affordability, after all the comments about how people support affordability, and we're balking at it. We're quibbling about it. I don't understand. So I hope that there's enough votes around this table to support the mayor in this particular motion and in being very intentional about putting that in the language. Otherwise, we're going to be back before this table, hearing from the private sector, oh gosh, we just don't have enough money. You know what? The timing's never going to be right for the private sector to do inclusionary zoning, which is exactly why the Ministry of Municipal Affairs put it into the legislation. So that's where I'm kind of, I don't want to say confused. I'm actually into a place of disappointment now of some of the comments that I'm hearing around the table and kind of the double speak around supporting it on one hand, but then not having the courage to implement it on the other. So those are my comments. I fully support this, and I would ask for a standing recorded vote.
Thank you. Second time speaker, Councillor Whitehead.
It's ironic that I just heard that there's major developers that really support inclusionary zoning because it makes sense, and then on the other hand I hear we don't want developers to come before us and tell us that this is not affordable, and I don't know which side I need to understand. I support, and after the explanation I heard from staff, I'm very supportive of the 5% in this corridor. What I don't know is the unknowns. And I've already identified the significant cost of building in this particular area. It's not the traditional shore land. It's reclaimed land that requires a much higher cost in infrastructure and piling and so forth. So the cost per unit is much higher. I don't know what the business case is. I have no idea. What I don't want, and I don't think supporting May excludes the very principles that have been espoused here. What keeping May there does also contrast if in fact the development community comes forward in large scale on the RFQ process and indicates after they've done their due diligence that the costs are so significant that they have some concerns around this philosophy, or they might come back and say, you know what, we could do 10%. I don't know what the answer is, but like one of our staff already indicated, they don't have a crystal ball. So I'd rather, I think, by saying that we're waiting the RFQ process on the 5% affordable home, it's already there. Meaning that if they don't consider it, they're probably not going to get to the RFP process. So I think that's what F does. That's what May does. It actually makes it clear. And the only challenge would be is if every developer came forward and said this is not doable, then we do have a responsibility here. Why? And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for to ensure that we're not taking on any risk through this process, and that's why I believe that staff incorporate the May so that we can anticipate concerns coming from the development community, or we may not, but by doing this, it casts that net wider. And I have no problem casting that wider because we can always narrow that net based on these criteria.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Conley.
Call the question, please.
Thank you. Standing recorded vote. All those in favor? For shall. 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 So, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Farr, Councillor Green, Councillor Marula, Councillor Collins, Councillor Jackson, Councillor B. Johnson, Mayor Eisenberger, Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Conley. Those opposed? Councillor Skelly, Councillor Whitehead. Madam Clerk? Carries. Thank you. So now we're on to Mayor Eisenberger. Are those your two amendments? Thank you. Yes, but I'm hearing, hang on. Thank you. Just a second. Thank you. Councillor Marula.
Just through you to Chris Phillips, during the discussion that I had with him and other staff, as well as what I mentioned today regarding the discussions with both public and separate school boards, would it be advantageous to bring forward a motion to direct that discussion become formal to deal with the projected growth, or will you just take that as a direction? I'll take whatever you feel is best.
So you just want it limited to the two school boards or all school boards? Any?
All school, yeah.
Okay, thank you. What do you think? A motion, formal motion, or direction is fine?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think we can just take that as direction.
Okay, so can we then have a report back on what the formal process will be? And I think Mayor Eisenberger would like to elaborate on that.
Thank you. So are you finished? Sorry? You have the floor, so you don't have the... Okay, Mayor Eisenberger.
So we do have a school board liaison committee, and I think we have both Catholic and the public, so we can take it there and make it an issue there and remind them of their inter-city responsibility.
Why don't I move that formally then?
Yep. And get it on the agenda, and we'll put it on the agenda for our next meeting.
Folks.
So I'll move by myself, second by Councillor Collins, that we refer this item to the school board liaison committee for future discussion with Chris Phillips and other staff related to this project.
Okay, so you're just limiting it to the two, Councillor Marilla? You're just limiting it to the two school boards. You're not opening it up to universities and colleges?
No, just the school boards. Really.
Just the school boards. Thank you. So the motion's on the table. All those, sorry.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, my apologies. You just said refer this item, so for the sake of everybody, and actually for myself, can you just clarify what you're referring, please?
The presenting problem that with the growth at West Harbour and the closure of schools, particularly in the public school board, that discussion needs to occur sooner rather than later on how to basically fill the vacuum that's been created from the closure of those schools.
Did everybody hear that? And it's seconded by Councillor Collins, you said? Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. So 7.1, now I heard earlier that Councillor Skelly's motion stays out completely separate from 7.1, correct? Stephanie, thank you. So
on this particular motion, can we, I want to support it wholeheartedly. I do have a problem with the amendment, so could I make it clear that I'm voting against that particular amendment, but I wholeheartedly support the balance of the recommendations?
City Clerk?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the minutes will reflect that you were opposed to the amendments to subsection F.
So now I can support the report as amended? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So 7.1 is on the floor, moved by Mayor Eisenberger, and I'm sorry, Mayor Eisenberger, we also had a seconder. I think it was Councillor Farr, Councillor Green, on 7.1 as amended. Standard recording vote. I show that it's unanimous for all those present. Thank you, everyone. Now, Councillor Skelly, you have a motion.
I do. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson, that staff be directed to bring to the General Issues Committee's attention at each stage of the solicitation process for Hamilton's West Harbour for Pier 8, as listed below, any opportunities for Council to terminate the process altogether or to amend the directions that Council may have previously approved, and any legal or financial implications associated with same, request for proposal evaluation criteria, approval of transaction negotiation strategy, approval of entry into contracts. If I could just speak to this for a moment. We've just gone through months of negotiation, deliberation, trying to find information on the LRT process. And this is an attempt to prevent that. I don't think anybody here wants to see any more hiccups, as we heard, hiccups or hurdles that were ad nauseum, as Councillor Collins mentioned, in this process. We want this to move forward. This is hopefully a measure to prevent any sort of issues as we move forward in this process, so that we understand wholeheartedly what we're signing on to and any implications. And I think it will also send a message to the developers and any other people that we engage in contracts, that we are serious, we are clear as to the direction of council, and that it wouldn't create any opportunities to somehow change a contract or cause a delay in the process. So this motion is to move this West Harbour initiative forward, and hopefully I can get your support on it.
Thank you. And before we continue, Jason Thorne would like to speak to it, and as I'm the seconder, I'd like to speak to it second, as I've been doing throughout today. Mr. Thorne.
So through the chair, just to clarify, as the councillor was reading the motion, the phrase that was used was at each stage of the solicitation process, whereas the wording on the paper says development process. I would suggest to committee that solicitation process would be the more appropriate word to use, because at each stage of the development process, those decisions would be guided by the development agreement. So my understanding is that this is speaking to the solicitation process, and that would be a more appropriate word to use.
Thank you.
So just want to flag that.
Councillor Skelly, are you fine with that? Thank you. So if you can please take the chair, Councillor Jackson. Every time we suggest to cross the T's and dot the I's, it's perceived as negative. And I think it's very prudent for us to protect our assets and not put the taxpayers at risk. After 2 huge projects in the term that I've been here, there has been hiccups, there's been uh-ohs, and I'm, to be quite frank with you, I am up to here with it. I heard earlier through the presentations that this does not conflict with the process, as the staff have referred to this during the presentation. Here's where you have the opportunity to approve or not approve. All this is doing, in my opinion, is putting it in paper so that we're all on the same page. It's not, what did he say? We got to go back now to the live stream to find out whether or not that was really what was said. So this is really confirming up exactly what the staff has said in the presentation. I was taking notes, so that's why I volunteered to second it. I do like the wording of solicitation. So those are my comments, and I will be supporting it. Thank you, Councillor.
Cheers back to you, Councillor Brenda Johnson.
And I have I have Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, I'm generally not supportive of this. If you can find a way of making it not negative, I'd be happy to kind of work that through. But let me ask through you to our staff. I mean, is there any part of this process where we are not going to be consulted and given the legal and financial implications of how we're moving forward? Through you to Chris or to our legal department. This is suggesting that hasn't been happening, which is not true. It has been happening all the way through, and will continue to happen. So, can you give me a sense of, is there any point in time where we're not going to be aware of financial implications and approval processes that have to be going forward?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, everything that was on the slide, we've tried to lay out specifically where council has their points of approval throughout it. We've tried to be really clear about that as well. And so yes, embedded in our report and our recommendations was, I think, all things being equal, the spirit of this motion. But at the same time, if you wish to kind of reiterate it in another motion, that's certainly fine with me. Perhaps Debbie has some further comments.
Thank you.
Through the chair, no, I think that the 3 stages that are set out in this motion are identified in the staff report, and it would be at those points in time, in any event, staff would be bringing back the options to committee and council as to how they wanted to proceed. So I think it's consistent as well.
Okay, thank you. So,
Mayor?
there's no sense that isn't the process that we're actually supporting.
Excuse me, folks, can we just keep that down to a roar?
And the path that we're moving on. So having said that, I'm not inclined to support this, but I will if we take the negative part out of this. And the negative part is, that we have any opportunity for council to terminate the process altogether or to amend the direction. So we've already decided our direction. So to suggest that we now find that off-ramp is not what I'm on for. I want to be on the on-ramp. So if you remove that clause and narrow it down, and I'll read what I would support, that staff be directed to bring to the General Issues Committee attention at each stage of the solicitation process for Hamilton's West Harbour for Pier 8 as listed below, any legal or financial implications associated with the RFQ process or RF request for proposal evaluation criteria, the approval of transaction negotiation strategy, and approval of entry into contracts. I'm okay with that. I mean, that basically repeats what we're already approving today, and I'm fine with that. If someone wants to do a motion and says that, but I'm not on for a termination process or telling us what the off-ramp is or you know, all of that other stuff that really talks about creating a negative connotation to the positive you know, development that we've been marching forward on. So if the mover is prepared to remove that part of the recommendation, I'm fine. I can pass this, and I know that our staff are there anyway, so it's going to be it's redundant, but it'll be followed to the letter of the law as it was going to be anyway. If not, then I will oppose this.
Thank you, Councillor Green.
Thank you, and I got to tell you, I'm now baffled by this because it is 100% a redundant motion. And just through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to staff, you know, we talk about putting a chilling effect on the private sector. Can you talk about what it is to bargain and negotiate in good faith? Can you talk about what it might mean for us to have at any point along the way the opportunity just to pull the plug in writing now before us today symbolically?
Are you willing to take that on,
Through you,
Chris?
Deputy Mayor. Well, maybe what I'd like to do instead, potentially, is just reiterate the fact that the approvals that Council has before it, already embedded in the process as we've laid out here, is we think a really balanced approach as it relates to communicating to the private sector. It gives out clear milestones as to where the let's just call it the risk or the approvals are from a council standpoint, but at the same time it shows that the process itself carries and continues on its own path without any kind of interference from there. Certainly when we devised and worked with how we would lay out this process, we took into consideration the balance between council, of course, having the final approval and this being such a fantastic city building opportunity, and so therefore the spotlight on it. But we balanced that with what we thought were the perceptions from the private sector, which is too many times if you have to come back for approvals along this road, every time you insert another approval, you actually add to the risk element of whether or not you would pull the plug on the project. What it would actually end up doing, in our opinion, is it would actually reduce your pool of qualified bidders that would actually want to be in the process to begin with, if they think that it's simply you know, the opportunity to just take an off-ramp.
I certainly appreciate that, and that's what it struck me as being, you know, somewhat a little bit hypocritical on one end to debate what we just debated with affordability and the 5%, and then to turn around and put the shotgun clause here to say that we're going to enter in good faith, but then pull the trigger whenever we, you know, change our mind. So I certainly will not be supporting this, and I'm kind of baffled why we're entering into a redundant motion that's obviously carried out at every step along the way in this development process. And just one last question, maybe to the consultants, if they feel so ready to or obliged to answer. Is this a common practice to start an RFQ by saying we're going to start this RFQ, but only but not really? Maybe I shouldn't say that because I don't want you to have to answer that.
Yeah, that's
Is this a
probably
common
wise.
practice?
Thank you.
Have you seen this
Sheila
done
or
anywhere
John?
else?
So the process as laid out is a common process. So to go to market with full disclosure on what the process is and what the expected response would be very much a common process.
And the motion that's before us with the need to double down on you know, terminating the process altogether, is that something that you start a conversation off with in negotiation?
Sheila or John?
No, I don't. I think a lot of private sector are leery about dealing with government to start with, so I think it gets to the mayor's comment about the tone you set. You want to make sure that you're seen by your potential partners as being keen to get on with it. But your standard procurement documents cover off all your opportunity to withdraw at any time up to the signing of the final documents.
So for the reasons of this being both redundant and negative in tone and potentially, working to put a chilling effect in the private sector, I certainly will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Same here. I mean, we just stood up all together and approved a report that included a presentation that had this particular slide that shows 1, 2, 3, 4 stars. The stars indicate within the next year and 3 quarters, council approval required as it relates to the process playing out. That was unanimous, and it was just moments ago. So I see this as sending a terrible message, particularly the quote, any opportunities for council to terminate the process altogether or to amend the directions that council may have previously approved. It just doesn't speak in open for business language. It sets us up before we even get started for discrepancies and maybe even failures. So I just can't support this. I appreciate where it's coming from, the reference to the LRT and understanding certain positions from certain people and perspectives with respect to that process that's played out for a decade now. But there's no way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. I mean, it was kind of funny. I heard that you could scare off bidders. I mean, I think I heard the same thing on the shell. So, can I ask a question? Can I ask the question on casting the net? If I'm doing it in the context of this motion, if in fact you put that bid out, you get one bidder, and you hear from many others that said it's just too expensive with the amount of criteria you put into the RP. This motion says you can amend. So will that fall under amendment? I mean, I'm not clear what the determination of the process, because I don't mind I mean, I support where we're going. It's the micro stuff that I'm concerned about. So we just passed a motion here today. We heard pretty clearly that it may have developers back off from bidding because of the expense, how expensive it is to build here. I need to understand in this process now, with this application, if the numbers of people who are interested in developing or consortiums or whatever on this waterfront is reduced dramatically as a result of the language we just changed. What is the council's process in changing the position that we took, understanding that? Would this help?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, again, I think my answer is similar to what I said originally, which is the motion itself as crafted, in staff's opinion, certainly reiterates, I think, what we already had in the process. If you wish to present that to us as further direction, that's certainly fine. As it relates to Councillor's comment on, I think this is different than it relates to, say, other criteria that we have that we're bringing forward a report. Last but not least, yes, if on the RFQ stage, if we felt that as staff that the RFQ was not successful in whatever way, whether that's because we're not getting the quality of or number of proponents, then we would certainly bring that back to council to say, here's our thinking and our thought process on that. But I believe it's something that actually is already embedded within our procurement process.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Councillor.
So that was my concern, is that by the actions we took, and I don't have a crystal ball, I might be completely off a base here in regards to what happens. But you have to be risk adverse in our business and ensuring that we're protecting the interests of the taxpayers. So you've now answered and responded that if the worst case scenario happens as a result of the changes we've made today, that you would come back in automatically and make reference to the necessary changes within the RFP. Is that correct?
Thank you. Chris?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, actually the RFQ is when. So we are going, you've basically, by this motion today, earlier on, approved the process and triggered the RFQ process. So we will now work to actually trigger that process and actually put it on in the marketplace. Prior to coming back prior to opening the RFP process or the shortlisting, we will come back to council with, I believe it was F, on the previous motion with the criteria that we would put forward during the RFP process. If the RFQ was, if we felt it was unsuccessful, we would certainly bring that information back to you at that time.
Thank you.
And that's the only area. So as far as the process, I'm quite happy with what's being laid out. I don't have any problem with the balance of what Councillor Scully's putting forward. I can certainly appreciate to terminate process. I'm not sure what part of the process I would terminate, because it was laid out. It was pretty comprehensive. I respected the process. And having clarification on the risk that we might have just took on the shell on the RFQ, if it was a risk, at least there's an opportunity for your staff to come back, inform this council at that time, and then make the appropriate changes as we embark on the RFP process. You've confirmed that now. As far as the motion is concerned, approve entry into contracts, that's standard. Approval of transition negotiation strategy, I don't have a problem with that. Request for proposal evaluation criteria, have no problem with that. So I think I agree with the mayor that the council to terminate the
Play
process.
it back. Just no, guys, stop. Excuse me, guys, stop.
That's the only language I would ask to take out as well. I would support this.
Thank you. So now I have Councillor Aidan Johnson.
Thank you. And I agree with the arguments that Councillors Farr and Green have put forward on this. Something I admire about Councillor Scully's motion is her desire for more information. And I would invite any councillor or member of the public who craves more information on this complicated and interesting topic to follow and even attend the meetings of our West Harbour Development Committee. I have the privilege of chairing that committee, and one reason I'll be voting against the amendment is I want to send a clear message to staff and all those who are working on the project that I'm very grateful for the labor that has gone into developing this plan. I've learned a ton from so many members of our staff who are working on this project. It is great work, and you'll understand what I mean when I say, never mind our private sector partners. I don't want to send a bad message to our staff that we don't have faith in them and in their trustworthiness and in the fact that they are going to come to us when there are bumps in the road to solicit appropriate guidance. And I call the question.
Call the question. Just a second, folks, for consideration. The mover of the motion, because I heard there was a possibility of taking some wording out, and the mover of the motion would like to speak. So if you don't mind, with all due respect.
If I may, the motion stands to, and I will take direction from the mayor, any opportunities for council to amend the directions that council may have previously approved. Is that what you're suggesting, Mr. Mayor? And any legal or financial implications associated with same. I have to also appreciate Councillor Aidan Johnson. He's always so sweet in his comments.
Okay, so just to be clear, can you please read off your amendment again so we all understand what it is we're voting on?
That staff be directed to bring to the General Issues Committee's attention at each stage of the solicitation process for Hamilton West Harbours for Pier 8, as listed below, any opportunities for council to amend the directions that council may have previously approved, and any legal or financial implications associated with same. So it's the removal of terminate the process altogether.
Okay, so this is what I heard. Everyone, let's do it again. That staff be directed to bring to the GIC's attention at each stage of the solicitation process for Hamilton's West Harbour for Pier 8, as listed below. Any opportunities for council to amend the directions that council may have previously approved, and any legal or financial implications associated with the same, and the three below stay as is. So this is the amendment to the amendment. All right, hang on. So I've got Councillor Green, Councillor Marula. Yeah, well, I didn't see you. Sorry.
I'll defer if he's first time.
Thank you. So I got Councillor Marula, Councillor Green, anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just want to politely suggest that the motion really it's not necessary, because that's exactly what we do on a regular basis on any given issue. So I really God bless her. I know, but I don't understand procedurally, procedurally why we would be just bringing forward a motion of what our procedural responsibilities are, and we can do that at any given time on any given issue. So I respectfully decline to support it, but I just don't see the need for it. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Green.
I have a procedural question to that point. What is there? I called it dilatory. It's not dilatory, but when a redundant motion is brought, is it even applicable?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's actually not. Procedurally, council can come before. If they put something forward, they can amend it at council at any time they wish, provided that it's not already completed. However, she's asking for staff to also, at the stages below, to bring forward any financial or legal implications at those 3 particular points, which is not something we would normally do. She's asking for that information in between at those 3 stages, just to keep track of where things are, to ensure that she's comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Hang on, Councillor Green. Sorry, I'm hearing.
No, I can fully appreciate that.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, on projects of this size and scope, do we not regularly receive updates on the same?
You're asking me, I'm saying yes, but this just reiterates everything we're doing.
Through you to our General Manager of Planning and Economic Development, was there a plan not to report any of this information at these critical points in time?
Through the chair, no, I think as Chris answered, that those 3 points would be coming forward to this council for direction, and that direction would certainly include what options council has before it.
Yeah, so
thank you, Councillor Green.
It's a redundant motion. I won't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Collins.
I just want to say respectfully, we've got a lot of issues that are going to come beyond what's in front of us here today. And for as much as I have very strong opinions on the LRT, we need to move this agenda forward. We can't allow that issue to cloud every single thing we deal with. So I think Councillor Skelly is bringing it forward, though, for good reasons. We've certainly heard some opinions across the table in terms of why there's some discomfort. There's got to be some common ground here, and I would hope that maybe there's an opportunity for us to table what we have here today, find that common ground without, I talked about hiccups and hurdles earlier, and this is the kind of thing we need to avoid, because we're going to have enough issues to deal with and overcome in the community where people, for other reasons, are going to try to slow this thing down or stop it. So respectfully, I would ask that maybe we table this, find some wording that everyone's comfortable with. We know what the intent is. I think it's for good reason, but I understand the consternation on the other side. So if there's a seconder for that, I'd move to table.
Okay, so hang on. The person who moved the motion wanted to speak again. So the motion on the table now is to table this until the wording gets comfortable. So I hear a tabling motion. So all those in favor of tabling this? I heard a tabling motion. Do you want to speak to the tabling motion? I thought we couldn't speak to a tabling motion.
Well, you can't speak and then do a tabling motion, in fact. That's a whole other issue. I don't want to belabor this. You know what? I think we've got wording here that, from my perspective, I think we'll put this to bed. But if people want to table, then table away, and we'll bring it back.
Okay. So the tabling motion's on the table. All those in favor for tabling this back for? Sorry.
Procedurally, I can only provide direction on the tabling. On that, when will it be coming back, and when it does, if perhaps options of quarterly meetings could be included in all.
How about, can we make a deadline for council? When this comes forward, it comes along the back end of council meeting.
Between now and council.
Yeah, so next Wednesday. All right, City Clerk? So next council meeting. Thank you. That was the direction. All those in favor? Thank you, folks. Okay, folks, we are on. Thank you very much, everyone, for sitting through all this. Go get some feelings back in your legs.
Can I take a moment to congratulate all the good people that were here today, making great presentations. I think they all did a fantastic job, and Chris Phillips and team have really handled this, I think, par excellence. So I just want to give them my congratulations on behalf of all of us.
Thank you, folks. That's awesome. Okay, 8.1, this is the evolution of John Rebecca Master Plan, Ward 2, and for some reason I had Councillor Farr as first person. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right. And believe it or not, very briefly, I have one question through you to Cynthia. who's been sitting patiently, and I know as many staff in the area of parks she's looking forward to our West Harbour development. Because there's a huge park piece, as many people discovered today, and I'm sure Cynthia will be on that file. But on this file, since she's sitting there now, I was just stretching so she could sit down. Page 4 of 5, Cynthia Graham. 4th paragraph down. 1, 2, 3, 4, roughly. It says the current available funds in the John Rebecca Park project stand at $360K. And then you look at the 2018 capital 10-year forecast. We have acquisition 1.5, design and construction 208K. So is the 360K in addition to that roughly 1.75 million forecasted for 2018 as it relates to the John Rebecca Park project?
Through the chair, yes. The 2018 capital budget forecast asks for an additional $208,000 on top of the existing funds of $360,000.
Okay, so in total we're looking at roughly $2 million, approximately $2 million of funds that.
Sorry, through the chair, that's correct.
Thanks. Okay, one final thing. I just want to thank Cynthia. She turned this over fairly quickly. She's also been very active, obviously, throughout the city, including here in the city with Durand and Gore Park. So the job seems to never end, and we had asked during a very powerful delegation by Dale Mugford and his wife Roz and their friends last month for this report that looks at the evolution of John Rebecca's master plan. They have a parktheviolence.ca campaign. They're probably watching, listening carefully. They've read this over. They probably understand this better than most people. And when I say they, I'm into the hundreds now in the Beasley neighborhood as it relates to the parktheviolence.ca campaign. I did share at committee following this motion after their delegation last month that I would update my colleagues on various options to get to where I think a great growing number of people want to be as it relates to the John Rebecca Park plan, Madam Chair. And I wanted to get on the record that I'll do that on November the 15th at Planning Committee. That is the date that we have a report coming back on the greater utilization of surface parking lots. It's fitting, and I'll probably ask at Planning Committee on November 15th that we go in camera and I can update folks accordingly and stay true to my word. And thanks again to Dale and Roz, to Cynthia and staff and everyone else who's involved in the parktheviolence.ca campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Are there any further questions on item 8.1? Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Aidan Johnson. All those in favour? Carried. On to item 8.2. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this is a report that is the fruition of a motion the Council moved that I put forward a while ago about how we can do historical and museum-oriented work to promote transit history in Hamilton. And it looks like the wheels are turning, so to speak, and that no particular motion or extra funding is required from Council. It looks like we can do some cool stuff in this sphere. If I could just ask Mr. Thorne to comment on the report.
Sorry. Oh, Jason?
Yes. So through the chair, this report is in response to the councillor's motion. And indeed, we've identified a few things in here that I would agree is cool stuff that we can do within our existing budget and resources. And there's some other items there tied to as LRT is rolling out that could be done in future as part of those initiatives. But there's four or five items here that we can move on right away within our existing program.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Moved by Councillor Aidan Johnson, seconded by Councillor Green. All those in favour? Carried. On to item 8.3, transfer of funds from Museum Reserve. Are there any questions or discussion regarding 8.3? Moved by Councillor Conley, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favour? Carried. Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee Report 8.4. Is there a discussion or question regarding 8.4? May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Conley. All those in favour? Carried. 8.5, West Harbour Development Subcommittee Report. Is there a discussion report moved by Councillor Aidan Johnson, seconded by Councillor Conley? All those in favor? Carried. 8.6, Hamilton Future Fund Board of Governors report. Questions? Sorry, Councillor Pasuta?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 8.6, and it's a report before us. We can't give any direction on this or change anything on this. Through you, Madam Chair, do we know that?
Who can speak to that? Is there anyone that can speak to 8.6, Hamilton Future Fund Board of Governors?
Right, what I'm looking at here is the amount here for the Troy, it says Troy Linden Branch Women's Institute, and that was the old school in Troy, about funding for it.
Mr. Murray, can you speak to that?
So, Madam Chair, if I could expand upon a little bit, the Troy Women's Institute have the old school in their hands. It's the last remaining schoolhouse in Hamilton, a wooden structure, and one of the very few that are left in Ontario. There's been some issues. They did get some money back from Hamilton back in 2001 in May meeting here. And well, that wasn't them, sorry, it was the Westover Women's Institute. They needed funding from the city to help fix up their hall. And it was moved back in 2001 in the capital grants request. Councillor Murray Ferguson and Councillor Domenico approved for the Westover Women's Institute $10,000 back in 2001. I've been trying to acquire funds for the old Troy Schoolhouse Women's Institute. The corners are failing, it needs windows, it needs some work done. The outside is heritage. They did get some funding back quite a while ago to do the accessible ramp into it. It was done totally wrong. It's a failure. They have to do that. They need windows, the paint, the structure, the foundation, the corners need replacing. So I've been working with them and sitting with them and going through it. Councillor Partridge helped a bit too here on the Future Fund. Made them put an application in. I've realized it's a lot of money for the $412,000. That's what they were quoted by the chap that did the Hermitage. But we don't. But they got $28,000 for the wheelchair ramp. Well, the wheelchair ramp is fine, we need that, but that doesn't help the rest of the building where the corners are failing. We need to dig down and redo those corners with the stone rubble foundation and some windows. I don't know where we can reach out to. I'm making it more or less public here today to find out. We've worked with Megan here when she was looking after the heritage. I'm at a loss how to help them with a bit of coin here to save it. Through you, Madam Chair.
So through you, Chairman. So now that I understand the specifics of the matter, what I would maybe advise is that leave that with me to make some inquiries as to whether or not the Future Fund would be a reasonable avenue to pursue this. So I see Stephanie shaking her head. So I don't have committed to memory the specific matters as to how the Future Fund Board is governed specifically, but with that, I think, Stephanie, if you've got something you can add to help us with this, that'd be great.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yes, sorry, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. There are several groups that have missed the application deadline. Unfortunately, those applications are not accepted late, nor are they added after the fact until the Future Fund does reopen the fund. So for this particular matter that Councillor Pasuta is discussing, it would not qualify under the Future Fund in this round. However, they could apply the next time the Future Fund opens up for new applications, or you may have to request a different funding source.
And Councillor Pasuta, can I suggest that you work with the City Manager's office to see what avenue that they can pursue, whether it be through grants or it be through another venue as well in the meantime.
Yeah, so thank you, Stephanie. And Madam Chair, we've reached out, and I know the Women's Institute has reached out, but I'm at a loss right now. So if we can help save the old school and save the Women's Institute in the community, that would be great. So offline, I'll talk to Mr. Murray and we'll have discussion. Whoever else in staff could help.
Okay, thank you. And you've got it on the record, so that's good. So you've got 8.6 in front of you right now. I need a Let me go back, sorry. This got flipped over by mistake. A motion to receive 8.6, please. Councillor Skelly, Councillor Pearson, all those in favour. It just says to receive.
Madam Deputy Mayor, it may be my error.
It's your error.
I did it very late
apologize.
last night, so it is to approve.
I didn't think Stephanie made any errors, so let me just put that. Okay, folks, let's do that again. Sorry. We did the discussion in 8.6. May I please have a motion to move and approve 8.6? We already had Councillor Skelly, Councillor Pearson, all those in favour. Thank you. Now we're on to 9.1, and you'll have the revised, and it says right at the top of your page, revised motion from Councillor Skelly. I hope you all have it in front of you. It's the yellow sheet, I believe.
Madam Deputy Mayor, it is in your yellow changes to the agenda package.
Yellow changes to the agenda. Thank you. Councillor Skelly, would you like to introduce your motion, please?
I would like to move by myself, seconded by Councillor Samarula, creating a fashion incubator, whereas Hamilton is known as a creative and innovative city, whereas the arts bring about creativity and innovation and encourage entrepreneurs. Whereas fashion, photography, film, performing arts, visual arts, music, and other forms of creative expression generate employment, whereas the arts have a positive impact on a community's economy and quality of life, whereas community groups such as the Mountain Kids Club provide much-needed services to Hamilton families, whereas the City of Hamilton has recently acquired Eastmount School, and whereas partnerships with the private sector have the potential to offset operating costs, therefore be it resolved, staff be directed to conduct a feasibility study for a fashion incubator at the Eastmount School site that would include but not limited to the following and report back to the GIC, fashion and related businesses, opportunities for community groups, operating costs offset by partnerships with the private sector, and steps to transform the former elementary school into a place for creative people to work, connect with peers, and learn to further their trades. If I could speak?
Yes.
One moment. I'm thrilled that Councillor Marula would second this, and of course, Ottawa Street is an area that is, without a doubt, I believe, the textile destination in all of the GTHA. I'd probably say across the province. I spend an awful lot of time there myself. I think there's an opportunity just to explore whether or not we can do this. I think it's an opportunity to tap into the private sector to help offset some of the costs of keeping the school open and providing space for community groups. And the revised motion is before you, and I'm looking for your support.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposition? Seeing none. Thank you. So 10.1, we're on to notices of motion now, and this is the potential acquisition of the former Hamilton Psychiatric Hospital lands. Councillor Whitehead, would you please introduce your notice of motion? I believe you're looking to waive the rules.
Sorry, it is time sensitive, so moved by myself, second by Councillor Donna Scully, that the rules be waived.
Rules to be waived. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a motion forward. Just going to get this note here. So we talked about the fact that the IO has declared lands on the mountain brow as surplus and has been going through a process. There was a group and organization that sort of looked at it, backed away through the due diligence. It's become available for the city to consider. So this is about moving an interest in and then having a due diligence period of 30 days. It doesn't obligate us anymore at this point. And I've also will be talking to Marnie Dicker, who's the chair of Infrastructure Ontario, to see if we can get extended timelines so that we can do an appropriate due diligence period. So this doesn't obligate us to anything other than we have an interest in the land. I think it's timely when you talk about what we just dealt with here on the waterfront. We're talking about another area of premium lands on the mountain that we can take control and determine the destiny of how we utilize those lands and hopefully get uplift and return on the value and benefit the taxpayers as well as the surrounding community. And I know Mall College has indicated that they had some interest in working with the city as well. So there might be potential partnerships So at this point, it's about moving through that process. And I would ask my colleagues.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hands down. Hands down.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this motion? Councillor Green.
I can respect where the councillor's coming from up there in Ward 8. I'm wondering why we're looking to waive the rules of order when this is certainly not procedurally a time-sensitive motion, Madam Chair. But I'm leaning to support.
Are you all done? Okay. Thank you. But please, excuse me, I should have read this off right at the beginning. Any questions or statements regarding the terms of any agreement should not be dealt with out of camera and should be dealt with in camera, as they may prejudice our ability to negotiate any future agreements.
So
Go ahead.
the time sensitivity, I'll ask Jason Thorne to describe that.
So we have Ray Kessler who wants to do
Ray
that.
Kessler, sorry.
So through you, Madam Chair, the motion actually speaks to the notion of a deadline that Infrastructure Ontario has given us to deal with this issue. Originally that was this Friday. It's been amended to following Friday so that this can get through council. So direction is required of staff in order to proceed on securing at least call it a negotiation agreement so that we can move forward with some discussions with IO.
Excuse me, Ray, we really can't hear you. Can everybody shut your mics off just a bit so his will bump up a little bit? So, Ray, it is time sensitive till next Friday?
Yes, we have a deadline for through you, Chair.
Councillor Green, you still have the floor.
So negotiations have already proceeded with Infrastructure Ontario. Was there a council direction for that?
Ray?
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, we have not initiated any negotiations. The only discussions have been with regards to the city's time frame to respond back to Infrastructure Ontario's request for the city to express its interest to pursue these lands.
Thank you, Councillor.
Will this in any way bump the priorities that we've already established across the city for all the good projects that are happening?
So, Ray, can you answer that, or Mr. Thorne can answer that?
So through the chair, when we report back to GIC after we've been able to have some negotiations with IO, then we can report back in terms of what the financial implications and other implications might be, and then council can make that determination at that time. But at this point, we couldn't say what that might be.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
As everybody knows, I'm a big supporter of Ward 8, so I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the motion's on the table.
Madam Chair, with thanks to my colleagues around the table, all joking aside, I believe that this is a real opportunity for the city, and I look forward to the report coming back.
All those in favor? Thank you. So, folks, we have general information and other business. May I please have a motion to approve the amendments to the outstanding business list as listed before you? So, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Conley, all those in favor? Thank you. Private and confidential, we have two private and confidential. One's for the minutes of October 5th. The other one is for October 19th. If there's any statements, we need to move in camera for those two items. Councillor Jackson and Councillor Pasuta, all those in favor? All right, so wait a minute, folks. We have another one, and this is 12.3, and I can read off what the heading is. City of Hamilton versus Canada Post litigation, LS 15018A, citywide. If there's any questions, or is it do you just want to receive this? Or do you want to go in camera? Thank you. I have a motion on the table to move in camera for the Canada Post versus City of Hamilton.
I just talked to our legal gents who's not here. There's still some information that needs to come in, and there would maybe some decision points at that point in time. So it might be premature. So could I suggest that we table it now and wait till that information comes forward so that we have the whole package when we need to make a decision? I'll look to Debbie. If I'm wrong, then please.
And Ray, can you shut your microphone off, please? Thank you. Debbie, is there more information to come that would be more beneficial for us to wait?
Through the chair, yes, there is, and yes, it can wait till the next GIC meeting.
So the motion is to table this to a future GIC, seconded by Councillor Jackson. All those in favor?
Carried.
Thank you. The last one is adjournment, please. Pick two, Stephanie. All those in favor? Thank you.